Chapter 1 Rebirth of Blue Silver Grass. Plants are also skewered. Yang slept uncomfortably, feeling chilly all over. Hey? No. Didn't I go to save a wildfire and be burned to death when I was outing? Yang remembered something and quickly opened his eyes. There is a lush grassland in front of me, and the sun is shining dots and dots. Above the head is a lush forest of various branches and leaves. He was lying on the ground, and many grass blades crisscrossed in front of him, swaying in the wind. Blocked by leaves and tall grass, Yang was almost squeezed on the ground, of course feeling cold. He thought of getting up, but found it difficult. He seemed to be tied to the ground. After a minute, he finally understood something. IFK. I was born again. The most important thing is that a grass is regenerated. Being able to rebirth after death was originally something to be happy about. And me, just a piece of grass. I'm FG. Yang became more and more angry when he thought about it, and couldn't help but explode again. He checked it carefully, and he was not a jewel covered in dust, just a very ordinary weed. However, there is a sense of familiarity. The light blue leaves, with a faint silver-white pattern in the middle, are delicate and delicate. A bit familiar, I saw it in a certain cartoon. This seems to be the blue-silver grass in Douluo. I have crossed into the Douluo world. In this world, many plants can also absorb soul power to practice. Some plants can break through 10,000 years, and even become fierce beasts over 10,000 years. Very powerful. But Yang is a special case. I am the most ordinary blue-silver grass, not Tang San's martial spirit and his mother's blue-silver emperor. Yang wanted to roar up to the sky. However, it cannot. He can't even control a few leaves of himself, wanting to shake them. The surrounding grass is taller and lusher than him. Let him live in the shadows and can only accept some madara through the gaps in their grass blades, so that the sunlight and sparse rain dew. His roots were also squeezed by the rest of the grass roots. They can only shrink together, grab a thin piece of land, and survive hard. Depend on. Too frustrated. It's better to die if you regenerate it. Too unwilling. One day, Laozi will seize your territory, absorb your sunlight and rain, and even absorb all of you. Ding! A host with a strong will and an indomitable heart is detected, suitable for binding with this system, binding. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Yang's brain. The universal system is here? After Yang froze, he was overjoyed. The binding is over. The double skill duplication system is activated. The mechanical sound rang again, and Yang instantly felt that there was something in his mind. Double skill replication system? With a movement of his consciousness, a personal page appeared in his mind. Host, Yang. Root feet, blue-silver grass. Repair, 0.12 years, 35 days for germination. Bloodline, level 0.01, the weakest creature in the mainland. Spirit, 49.9, 2 lives for the accumulation of human souls, the limit of ordinary people, the peak of the spiritual element realm. Talent, double copy target skills, consumption points, auxiliary swallow, consumable points to speed up. Points, 0, copy target skills, assist in swallowing. Evolution point, 0, improve physical plant strength. Bloodline level, 80 level blue silver king, 100 level blue silver emperor, 1000 level blue silver god emperor. Spirit value, 0, reminds soul strength, spirit level. Soul power value, 0, improve cultivation base, transform 1/10 of the soul power of the target for personal use. Soul bone, none. Soul skill, none. Treasures, none. The personal page is very rich and detailed, and Yang can see it at a glance. However, no matter how rich it is also a thorough three-nose product. Seeing a series of 0 duck eggs and 3 NOS, Yang was also helpless and eager. This is so special, there is not much difference between a system and no system. I am missing the most important startup capital. System, you have an empty shell, Before Yang finished speaking, he heard the system prompt sound again. Ding! In view of the current situation of the host, a newbie gift package will be issued to reward the host with 100 points for starting. Hearing the system integration, Yang let out a sigh of relief. Although 100 points are not much, there is a foundation for wretched development. He can clearly feel that there are 36 grass roots under him, just like 36 legs. There are countless fibrous roots on it, like countless small mouths, absorbing moisture and nutrients. However, both his roots and the hairy roots were entangled by hundreds of other grass roots. This made him very aggrieved, like being tied up by 5 flowers. He was only 35 days old, and he was still a young seedling, but he couldn't compete naturally. The rest of the blue-silver grass and weeds. The main use of points is to copy skills, but now he has no plans to copy them, nor does he have a goal to copy. Now, he wants to devour the roots of these dogs. System, how much energy can be swallowed by this 1 point? Ding! Back to host, every point can swallow 10 breaths. 10 breaths, that's about 40 seconds. Good. However, Yang still didn't know how strong his swallowing ability was. As a plant, more or less, it has the ability to swallow. Yang still remembered Tang Yi, the last master of the Tang sect in the Douluo II peerless Tang sect. Her blue-silver grass martial spirit awakened the dark attributes of blue-silver grass and greatly strengthened its ability to swallow. System, cost me 1 point to strengthen the devouring skills. Ding! Consume 1 point to strengthen the devouring skills. With the sound of the system, Yang's points column of 100 points, suddenly turned into 99 points. And before his eyes, a countdown also appeared, showing 10. After about 6 seconds, it became 9. Yang was a little surprised. The 10 breaths mentioned by the system might refer to the breath of the Aboriginal people in Douluo continent. Because of the soul power in the air, even ordinary people who are not soul masters should have stronger physique than earth people, breathe slower and longer, and live longer. 10 breaths, it should be 1 minute. Earned another 20 seconds. Yang thought happily, at this moment, a long-lost nutrient and delicacy came from his fluffy roots. It was the rest of the grass roots that entangled him that smelled. Devour. Yang remembered the past, clutching meat skewers, seafood and crayfish in both hands, drinking beer and drinking skewers. Ding! Congratulations to the host, complete the initial swallow, absorb the soul power 0.0001 plus 0.0001 plus. System sound came again. The data shows that he absorbs very little energy each time. However, this frequency was too fast, and in an instant, countless zeros flashed in his mind. He was pleasantly surprised to find that it was the roots that absorbed energy. Although there are only 36 main roots, they are only a few inches long. But in all directions, there are hundreds of tiny fibrous roots. At this time, every tiny root, every second, brings him 0.0001 soul power points. Only in the past 7 seconds or so, he discovered that his accumulated soul power value in the background had reached 1 point. He roughly calculated that he should have 1,300 hairy roots. It's like a leg, covered with hairy legs. In the joy of devouring, 1 minute passed quickly. Ding! Congratulations to host. The accumulated spirit power value reaches 100 points and can be upgraded to a 1-year spirit beast. Is it possible to upgrade? At exactly this time, the system sound suddenly sounded. P.S. The old driver drives a new car, get on the car quickly. 3 copies are guaranteed every day, about 7,000 words, any rewards will be added and updated, and there are a lot of manuscripts saved. Already signed inside, rest assured to enter the pit. Chapter 2 Rapid Growth. Demon Eye Demon Tree. Yang was pleasantly surprised. In 1 minute, it can actually increase soul power for 1 year. Douluo's spirit beast has a constant strength in terms of years. It is not a measure of lifespan. In other words, many of the 10,000 years spirit beasts are people with strong bloodlines, and they practice quickly. Moreover, you can also find a good place to practice and practice quickly. Although they are known as 10,000 years soul beasts. But in fact, there may only be 1 or 2 10,000 years lifespan. Even shorter. For example, Yang remembered that in the core circle of the Douluo Great Forest, there was a man named 10,000 Demon King and Fierce Beast sleeping. The soul power years have reached the terrifying 53 10,000 years. Even in the top 10 fierce beasts, it can also rank 5th, very powerful. But its body is just a demon-eyed demon tree. This is a very ordinary plant, but lucky enough to swallow a fairy grass. Its swallowing skills are terrifying, and it grows rapidly. Become the strongest plant-based soul beast, and dominate over 1/3 of the area of the soul beast outside the Douluo Great Forest. However, no matter how exaggerated that fairy grass is, it is not as powerful as Yang's system. Upgrade. Yang was excited, without any hesitation, fast. In the next moment, he completed a small transformation. He seemed to have eaten it, with the best nourishment and the warmest sunlight, and every cell was leaping and growing. And the 36 roots under him are constantly getting longer. In the end, they all doubled, reaching 20 centimeters. The hairy roots on the top have also doubled, reaching nearly 3,000. Even the remaining small roots grew out, bringing the total number of roots to 49. As for the grass stems and leaves on the ground, they are also growing. 1 point, terrifying. Continue. Yang said without hesitation. Ding. Order received. The system continues to consume points, strengthens Yang's devouring skills, and continues to devour the energy in the roots. Soon, Yang was pleasantly surprised to find that the rest of the grass roots that entangled its roots and invaded its territory had become a little sluggish after being swallowed by a large amount of energy by himself. It's like being pulled out of the roots and exposed to the scorching sun all day. And many of these grasses have absorbed spirit power, and they are actually very low-level spirit beasts. Blue-silver grass, originally the Douluo continent, the lowest level and most vigorous plant, can also be regarded as the lowest level soul beast. The rest of the weeds also have the ability to absorb soul power and practice. The stronger the strength, the more spirituality and know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Their roots are slowly retracting and fleeing towards the rest of the land, but the speed is very slow, not much faster than natural growth. Want to go now? It's too late. With a move, Yang controlled all the roots, entangled the grass roots that invaded his territory, and continued to swallow them. This time, it only took more than 40 seconds before the system sound rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The total soul power value reaches 100 points, and it can be upgraded to a 2-year soul beast. Is it possible to upgrade? Sure enough. It makes sense for the strong to stay strong. The more powerful, the faster the absorption of soul power, and the faster the improvement. However, a few minutes later, Yang also reached his limit. His main root has grown to 81. On each main root, there are 3,000 extremely fine fibrous roots. Every 10 seconds, Yang can increase his spirit power for 1 year. But it can no longer accelerate. No need to ask the system, Yang himself knew that this was reaching the limit of his roots. He is only the lowest level blue-silver grass, the system strengthens his abilities, but he can't strengthen his blood. It seems that I need not only points, but also evolution points. Be stronger, it's better to hunt. Yang thought in his heart. He knew from the system that the source of the points was to obtain various valuable things such as heaven and earth treasures, soul bones, high-grade metal minerals, and exchange them with the system. In addition, the system will also reward the practice after reaching a certain level. The evolution point is the origin of high-level spirit beasts. By absorbing them, you can raise your bloodline level. From ordinary blue-silver grass, grow to blue-silver king, blue-silver emperor, and even blue-silver god emperor. At the same time, hunting soul beasts can absorb their soul power, and can convert 1/10 of their soul power. Kill the 10,000 years spirit beast and increase your 1,000-year spirit power. One day later, within 10 meters of Yang, there was no more living vegetation. All the blue-silver grass, all the other weeds, and even the low shrubs were swallowed and dried up by him. In the lush vegetation of the Douluo forest, there is an extra circle with a diameter of 20 meters, which is full of dry flowers and small shrubs. There are only a few small trees, which are full of vitality and can resist. At the center of the circle, a small grass with blue leaves and silver veins is also half dead. This is naturally Yang's disguise. His stems and leaves are still finger-long, withered and dying. But his roots buried in the soil are like a small tree, full of vitality. This is the foundation of his growth and the core of his development. However, his points are gone. 100 points are used up. In exchange, he has many thick and long roots. And 72 years of soul power cultivation. The extraordinary growth of his roots consumed a lot of his soul power. Otherwise, breaking through 100-year soul beast would not be a problem. However, he didn't even get 0.1 points for evolution points and spirit points. These garbage flowers, shrubs, and saplings cannot be provided to him at all. The importance of the evolution point, it goes without saying, can make him a stronger plant soul beast. Blue-silver grass was the most trash plant soul beast, the kind that was leapfrogged by others. Only with stronger blood can the gap be closed. As for the spirit value, only 0.1 point short of 1 can enter the Lingtong realm. Ling Yuan realm is the spiritual power that ordinary people have, while Lingtong is the ability that only practitioners have. That was a transformation. As the name implies, smart, can already use spiritual power to display some spiritual supernatural powers. Some 20th or 30th level spirit masters have the spiritual power of the psychic realm. But for soul beasts, especially plant soul beasts, the 5-10,000 years may not reach the spiritual level. The increase in mental power is Yang's capital to suppress the other spirit beasts. However, just to improve soul power, it can grow for 72 years in one day, which is also very good. But, it's not enough. Yang was naturally dissatisfied. Douluo is too dangerous and must rise quickly, at least with 10,000 years spirit power to barely protect itself. Yang thought in his heart, a little anxious. During this day, Yang felt several battles between various spirit beasts. They are fighting each other, and even within the same clan, they are constantly devouring the weak and the strong. 1,000 years, 10,000 years soul beasts, there are too many. The weakest 1,000-year spirit beast, with a random blow, can also destroy him. Yang felt a bit painful. He seemed to be close to the core area of the Douluo Great Forest, not at the periphery. Fortunately, he is just a grass, mixed in a patch of dead grass, everyone cares. But the powerful soul beasts are fighting, even if they are hundreds of meters away, there are aftermaths of battle, spreading out, and thrilling. Yang's sense of crisis surged, and even more crazily, let his roots spread outward. He wants to devour more plant soul beasts, even animal soul beasts, and swiftly upgrade himself. Without points, he can do it on his own, and he has to earn points, earn evolution points, and soul power points. Warn. Warn. 100-year-old demon eye tree is detected in front, and the host is dangerous if it is close. I don't know how many days in the past, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Yang's mind. Yang was surprised and delighted when he heard this. Demon Eye Demon Tree. It is the fifth fierce beast, the race of the 10,000 demons king, with a very powerful devouring ability. The dead birds face upwards, and the immortal 10,000 years 10,000 years. Tenten swallowed these trash weeds and grew too slowly. If you want to do it, just do it. Swallowing the Demon Eye Demon Tree, not only can you get points, you can also improve your roots and feet, strengthen your ability to swallow, and you can also get soul power. Do multiple things in one fell swoop. Therefore, when he heard the system warning sound, Yang did not retreat but moved forward. Fight it! He concentrated most of the roots and spread to the east. Where Yang took root, there was a piece of withered yellow. A radius of hundreds of meters. In order to avoid exposure, he did not suck the things in his domain to death, but let them linger and cover himself. However, thousands of meters away, it was barren. Not to mention the flowers, grass, and shrubs, but the big trees are dry and decayed. In addition, there are still many soul beast bones, which are entangled by the roots of a leg and take root in them. A dark black tree stands on the ground, like the king of Hell Kun. On the trunk, there are a pair of closed eyes, like the mark of an axe. Among the branches and leaves, there are many vines, waiting for opportunities. It seemed that Yang was approaching, and the Demon Eye Demon Tree opened hundreds of eyes instantly. Chapter 3 Son of 10,000 Demon King. Great Harvest. Stardo Great Forest. Core Circle. Because the forest is too vast, from the outside to the inside, several areas are divided. Peripheral Zone, Outer Circle, Mixed Circle, Core Circle, and Big Culprit. Respectively inhabit soul beasts less than 100 years old, 100,000 years old, and 10,000 years. Especially after entering the Core Circle, all of them are powerful soul beasts over 10,000 years. The center of the Core Circle is the Lake of Life, the territory of the Great Tomorrow Green Bull Python and the Erming Titan Great Ape. However, the two of them can only be regarded as gatekeepers. Lake of Life is also a knockoff product. Deep underground, there are several fierce beasts over 10,000 years. They absorbed the real Lake of Life, and also swallowed the soul power radiated by the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, and they cultivated for thousands of miles. Although it is a fierce beast with dozens of 10,000 years, its true lifespan may be 10 times shorter. Where they are, it is a veritable terrible place. Even the outer Core Circle is extremely dangerous. The original Yang was on the edge of the mixed zone, close to the Core Circle, and was frightened every day. At this moment, he went all out, concentrated almost all the roots, spreading towards the core area. Although only a few hundred meters. But Yang could feel that as soon as he entered this area, the nutrients in the soil were much richer. The spirit power is almost double that of the outer mixing zone. And a demon-eyed demon tree is rooted at the edge of the core area. With a mere 100 years of cultivation, everyone dares to show off here, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Yang thought in his heart. Although he is brave, he is not a fool, and he can't do things to die. In the ground ahead, the roots of the Demon Eye Demon Tree also felt Yang's invasion. It opened instantly, with hundreds of eyes. The age of the Demon Eye Demon Tree is the number of eyes. 1 for a year. Of course, after more than 1,000 years, even if the tree trunk gets bigger and bigger, it won't contain so many eyes. Therefore, every 1,000 years, there will be an extra circle of pupils in the eyes. After 10 pupils, the Demon Eye Demon Tree became a 10,000 years soul beast. The eyes also metamorphose, similar to the eyes of animals, but even more weird and terrifying. Yang's spirit is very strong. He has been a human for 2 lives, allowing his soul to surpass ordinary people. The spiritual power of the plant soul beast is far lower than that of the animal soul beast, and the animal soul beast is lower than that of humans. Therefore, mental strength is Yang's trump card. He attaches his spiritual power to the roots, and he can clearly see the situation of the demon-eyed demon tree for 100 years. This plant is nearly 50 meters tall, as thick as a water tank, with many roots hanging down from its branches. Some roots have hooks, some have sharp tips, and some are soft and slender like a whip. Above the roots, there are special scaly bark. There are residual bloodline in the crevices of the bark. The roots in the soil turned out to be the same. Obviously, many animal soul beasts have been swallowed. Even Terran. Their speed was faster than Yayang's, and they rushed towards him. Eat. Eating. Eating. Yayang felt a sense of joy in Ruiao Ruwu. F*ck. 100-year-old plant soul beast, unexpectedly, has such a strong intelligence and spiritual power. Yayang felt something was wrong. However, he didn't have time to think more, and he didn't have time to leave. In the blink of an eye, in the underground soil, the roots of both sides, like dozens or hundreds of armies, collided together. Each root army of Yayang consisted of 3,000 root soldiers. The dark swallowing instinct of blue-silver grass had been thoroughly developed by Yayang. At this time, even if there is no point, no system assistance, Yayang's swallowing ability is still strong. Many small trees are not his opponents. However, the other party is a 100-year-old demon-eyed demon tree. Moreover, still dare to take root in the soul beast in the core circle of Stardow Forest. Boom! With a peculiar buzzing sound, hundreds of roots on both sides were instantly entangled. The root of the demon-eyed demon tree is several times that of Yayang. Moreover, it is thicker and longer, and there are more thin roots attached to it. Yayang is equivalent, surrounded by enemies 10 times his own. Moreover, the special scales on the roots of the demon-eyed demon's tree opened up, and they were all special mouths. Possess terrible devouring ability. In an instant, many of Yayang's fibrous roots, even the main roots, were bitten off and swallowed. However, Yayang does not retreat but advances. Swallow. He is like a mad hound, who is not afraid of death, fighting with a lion. In the first time, Yayang suffered serious damage. No way, he is just the weakest blue-silver grass, only 72 years old. The other party is a 100-year-old demon-eyed demon tree. Whether it is cultivation base or root feet, it surpasses Yayang. Ding! Absorb the sap of the 100-year demon-eyed demon tree, and refine the evolution point 0.1 plus 0.2 plus 0.2 plus. Ding! Absorb the spirit power of the 100th grade demon-eyed demon tree, and refine the spirit power point 0.01 plus 0.02 plus 0.01 plus. Ding! Absorb the spirit power of the 100th grade demon-eyed demon tree, and refine the spirit value of 0.001 plus 0.002 plus 0.003 plus. However, Yayang's reckless counterattack caused the system's voice to sound for the first time. Moreover, it is unprecedented in succession. 3 kinds of energy, evolution point, soul power point, and spirit value, sounded at the same time. It was like a torrential rain hitting thin iron sheets, clanging non-stop. It's just that there is a big gap between the 3 energies. Soul power is very small, and spiritual power is pitifully small. Hey! Yayang's counterattack caused the demon-eyed demon tree to scream in anger and pain. It devours Yayang crazily, wanting to quickly kill this, dare to counterattack and offend its prey. However, Yayang, who had tasted the sweetness, was even more motivated to fight. He uses his strong spirit to attack the spirit in the roots and slow down the opponent's speed. And he kept dodge the opponent's attack, avoided its sharp edge, and kept stabbing the roots of the demon-eyed demon tree. Ding! Congratulations to host, I got evolution point 1. Do you want to use it? The accumulation of evolution points is the fastest, reaching 1 point soon. Use. Even if there was only 1 evolution point, Yayang didn't hesitate to use it. Ding! Use 1 evolution point. Congratulations to the host. The root foot has evolved to level 1, the distance is level 2, and 2 evolution points are required. As soon as he finished using it, Yang felt that he became stronger from his roots and feet as the system prompted the sound. The roots swallowed by the demon tree regrowth. Moreover, endurance, flexibility, strength, hardness and other aspects are stronger than before. According to the system plan, to upgrade to level 1, 1 evolution point is required. Level 2 requires 2 points, and level 3 requires 3 points. And so on. When he reaches level 80, he will have a huge transformation and become the Blue Silver King. If he practices normally, his spirit power must reach 10,000 years, which is comparable to the level 80 contra of the human race, before he can become the Blue Silver King. At this time, it absorbs the blood of the powerful race, and with the help of the system, it can be transformed into an evolution point, and the blood of the roots can be increased rapidly. The root bloodline reaches level 100, and it will transform into the Blue Silver Emperor. Yang made a slight calculation, and it became clear in his mind. Becoming a level 80 Blue Silver King requires 3,240 evolution points. And to become the Blue Silver Emperor, you need 5,050 points. This demon-eyed demon tree has very good blood and feet. I don't know how many evolution points can it give me. Yang thought to himself that the efficiency of swallowing was constantly improving. In addition, there is an increase in spirit power, but it is secondary. The mental value is less, which is of little help to Yang. However, the loss of mental value will cause great damage to the demon-eyed demon tree. Its movements are getting slower and slower. Yang was completely silent, in an atmosphere of pain and happiness, forgetting time. I don't know how long it took, but another system sound was heard. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the bloodline of the root feet has been upgraded to level 10, and 100 points will be awarded. Ha ha ha, good! Give me the ability to devour it. Yang was ecstatic, finally here. After the roots and feet were improved, and the points were strengthened, Yang's swallowing ability instantly crushed the demon-eyed demon tree. Its roots, like crisp noodles, are constantly being swallowed by Yang. The sap, soul power, and spiritual power similar to human blood are constantly being lost. The demon-eyed demon tree was finally a little scared. It withdrew its roots, trying to escape. But how could Yang let it go? Chase it and swallow it. However, Yang's 100 points for strengthening the ability to swallow were quickly exhausted. The demon-eyed demon tree saw that Yang's swallowing power plummeted, thinking that Yang had no strength. It was pleasantly surprised, and quickly mobilized more tree roots to fight Yang with all its strength. Just when Yang thought that he was about to replace his injury with another injury, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to host, the soul power has broken through 100 years, and 1,000 points will be rewarded. Ding! Congratulations to host, accumulate 1 point of spiritual value, accumulate spiritual power of 50.9, enter the psychic realm, reward 500 points. 2 system sounds sounded one after another. Just like the bloodline root and feet increase, the points reward is the same, the soul power and mental power increase. It also rewards 10 times the points. FK. Dose comes to give pillows. 200 points, give me enhanced devouring. Yang was overjoyed. He saved 1,300 points and only used 200 blessings to swallow. In an instant, his devouring power became extremely powerful. His leaves changed from blue-silver to blue-black, and the dark attribute was more powerful. Swallowing the refining target by oneself can only transform 1/10 of the soul power. While consuming points to strengthen the system's ability to swallow, it can triple the conversion rate. Therefore, the mere 100-year-old demon-eyed demon tree, beyond Yang's expectations, provided him with 28 years of spirit power. The original soul power of 72 years has suddenly increased for 28 years, making him a century-old blue-silver grass. At this time, under the blessing of 200 points, the demon-eyed demon tree was crushed by Yang again. Yang kept getting stronger, while the demon-eyed demon tree kept getting weaker. The gap between the two sides is getting bigger and bigger. After the demon-eyed demon tree, let alone want to resist, just want to escape, it won't work. As a century-old soul beast, naturally it has soul abilities. It's just that the 3 spirit abilities of thousands of branches, corrosive venom and tree eye paralysis, both of which deal with enemies on the ground. Corrosive venom can also be released with tree roots. However, under Yang's horrible swallowing power, he was not afraid of venom at all. Plants are inherently more resistant to poisons. And these 3 skills, Yang thought for a while, and did not consume precious points to copy. He doesn't need it. Directly suck it to death, the most cost-effective. Rao, my father, 10,000 demons, king. Suddenly, the demon-eyed demon tree concentrated almost all of his mental power, and sent out mental waves to Yang. This time, Yang finally understood its meaning and identity. Damn it! This guy is the son of the 10,000 Demon King? Chapter 4 2 Birds with One Stone, Pit the Demon King and Clear Sky School. Yang finally understood why this demon-eyed demon tree, only in the 100th grade, dared to stay in the core area. In this place, ordinary 10,000 years spirit beasts are not qualified to enter. The lonely 10,000 years soul beasts start at least 3 10,000 years. Many of the remaining 10,000 years spirit beasts are in groups to qualify for survival. The core area is not very big, but there are a lot of powerful soul beasts. Even the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python occasionally appear here. That one is comparable to 10,000 years soul beasts, 6 10,000 years cultivation bases of the dark demon Thulhu, and 9 10,000 years the 3 brothers of Kyunjun and Thuong. There are other powerful 10,000 years spirit beasts, all in this area. The demon-eyed demon tree that evolved with the ability to swallow, logically speaking, is very repelled by the other spirit beasts. The dark demon evil god tiger is the public enemy of the soul beasts. But this tree, only 100 years old, stayed here unscathed. There must be a reason. Damn it! The backstage is so hard. The real rich second generation, cheating on the old folks. Yang also felt some pain in his heart. He understood the reason. 10,000 Demon King, that is a powerful beast of 53 10,000 years. Even among the fierce beasts, it can be ranked 5th. And in the Stardo Great Forest, it is second only to 89 10,000 years Emperor Tian, a powerful second master. The Emerald Swan Bridget, although the age is longer than it, is mainly for treatment, and the combat power is far inferior to the 10,000 Demon King. It is the strongest plant soul beast. This old clapper, a lot of age, he has a air of 100 years, he is not serious. Yang cursed secretly, very helpless. As a plant, it has the ability to reproduce throughout life. It is normal to have seeds, roots, etc., to reproduce the next generation. Yang just said so, taunting the 10,000 Demon King. He released his mental power and carefully felt the state of the demon-eyed demon tree. Both soul power and soul value consume more than half. But there is still 70% to 80% of the sap. Yang bit his teeth and made up his mind. Do my best. Soul power and spiritual power are fine, but your sap bloodline, I'm going to make it. 53 10,000 years, the son of the 10,000 Demon King, his blood is naturally powerful. Tang San's mother is only the 10,000 years Blue-Silver Emperor, and after being rebuilt, she has not yet entered the maturity stage. Tang San was born with a very powerful Blue-Silver Grass martial spirit. This century-old demon-eyed demon tree, in terms of roots and feet, is naturally stronger than Tang San's bloodline. System. Give me another 300 points to consume more points to strengthen the devouring. Yang gritted his teeth to speed up the swallowing, and then quickly slipped away, hiding his merit and fame deeply. Sure enough, as soon as the points are consumed, the swallowing speed is 3 times stronger. Moreover, the conversion efficiency of soul power has also reached 1/2. In the body of the 100 Years Devil Tree, there was originally only 20 to 30 years of spirit power left. But at half of the conversion rate, Yang still provided spirit power for 13 years. His spirit power reached 123 years. And the point of evolution is constantly soaring. Ding! Congratulations to host, the evolution point reaches 18, and the root foot can be upgraded to level 18. Is it possible to upgrade? Ding! Congratulations to host, the evolution point reaches 22 points, and the root foot can be upgraded to level 22. Is it possible to upgrade? The system sounds continuously. Father! At the last moment, the demon eye demon tree burned the last soul and let out a soul cry. Boom! Immediately, its originally tall and lush tree trunk collapsed. The dead branches are broken, and the dead leaves are scattered all around, like dead trees that have decayed for many years. Yang swallowed all its soul power, sap, and soul spirit. At this moment, Yang's 500 points were also used up. And the system sound finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations to host, the evolution point reaches 29, the root foot can be upgraded to level 29, yes. Boom! Before Yang responded to the system, he heard an invisible shock. All the flowers, plants, trees, various vegetation, whether it was a soul beast or not, all trembled. The branches and leaves shook violently, like an invisible gust of wind. Who is it? Killed the king's parents? Such an overbearing voice suddenly sounded in Yang's mind. If it is a human being, Yang will definitely instantly numb his scalp and chill his back. Just when he thought he was discovered. That powerful mental impact, but it swept past. This voice suddenly spread outward from the core of the Stardow Great Forest, deep underground. It's like a shock wave when a nuclear bomb explodes. It just didn't hurt the innocent, but questioned. This is the king of 10,000 demons, through his identity as the plant emperor, in a special way, he inquires about all plants and kills its offspring. In addition to plants, 1,000-year spirit beasts with higher intelligence have also heard such spiritual transmissions. For the animal soul beast, this is a question. Because the king of 10,000 demons knew that only a spirit beast over 1,000 years old could hurt its offspring. And such a plant soul beast can feel the identity of its offspring, and dare not hurt it. Only animals, souls, and beasts may be offended, and the powerful and majestic king of 10,000 demons appears. Yang wanted to hide himself with all his strength, but he thought of something. He suppressed the power of the soul, pretending to be a very low-level plant soul beast with intermittent, if there is no spiritual power, and said with difficulty, "Man. Hammer." Just 2 words, and very vague. However, Yang believed that with the strength and wisdom of the 10,000 demon king, he would be able to analyze something. The strong human race who can enter the core area, and the person who uses the hammer spirit, has only one family sect Clear Sky School. Sure enough, only 2 short seconds later, that spirit wave spread, clinging to Yang's roots. Yang had already restrained all auras long ago, just like an ordinary 100-year-old blue-silver grass. Following a long distance, even the 10,000 demon king could not see that Yang had swallowed its offspring. It can only perceive that this is a century-old blue-silver grass, and its spirit is a bit more outstanding. Yet, this king knows, reward. All plant soul beasts follow the order. Report the news. Kill the hammer spirit human race. All rewards. A mere 100-year-old plant soul beast, it is impossible to deceive it like the human race. Even 10,000 years animal soul beasts rarely deceive. The king of 10,000 demons didn't doubt anything. As the spirit wave spread, the ground shook. Soon, Yang felt that an earth dragon came surging forward. Finally, stop in front of him. And the spirit of the 10,000 demon king also disappeared. For it, the anger is not the loss of offspring. In terms of its long lifespan and great strength, it is unknown how many heirs there are. It is angry that there are people who provoke its majesty. Yang remained silent. After a full half-day, he was cautious, reaching out his mental power, and feeling the impact. Immediately, he was ecstatic. Chapter 5: The Metamorphosis of Roots and Feet. Quasi-King Bloodline. That is a root. 1 foot long, thick arm, blood-red roots. In addition to the lack of spiritual power, it possesses rich sap and soul power. For all plant soul beasts, it is a real treasure. The roots of the king of 10,000 demons. To it, it's like a person, plucking a vellus hair as a gift. But to Yang, it was a big golden brick falling from the sky. Ha ha ha. He wanted to laugh wildly, but stopped in time. 10,000 demons king, even if he retreated, he had to guard against it. Yang spreads out the roots, twists the roots, and then slowly refines and absorbs it at the speed of the blue-silver herb. His spirit power and bloodline are also constantly improving. The increase is far beyond the century-old demon eye magic tree that had been swallowed before. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the evolution value reaches 70 points, the bloodline can be upgraded to level 70, transformed into the blue-silver grass Quasi-King, reward points 7,000 points. 3 months later, when Yang had swallowed it, a system voice rang in his mind. Queen King. The blue-silver king second only to level 80. Yang was so pleasantly surprised that he finally came out and left the novice village. Moreover, even got it, system points reward. His spirit power has also reached 886. Upgrade. As soon as his voice fell, 70 evolution points disappeared instantly. His bloodline roots and feet level, from 69, break through to 70. In an instant, his body also undergoes a huge transformation from the inside to the outside. The original blue leaves with silver lines, the blue is more brilliant, and the silver is more brilliant. Especially silver, which has become bright silver, and is about to undergo a certain transformation. Yang felt that the toughness and hardness of the leaves had increased 7 or 8 times. Originally, the leaves of blue-silver grass were extremely delicate. Even if he had 886 years of spirit power, the strength of the leaves was extremely limited. A 10-year-old animal soul beast can also open its mouth and use its leaves as food. Of course, the blue-silver grass in 886 can strangle a 100-year soul beast at will. However, it is also very dangerous to face the spirit beast of more than 500 years, and the garbage blue-silver grass of 886. The lowest level soul beast, the most trash waste martial arts soul, has a well-deserved reputation. At this time, after evolving into the bloodline of the Quasi-King, Yang had a reborn change. He can even use leaves as wooden spears to directly pierce spirit beasts under 100 years old. Moreover, he didn't have to be afraid of the ordinary 886 spirit beasts. Even, can slightly leapfrog, comparable to ordinary 1,000-year spirit beasts. This is the advantage of the root blood. Yang still remembered a few powerful bloodline soul beasts in Douluo. 6 10,000 years dark demon evil god tiger, even the sky blue cow python, titan giant ape 2 10,000 years soul beasts, cannot be killed. You know, the azure bull python has the blood of the azure dragon god beast. It can easily leapfrog the enemy. And the 100-year-old titan great ape, its combat power is comparable to ordinary 10,000 years soul beasts. In addition, the dark golden terrifying claw bear in Douluo 2 has the blood of the beast. The combat power has also greatly crossed the ranks. 100 years is comparable to 1,000 years, and 10,000 years is comparable to a human titled Douluo. Even the human-faced devil spider can be compared with the ordinary soul beast of nearly 1,000 years. At this time, Yang finally raised the trash bloodline to above the average level, and he was full of emotion. He couldn't help but glanced at the personal system page. Host, Yang. Roots and feet, blue silver grass Quasi King bloodline. Modification, 886. Bloodline, level 70. Spirit, 56.7, early phase of Lingtong realm. Talent, double copy target skills, consumption points, auxiliary swallow, consumable points to speed up. Points, 8,300, copy target skills, assist in swallowing. Evolution point, 0. Spirit value, 0.83. Soul power value, 0. Soul bone, none. Soul skill, none. Treasures, none. Compared with the previous 3 no products and a series of 0 duck eggs, Yang at this time has a huge evolution in all aspects. Soul power, bloodline roots, and feet have all been greatly improved. Spiritual power, although only from the 100 years demon eye demon tree, there are only a few points from it. But I also allowed myself to break through from the peak of the spiritual element realm of ordinary people to the initial stage of the spiritual realm. Having the initial means of using mental power is also a big transformation. As for the precious points that he had previously thought about, he has accumulated 8,300 points. In the future, whether it is to strengthen the swallowing power or copy the skill battle, you will have confidence. Turning over the surf to sing, the poor boy rushes to a well-off society. Whoosh! Yang waved 9 leaves and inserted them into the soil, making a sneer. Like a shovel, shovel into the dirt, straight into the dirt more than a foot deep. But Yang's blades were only slightly worn out, but they quickly recovered. Yang waved 9 leaves in turn, as a shovel, digging out his roots. Yes, he is going to move. As a plant soul beast, he can control the spread of roots, as well as the blade attack and defense. However, his body position cannot be moved actively. He could only use this method, dig a ditch in front of the main body, and then use the roots and leaves to pull the main body to move. He is going to move to the mixed zone, close to the edge of the outer zone. At the edge of the mixed zone close to the core zone, it is too dangerous. Moreover, he couldn't hunt down the soul beast. Except for the stronger soul power in the air, there is no other benefit. But he didn't want to evolve by absorbing the spirit power in the air, that would be too slow. In addition, if you have defrauded the 10,000 Demon King once, it is better to stay away, which is safer. In the outer area, there have been many soul beasts for thousands of years, which is my hunting ground. Of course, it's best to quickly transform, or find a way to go to the eyes of the ice and fire in the sunset forest, that is the paradise of plant soul beasts. Just as Yang was thinking and digging, when a small hole had just been dug out, a spiritual idea passed into his mind through a special method. Hey! Another Quasi King of my clan was born. It turns out that the lucky one before is a descendant of my clan. At this moment, another spiritual transmission echoed in Yang's brain. This spiritual transmission is very soft, gentle, and joyful. Yang was taken aback, then ecstatic. Blue Silver Emperor. Chapter 6 The Blue Silver Emperor appears. Flicker succeeded. Blue Silver Emperor. Being reborn as Blue Silver Grass, Yang would naturally guess that his future self might have some intersection with Blue Silver Emperor. However, he didn't know the development time of Douluo world at this time. Has the Blue Silver Emperor transformed? Did you meet Tang Hao? Now, at least to be sure, she has not sacrificed to Tang Hao. In other words, Tang San hasn't been born yet. Because, when Tang San was just born, they were chased and killed by Spirit Hall Master Qian Suanji and 2 title Douluos. Hearing what Lan Yinhuang said, Yang carefully considered it to see how to reply. You don't need to be too vigilant. My blue silver grass clan, as the weakest single plant soul beast, I am very happy to have a third Quasi king. Lan Yinhuang's voice transmission was very gentle, even if he didn't see her face. Spiritual sound transmission does not have a clear tone like speaking with the mouth. But Ye Yang could still feel the beauty, gentleness, and kindness of the blue silver emperor. He remembered that in the original work, Tang Hao and his elder brother Tang Xiao were also fascinated by her when they saw the transformed blue silver emperor for the first time. In addition to her appearance and temperament, the most important thing is her kindness. It should be trusted. Ye Yang thought for a moment, pretending to be cute, and using some jerky mental power, he responded, "Who are you?" Lan Yinhuang was very happy, and said quickly, "I am also a blue silver grass, the same clan as you. It's just that I got some chances. The practice time is a little longer. You can say it euphemistically, 10,000 years soul beast, being so polite to me." Ye Yang complained in his heart. However, from this point, it can also be seen that the blue silver emperor respects others and is really kind. Your mental power is much stronger than mine. Are you the real blue silver king, or even the blue silver emperor? Ye Yang continued to spread bait, pretending to be Xiao Menxin. Haha, almost. Lan Yinhuang smiled. Can I feel your position? I can come and guide you to practice and make you faster. She asked again. As the emperor of a clan, he was so polite. Ye Yang complained in his heart. The blue-silver emperor is the blue-silver emperor, with dual suppression of blood and cultivation. She could clearly feel all the blue-silver grass. Just like before, the fierce beast and 10,000 demons king felt the same to all the plant soul beasts. However, this is also an offense. Lan Yinhuang didn't want to do this, but instead asked Ye Yang's consent. She took the initiative to give instructions and ask for consent. What a high-quality wife that is hard to refuse. Ye Yang said with emotion in his heart. However, he still pretended to be surprised. Hey? Can you come? Could it be that you have turned into a human being? That means you have reached 10,000 years and become the blue-silver emperor. Lan Yinhuang's smiling voice came, you are very smart. In the future, you should be able to reach this level. Lan Yinhuang is really silly and sweet. Ye Yang sighed in his heart. He asked the most crucial sentence, Master Lan Yinhuang, how long have you been transformed? This is a core secret issue for the transformation soul beast. Transformation into a human being is equivalent to rebirth and rebuilding. After a short period of transformation, the combat power is not strong at all. Xiao Wu is the best example. Exposing the age of metamorphosis is too dangerous. However, Lan Yinhuang still did not hide from him. 16 springs have been transformed. Oh, 16-year-old girl. It is good. Very good. Yo xi drip. Ye Yang's heart was full of joy. After the 10,000 years soul beast transformed into shape, although it started from the beginning, the speed was extremely fast, and there was no need to absorb the soul ring. As long as it reaches level 60, it enters the maturity stage. As far as the talent of the transformation soul beast is concerned, it is only 20 years old to cultivate to level 60. At this time, the blue-silver emperor had been transformed for 16 years, and his cultivation had reached level 54. It only takes a few years at most to break through level 60. In the original work, Lan Yinhuang just entered the mature stage when Tang San gave birth. Before joining with Tang Hao, the three of them traveled for 3 years. In other words, Lan Yinhuang was only 17 years old when he knew the two brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. At this time, the blue-silver emperor had not yet met Tang Hao. Ha ha ha, Lao Zi's chance is here. Tang Hao, your wife is gone. Tang San, your mother is gone. In Ye Yang's heart, he completely relaxed and looked forward to it. Master Blue-Silver Emperor, I'm at the intersection of the mixed zone and the core zone. Here is a dead 100-year-old demon-eyed demon tree. Lan Yinhuang was very surprised. Hey! Are you there? I've been there, why didn't I see you? According to her guess, the blue-silver Kuei King, that is the blue-silver grass with a cultivation base of about 7–10,000 years, is very powerful. However, there are countless blue-silver grasses in the Douluo Great Forest, but there are very few blue-silver grasses that can reach more than 60,000 years. She knows the specific location. She thought Ye Yang was one of them. Suddenly, she guessed something. Could it be that you? She did not continue to inquire, and quickly stopped the spirit transmission. She naturally knew that in the deepest underground of the Douluo Great Forest, the mighty 10,000 Demon King. Although she is already very powerful, the spiritual transmission among her clan is also extremely hidden. But just in case, I will be right over. After finishing her voice transmission, she quickly flew towards Ye Yang. Ye Yang didn't wait long, he attached his mental power to the leaves as eyes and looked outwards. It didn't take long for him to feel a breath of fresh air. Green avenues spread quickly towards him. A woman wearing a long silver dress and dotted with blue grass leaves floated barefoot. Her slender jade feet are a little bit of grass tip, and the blue-silver grass within 100 meters of the radius grows wildly. Even the rest of the flowers, plants, and trees have gained a lot of benefits. That large piece of half-dead yellow plant that had been swallowed by Yang, its branches and leaves turned green instantly, and it was full of vitality. She is only 16 or 17 years old, with light blue long hair fluttering, and she has an extraordinary temperament like a fairy. Lan Yinhuang stood on the edge of the mixed zone. Only one step away from the core zone. She looked around with big blue amber eyes. There is a patch of ordinary plants all around. A blue-silver grass with the highest age is only 100 years old. She was very puzzled, and Transzian asked, "Where are you?" Originally, Ye Yang was also astringent, pretending to be 100 years old, and his leaves were withered and yellow. At this time, as the blue-silver emperor's life breath radiated, it turned green. An unprecedented sense of comfort made him extremely refreshed, almost groaning. Cool. That's so cool. He has absorbed the soul power between the heavens and the earth, absorbed the nutrients in the soil moisture, and swallowed all kinds of flowers and small trees. He has swallowed even the 100 years demon-eye demon tree, and even the roots of the 53 10,000 years 10,000 demon king. In terms of strength improvement, the roots of the 10,000 demon king are naturally the best. But in terms of comfort and compensation for the depths of the source, the blue-silver emperor is undoubtedly the best. This is like an ordinary mortal. Although he has eaten the meat given by the beast gods, it helps him a lot. But the best meal is at the dinner table of the human emperor. The most suitable is the best. Ye Yang completely relieved his heart, shook a leaf, and said at the same time, "I'm here." Chapter 7 High Quality Silly White Sweet, Heart Beating. The first time I saw you, you wife, I'm going to make it. Seeing the blue-silver emperor hanging barefoot, Ye Yang made up his mind. He admitted that he is indeed an LSP. Except for the young boy and the old man who are too old, the other men are not LSPs, or they are mentally abnormal. However, it was not just the appearance of the blue-silver emperor that fascinated Ye Yang. Goddess-like appearance, fairy-like temperament, bodhisattva-like kindness. Of course, there is also a devilish figure. My weakness has been challenged. Ye Yang muttered in his heart. He waved the blade and spoke to the blue-silver emperor, "I am here." Lan Yinhuang looked down, and the breath of the nearly 100-year-old blue-silver grass under his feet continued to grow stronger. Soon, the spirit power rose to 886, the bloodline aura, and reached the Kuei King level. Ah, you have reached the Kuei King level in less than 900 years. Lan Yinhuang was pleasantly surprised. She knelt down and reached out to touch Ye Yang's leaves. Ye Yang felt weird, like when he was a human being, he was stroking his head with a pair of catkins, and he seemed to be stroking his face and his hands. Lan Yinhuang's white tender and slender hands, touching his leaves, gave him a peculiar sense of comfort. Even his evolutionary points are automatically condensing. His blood is changing on its own. Before, he relied on absorbing external forces to transform his blood. At this time, the breath of the Blue-Silver Emperor caused Yang to transform from his internal origin. In addition, his absorption of spirit power in the air has also become faster. The spirit was also shocked and refreshed. This is simply a humanoid practice aid. No wonder, Tang Hao, after being with the Blue-Silver Emperor, his cultivation level rose rapidly, and he quickly reached level 90, becoming a titled Douluo. Hehe, just a small chance. Yang Chuanyan said with a smile. Your Majesty, can you take me to the outer edge of the mixed zone? Lan Yinhuang nodded, but did not refuse. She naturally knew that with Yang's current strength, surviving here was very dangerous. Not to mention Yang, it was the Blue-Silver Emperor himself, now also practicing in the middle of the mixed zone. She transformed into a human being and rebuilt. Although there are many means to save her life, her attack means are only slightly stronger than level 54. Yang shrunk a large number of roots together. His 9 leaves are only finger width and 20 centimeters long. The stems are similar to chopsticks. But the roots below have hundreds of main roots, hundreds of nearly kilometer long. Even if they are tightly together, there is a big face. Well, yes, this way of practicing is very safe, you are very smart. Lan Yinhuang held up a large group of roots of Yang with one hand, and nodded in admiration. As she said, she held Yang and went to the outside of the forest. Yang's roots are on the palm of Lan Yinhuang, and there is a comfortable feeling of soaking feet in winter and being massaged by someone. The Blue-Silver Emperor's breath made his blood, soul power, spirit, and other aspects slowly and firmly climbed. Yang felt that with the Blue-Silver Emperor, even if he sleeps every day, his soul power can break through 1,000 years in a few years. As for the bloodline, it can reach level 80 and become the bloodline of the Blue-Silver King's root foot. Of course, the mental power may be slower, but it is also far superior to the other spirit beasts. Hey, I don't want to work hard anymore. Yang said. Lan Yinhuang was surprised. Hey? Why? You are only 800 years old, and there is still a long way to go. With your current cultivation level, you will have the bloodline of the Quasi-King level, and you will practice faster in the future and achieve high achievements. She was a little anxious, afraid that Yang would delay her practice. Facing such a silly and sweet queen, Yang, as an old driver, is still full of confidence even if his strength is low. Oh, it's not because of you. Lan Yinhuang was even more surprised. Ah? Did I delay your practice? Yang sighed. Yeah, you made me so miserable. Lan Yinhuang's body stopped, greatly surprised. She quickly explored Yang in her palm with her mental power, checked her injuries, and instilled a pure spirit and vitality. Then, he hurriedly said, Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. But how did I harm you? Yang said solemnly, it made me like you so much. Lan Yinhuang. She thought this sentence was weird, but it wasn't that weird. However, Yang was not injured, which gave her a lot of peace of mind. She moved on, but didn't know how to speak. Seeing that Lan Yinhuang was not angry, Yang continued, Actually, I don't want to go to the edge of the core area. Lan Yinhuang was surprised again, and stopped again. Where do you want to go? As long as it's not too dangerous, I can take you there. Yang sent a voice full of emotion, The place I want to go most is in your heart. My heart is not big, I can only pretend to be the next you. 10 miles in the spring breeze, it's not enough to meet with you, it's not enough to have you in my heart for thousands of miles in a clear sky. This kind of earthy love words of Chi Kuo immediately made Lan Yinhuang unbearable. Her emotions are just the cleanest piece of white paper, how can I hear these? Fang's heart beat suddenly, a little nervous. Yang chased after victory, his tone suddenly became heavy. Oh, it's a pity, I know, I don't deserve you. I have only cultivated for more than 800 years. I have to become 10,000 years before I can be transformed into a human being, right? Lan Yin came, still a little angry. Yang offended her. But after hearing Yang's words, he felt relieved again and comforted. Don't worry, practice hard. Our blue-silver grass has strong vitality and will always succeed. Yang nodded and said, that's good, I will definitely try to transform myself. But, do you know who I want to be? Who? Lan Yinhuang asked subconsciously. Your people. Yang's mouth was hilarious, but his body was very honest, constantly absorbing the energy and breath of the blue-silver emperor, and quickly improving himself in all directions. He knows that the soul beast realm worships power very much. No matter how stupid and sweet the blue-silver emperor was, it was impossible. Hearing a few words of earthy love, he committed himself to giving himself this 800-year-old blue-silver grass. He must become stronger quickly to truly win the blue-silver emperor. Of course, Lan Yinhuang was not stupid. She could see that the 800-year-old junior of the same race in her hand had very high intelligence and strong mental power, coupled with the blood of his quasi-king. It can be said that, apart from a lower cultivation base, he is completely a blue-silver king with 10,000 years. However, it is still not enough. I'm leaving the Star Do Great Forest. After Lan Yinhuang hesitated for a moment, he spoke. Yang was surprised. Damn it, do you want to be so anxious? We just met, hello. I just found your practice cheater. Our soul beasts, if we want to truly transform into human beings, we must contact real people before the maturity period. Otherwise, it will be unsatisfactory and affect future practice. Lan Yinhuang explained. Then let's be together. You wait for me to transform and go to the world to experience together. Lan Yinhuang smiled and shook his head. I admit, your talent is very good. But, if I want to reach 10,000 years and transform into a catastrophe, I may not wait that long. Yang said, we also make a 3-year appointment. 3 years, how about you pointing me at most for 3 years? Yang tried to save it. Blue-Silver Emperor said, your talent is really good. With my guidance, you should improve quickly and have the power to protect yourself. 3 years, almost. Then I will leave when I reach level 59. Chapter 8 Human beings with hammers are the worst thing. Hearing what Lan Yinhuang said, Yang relaxed. From level 54 to level 59, an increase of 5 levels. Even with the talent of the Blue-Silver Emperor, it should take a year or 2. Work hard on your own, and strive to break through to 1 or 2 10,000 years in the past 2 years under the hood of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Even higher soul power cultivation base. Yang's heart was set, and there was a leisurely sentiment, and he asked, right, haven't you asked the Queen's name yet? Let me introduce myself first, we plant soul beasts all like sunlight. Our blue-silver grass is mainly leaves. My name is Yang. Lan Yinhuang murmured, Yang, well, a good name. Your wisdom is really extraordinary. However, I don't have a name yet. The rest of the blue-silver grass, like you, call me the Queen. Yang just wanted to say, just call A Yin. But saw Lan Yinhuang stop and said, okay, here it is. Yang gathered his mental strength and swept around, immediately satisfied. The Blue-Silver Emperor passed through the entire mixed zone, which is the junction with the outer zone. Although the spirit power is much less than that on the other side, at the junction of the mixed zone and the core zone. But there are few dangerous 10,000 years soul beasts, most of them are 1,000-year soul beasts. In addition, there are many 100-year soul beasts in groups. For Yang, there was a certain amount of pressure, but it was more motivated. He can hunt many spirit beasts. From now on, I will not be vegetarian, I will eat meat instead. Yang rejoiced in his heart. Before approaching the core area, he could only find some troubles with plant soul beasts. Animal soul beasts are often 1 or 2 10,000 years, or even 3 or 5 10,000 years, which he can't eat. From now on, this place close to the outer area will be his hunting ground. To hunt animal soul beasts, the main attack part must be the leaves. In the future, the direction of practice is not only to continue to use the roots, but also to make the 9 leaves longer, thicker, and harder to become a big killer. Yang thought in his heart and made plans for the future. Soul beasts are not the same as human beings, and they cannot increase their soul abilities as their age increases. They are talented skills, only 1 or 2 in their lifetime. 10,000 years soul beasts, only 2 or 3. Belongs to a fresh trick, eat all over the sky. The talented soul power is continuously strengthened as the soul power increases. Blue silver grass is too rubbish and has almost no talent skills. However, the current Yang is fundamentally different from the rest of the blue silver grass, and its vitality is extremely strong. The blue silver emperor has transformed this ability into a wildfire that is endless, and spring breeze blows and regenerates, which is already similar to an immortal body. Even if he commits suicide, he will be resurrected after 7 or 49 days, and return to its peak. Even if you sacrifice, you can leave a seed and start all over again. Yang is the bloodline of the blue-silver Quasi-King, naturally not so exaggerated. But at present, even if he faces the 10,000 years spirit beast, it is difficult to kill him. Ran an egg. It's not Yang's personality to be beaten all the time. He needs attack skills. This is also the ability of his system, double copying skills. Yang thought about it, and rerooted in the new territory. He stretched his roots, occupying hundreds of meters below the ground, becoming his territory. However, he also spared some small weeds, mosquito flesh. However, the big trees were swallowed by him, and their soul power was not weak. Your Majesty, do you have any offensive skills? Yang asked with some expectation. He remembered that after the blue-silver emperor sacrificed, the soul bones left behind were also wildfire inexhaustible and flying, 2 auxiliary skills. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit's only attack skill was the blue-silver 6-king gun. Lan Yinhuang was originally serious, teaching Yang how to absorb the spirit power of heaven and earth more efficiently. At this moment, listening to Yang and asking about his attack skills, his eyebrows frowned slightly. She shook her head and sighed softly, "Xiao Yang, you have awakened our blue-silver grass clan, with a rare dark attribute and powerful devouring ability. This practice is fast and violent, but it will cause too many killings. You still want attack skills, then?" She didn't finish, she just shook her head and sighed, feeling unbearable. This time, Yang did not be polite to Lan Yinhuang, and sneered, "Women's benevolence. The blue-silver emperor's too-kind mentality must be corrected. At least, she can't let her kindness affect her. Otherwise, if you become a mother BCH, neither of them will die. Queen, let me tell you a story. A long time ago, there was a man who used hammer martial arts. He was very talented. While going out to practice, I met a kind-hearted 10,000 years alpaca transformed into a human being, and the two got together. The hammer martial arts man, and the alpaca go into hiding, living a life of notation, and don't fight anymore. However, it was discovered by the Spirit Hall. The Hall of Spirits wanted to hunt the alpacas and obtain the spirit ring. The final ending, as you can guess, the alpaca was killed, and the hammer spirit man, from physical to mental, was abolished. Do you understand it? The blue-silver emperor's teeth bit his lower lip, his complexion changed and his expression tangled. Finally, she sighed softly. "Oh, you are right. In the big forest, I have seen a lot of fights between human races and soul beasts and soul beasts, and between human races and human races. I am indeed not qualified. Asking you to practice according to my requirements would be unfair to you. Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't cause innocent killings. In addition, what I want to tell you about that story is that the hammer spirit man is not a good person." Forward. Lan Yinhuang stared at Yang in surprise. What is the logic? My story just now is not finished. Alpaca and the hammer martial arts man gave birth to a child. Before the alpaca is dying, let the men take care of their children. However, because of the death of his wife, the man has completely become a useless person. Lan Yinhuang's heart softened and said softly, "He loves his wife too much, and it is excusable." Yang sneered and said, "Haha, is there any excuse? First of all, because he offended the spirit hall, his father was angry and soon died. His sect family has therefore closed and lived in seclusion, completely losing its former scenery, shrouded in the mountains and struggling to survive." Yang paused for a moment, and continued, "That's all. But, as a generation of arrogance, a top powerhouse, he didn't even go to the Wuhan Hall to take revenge. If you love his wife so much, and if you don't cherish yourself, why not take revenge? With his strength, it is bound to bring huge trauma to the spirit hall. In addition, the spirit bone left by his wife was also left in the forest by him, why not bring it with him? The so-called companionship is just a joke. The wine jar he accompanies the most." Lan Yinhuang tentatively said, "Then should he treat his children well, right? After all, this is his wife's last wish. Children are them too, the crystallization of love." Yang laughed, "This is the most painful." "Oh, you don't know that it hurts, that's the most speechless place. He took his son, lived in seclusion in a small village, drank all day, and lived a life of poverty. The child is only 4 or 5 years old, and he started cooking and doing housework. When I was 6 years old, I was already able to strike iron skillfully. Not only did he not get his father's care, but he also took care of his father. An old village chief in his 70s or 80s takes more care of his children than his father." Lan Yinhuang opened his mouth slightly, extremely surprised, disappointed and hated. What kind of man is this? It's too irresponsible. Yang shook the leaves and lifted one of the leaves to the blue-silver emperor. "First, because of him, letting my father die early is unfilial." The second leaf stretched out in front of the blue-silver emperor. "Second, I'm sorry for the family sect, because it is unfaithful." The third leaf stretched out. "Third, it is unrighteous not to dare to avenge the martial soul palace for his wife. Fourth, the way of raising my son is unkind. Fifth, it is unbelief to forget the wife's last wish and fail to comply with the wife's last wish before her death." Yang retracted 5 leaves, clasping a fist. "Such an unfaithful, unrighteous, and unbelief person, no matter how talented he is a scumbag. Furthermore, his talent is just like that. He was only level 78 when he went down the mountain at the age of 30, and he was level 90 at the age of 44. He dared to claim to be number 1 in the world. Yamanaka really has no tigers, monkeys are the king. So, Your Majesty, do you understand?" Lan Yinhuang hesitated and said, "I." Yang said directly, "So, you must not come close, the man who uses the hammer martial arts. Humans who use hammers are not good things." Chapter 9 Devouring Ghost Vine. Break through the millennium. Seeking collection. Comfortable. So comfy. Yang was full of emotion and enjoyment in his heart. The blue-silver emperor released the blue-silver domain and enveloped him. Yang seemed to be in a fairyland, the best holy land, nourishing him in all aspects from soul power, spirit, and blood. Lan Yinhuang didn't, and directly instilled energy into him. But the help to Yang was great. Within a radius of several thousand meters, a huge area is formed. The breath of life is strong, and every blue-silver grass in it cheers and grows swiftly. They absorb the power of the blue-silver emperor's domain, but then feed it back to expand the domain. Yang is the same. In a sense, this is like a special double repair of plants, mutual benefit and reciprocity. The blue-silver emperor releases the domain, not only does not consume, but is also a practice to improve himself. Yang enjoyed it, transforming from the depths of the source. However, such a big move naturally cannot last forever. That will attract the attention of the strong. It only lasts a few hours a day, but it is also equivalent to practicing for several days. After 10 days and a half, Yang and Lan Yinhuang were about to change places. This is not only avoiding unnecessary danger, but also Yang hunting. He is like a forest gardener. Every time he settles down, he will kill all the plant soul beasts except the blue-silver grass in the place where the surrounding roots are covered. If the animal soul beast can be overtaken, he will naturally not let it go. Yang's cultivation was rapidly improving. Lan Yinko didn't oppose anymore, but she wouldn't help Yang hunt down soul beasts either. 1 month passed by in a flash, and midsummer was coming. It has been 5 months since Yang came across. This month, his spirit power has improved for more than 100 years, which is close to 1,000 years. The bloodline level, however, increased slowly, and only increased by 1 level, reaching level 71. To reach level 72 evolution points are required, which is naturally slower. There are also very few mental points, only a few points have been added, allowing him to break through 60 mental power points. This speed is actually very fast. But for Yang, it was far from enough. On this day, Lan Yinhuang took Yang and changed the location for the 5th time. When Yang took root in the soil, soon, his spirit was shocked. He sensed the plant soul beast. The real plant soul beast. It is not flowers, plants, or trees. After being nourished by spirit power, it slowly possesses spirit power. It was a plant soul beast that had the ability to attack as soon as it shot. When Yang spread out the roots, he was even more pleasantly surprised. Ghost vine. This is a dark black vine with thick arms wrapped around a big tree. There are many spikes with hooks on the vines. Yang still remembered that this was Tang San's second spirit ability. The original Tang San absorbed a 600-year-old ghost vine, giving the blue-silver grass martial arts spirit a parasitic spirit ability. In addition, there are auxiliary abilities of paralysis and entanglement. Soul power for nearly 1,000 years, not bad. After Yang sensed the opponent's strength, he was secretly happy. If he is just ordinary blue-silver grass, he is naturally not Gai Teng's opponent. But at this time Yang was already the bloodline of the blue-silver grass Kuei-Sai King. Even the ghost vine of 1,500, he can fight. He condensed his mind, spreading all the roots towards the ghost vine without reservation. With Lan Yinhuang sitting on his body, he doesn't have to worry about being stolen from the tower. As Yang's large number of roots approached fiercely, Gui Teng felt something. Yang's attack came from underground. For many spirit beasts, it is not easy to guard against. But Ghost Vine is not in this list. It belongs to the parasitic type of soul beast, rooted in the big tree, absorbing other plants, even animal soul beast soul power. It is not afraid of Yang stealing the tower. Moreover, its parasitic talent skills are also terrifying. Yang's roots drilled under the big tree, separated apart, and instantly twisted the roots of the tree. Devour. It's better to give it to yourself than to nourish the enemy. Soon, the soul power and vitality of the big tree were swallowed by Yang and quickly turned into a dead tree. Wow! As the leaves fell, Yang's roots burrowed out of the soil. There are 200 main roots, as thick as chopsticks. Under the cover of dead leaves, they rose to the sky and rushed to the ghost vine. However, this ghost vine is also a ghost. It unexpectedly used its parasitic spirit ability in advance, and small seeds were expelled from its vines and fell along with the dead leaves. At this moment, it germinates instantly, takes root and sprouts, entwining Yayang's roots. Devour. The parasitic ability of the ghost vine is also a very powerful swallow. In addition, there are paralysis and entanglement assistance capabilities. However, the spirit power of both sides is equal, and the devouring power of ghost vine is not weak. However, it was not Yayang's opponent either. The many little ghost vines parasitic on Yayang's roots, the ghost vine body exerts its spirit power, and consumes the host's spirit power, and grows rapidly. But before they absorbed Yayang's soul power, they were counter-absorbed by Yayang. They just took root and sprouted, but they were swallowed up by Yayang before they had time to grow up. Even the special toxin of paralysis, Yayang didn't care. This bit of toxin is far worse than the previous demon eye demon tree. Ding! Obtain ghost power plus 0.01 plus 0.01 plus 0.01. The system sounds. Although each ghost vine seed only has 0.01 soul power value. However, at this moment, Gaitang provided hundreds of seeds. In an instant, it brought a dozen points of soul power to Yayang. Ding! Congratulations to host, the soul power has broken through 1,000 years, and the reward points are 10,000 points. Yayang was overjoyed and finally waited. He no longer worried, the consumption of points. System, consume 1,000 points for me, double swallow. P.S. I ask for collection, evaluation votes, investment, and book reviews, especially book reviews. Readers who are chasing after the update have a bubble, I know if anyone reads it. Someone left a comment in the book review area, I will add it immediately. Chapter 10 3000 Years of Mandala Snake. Copy skills for the first time. 1,000 points is not a small sum. However, Yayang used it without hesitation. Because this improved not only speed, but also the efficiency of soul power conversion. After the system participates, if you want to double the consumption, the points consumed correspond to the age limit of the copy object. In other words, the ghost vine has 1,000-year spirit power, and Yayang consumes 1,000 points to consume it with twice the efficiency of the ghost vine. In addition, it can also increase the original 1/10 of the soul power conversion rate to 2/10. 100 years will turn into 200 years. Before, when Yayang absorbed the 100 years demon eye demon tree, he even used 500 points in the end to bless his swallowing ability. That can increase the swallowing speed by 5 times. It can also convert half of the spirit power of the demon eye and demon tree for your own use. At this time, with the consumption of 1,000 points, Yayang's roots instantly entangled, this ghost vine with nearly 1,000 years of spirit power. It panicked instantly, pulling out its roots from the dead tree in a hurry, trying to escape. I have consumed all my points, do you still want to escape? Even if you don't have points, you can't escape. Yayang sneered in his heart and quickly absorbed the ghost vine. Ding! Obtain soul power plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus. Absorbing the ghost vine body, and having double blessing, the soul power increases extremely fast. However, the increase in mental power and evolution point is almost negligible. Hey, it's a garbage soul beast again. Yayang disgusted in his heart. Before long, the struggle of the ghost vines abated, and the vines became shriveled and withered. In the end, his life was completely lost. Yayang's spirit power also reached 1194. The evolution value has increased by a few points, allowing him to reach level 72 with his feet. The stronger the roots, the more difficult it is to obtain evolution points. Yayang had a headache. In other words, if he wants to evolve quickly in the future, he will need to absorb stronger and stronger soul beasts. Garbage soul beasts can provide soul power, but cannot provide evolution value. As for the mental value, it is less than 1 point. Silly ghost vine, no IQ at all. Not to mention the 1,000-year plant soul beast, even the 1,000-year animal soul beast, not high in intelligence, and not strong in spirit. Yang pulled out the roots from the dead tree and the withered ghost vine, and slowly retracted into the ground. However, he soon felt that there was something wrong. On the ground, there was a special rubbing sound and a slight vibration. Yang is a blue-silver grass, rooted in the ground, and is very sensitive to the movement of the ground. It's a snake-like soul beast. Moreover, the size is not small. He quickly made a judgment. Soon, he saw a snake emerge from the jungle and rush towards the dead tree. It has the triangular head of Lion Majesty, but the neck and body are very sturdy, the same as without Lion Majesty. The scales shone with Madara's color, but they have a touch of metal texture and are extremely hard. As its body continued to emerge from behind the bushes, Yang's heart became more shocked. Its thickest abdomen is as thick as a bucket. And the length has reached a terrifying 30 meters. It is like a special poisonous snake. Mandala snake. Yang thought of something, shocked in his heart. In the original work, Tang San's first spirit ring was the mandala snake. With an annual growth rate of 1 centimeter, the mandala snake that is nearly 400 years old makes the 29-level master lose his armor and abandon his armor. It was Tang San using the Tang sect technique to kill him. And the mandala snake in front of me, obviously has 3,000 years of cultivation. It may be the movement made by Yang when he hunted the ghost vines that led to this poisonous python. After seeing Yang's roots and the withered ghost vine, he stopped again. Yang could see the obvious disappointment in his eyes. Obviously, this snake is very intelligent. The mandala snake turned his head, ready to leave. Plant soul beasts, and they are just some roots, to it, naturally there is no attraction. However, after some psychological struggle, Yang gritted his teeth and prepared to hunt down this giant mandala snake. Your Majesty, help me move the body over. Yang's body quickly spread the voice. Lan Yinhuang had known about the battle a kilometer away. It is also clear that the mandala snake for 3,000 years is coming. After hearing Yang's transmission, he hesitated. You are only 1,200 years old, and that snake foot is 3,000 years old. Its combat power is even comparable to an ordinary soul beast of 4,000 to 5,000 years. You want to hunt it? It's too dangerous. Yang said in a deep voice, don't worry about it. Move me over. It was the first time that Lan Yinhuang heard such words. Moreover, she was still a junior of her clan, and even dared to speak to her like this. However, she still did not blame. Okay. Be careful. I won't help you until it's critical. She warned. Don't help me. After Yang Gang finished transmitting the sound, his body was held up by the blue-silver emperor and quickly moved to the dead tree. Just as the mandala snake was about to leave, he saw a green light flashing behind him, and a blue-silver grass with an extremely well-developed root system appeared in the air and fell towards it. The mandala is a little confused. What's the situation? It can sense that this blue-silver grass is the body of the roots it saw just now. 1,000-year cultivation base, just hunted down 1,000-year ghost vine. Now, have you shot yourself? It flicked its tail casually, trying to get Su Yang flying, but didn't put him in its eyes at all. Bold evildoer, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. It didn't put me in the eyes at all. System, cost me 6,000 points to copy the winding skills. Like the enhanced devouring skill, the points consumed for copying the target skill correspond to the age of the copying target. The skill of the mandala snake is winding. With its powerful physical body, the power of entanglement is terrifying, just like the attack method without Lion Majesty. By strangling the ribs of the prey, remove the air from the lungs, allowing the prey to suffocate and bleed to death. In addition, the mandala snake is highly venomous. Combining the skills of Lion Majesty and Lion Majesty perfectly, it is a very powerful soul beast. Consumption of 3000 points, you can duplicate its winding power twice. However, Yang knew that just twice the winding skill, with the toughness of his own leaves, might not be enough. Therefore, he directly consumes 6000 points. His original 8300 points, plus the 10,000 points rewarded by the system for his soul power to break through 1000 years, were enough to squander. Ding! Consumption of 6000 points, the host has the target triple winding skills. The time to use the skill is equal to the number of breaths of the host in the current age. With the sound of the system, Yang's 9 leaves suddenly skyrocketed, becoming as wide as a palm and reaching 3 meters long. When falling in the air, they entangled the tail of the mandala snake one after another. A countdown also appeared in front of Yun's eyes. 1194 breathing time, which is 119.4 minutes, close to 2 hours. Chapter 11 Transformation into the Blue Silver King. Lan Yinhuang's shock. In an instant, Yang's 9 leaves surged to 3 meters long and palms wide, entwining the vigorous snake's tail. Snapped. The tail is drawn on the leaf, like 9 people clapping vigorously at the same time, making a loud and crisp sound. Yang was naturally not drawn away, his 9 leaves were tightly entwined with the tail of the mandala. Moreover, the triple strangulation skills strengthened not only strength, but also his leaves. Like 9 steel cables, slammed into the tail of the mandala snake fiercely. The hard snake scales of the mandala were strangled to crack, like an iron sheet, twisted and cracked. Hiss! The mandala snake opened its big mouth and let out a scream of anger. It looked back abruptly and saw it in anger. Not only did the ordinary blue-silver grass not be swept away by himself, it was entangled tightly around his tail. Moreover, many of the scales on the tail were cracked, and blood shot out. It subconsciously bends its tail and body to entangle Yang's leaves. However, Yang's leaves are very thin, sticking to the tail of the mandala. Even if the mandala's body and tail were entwined with the leaves, it had no effect on Yang. This feeling is like the instep, being stepped on continuously. It hurts, but it won't hurt. Seeing that the mandala didn't work, he opened his mouth, turned around and bit it. The mouth of a snake can be opened up to a terrifying 130 degrees, which is quite separate from the limit of a human thumb and index finger. The 3,000-year-old mandala snake has a head as big as a wash basin. After opening his big mouth, it is comparable to a small round table, which can easily swallow an adult. After Lan Yinhuang moved Yang over, she quietly hid it. At this moment, seeing this scene, she was shocked and subconsciously wanted to help. Yang's talent is very good, his courage and mental strength are extraordinary, and his future achievements are limitless. It would be a pity if you died prematurely. What's more, Yang still had some effect on the Blue-Silver Emperor's provocation from time to time these days. Lan Yinhuang was not in love with him, but at least he was a very good friend. However, just when she was about to make a move, Yang's large piece of grass roots, facing the mandala snake's head, slammed it over. In the rustling sound, Yang's large number of roots were wrapped around the mandala's head. His roots, although not threefold strengthened leaves, are so tough and powerful. But the number and length are dozens or hundreds of times the leaves. Hundreds of meters long, the thick main root of chopsticks, wrapped around the head of the mandala, instantly wrapped it into a big dumpling. In addition, there are a large number of roots that entangle its neck and body. System, consume 12,000 points for me to strengthen the devouring skills. Yang said loudly to the system in the crackling sound of the grass root being bitten by the mandala's mouth. Ding! Consume 12,000 points to strengthen the devouring skills by 5 times. With the sound of the system, a terrifying swallowing power appeared in Yun's numerous roots. The originally angry mandala suddenly felt shocked. the roots that were originally wrapped around its head, mouth, neck, and upper body. It's like suddenly opening a big mouth in the blood basin, frantically devouring the soul power, blood, and even mental power in its body. Ding! Obtain soul power +5 +5 +5. Ding! Obtain evolution points +1 +1 +1. Ding! Get mental value +0.12 +0.13 +0.11. The 3 different system prompts sounded, letting Yang breathe a sigh of relief. 18,000 points, which almost emptied Yang's accumulation, finally saw results. The struggling of the mandala instantly released its strength, making it extremely frightened. However, it quickly regrouped, tried its best and struggled. The 30-meter-long, thick body of the bucket gives it terrifying power. Such a huge poisonous python, if on Earth, is the absolute overlord. Not to mention the lion and tiger, it is the largest African male elephant of 7 or 8 tons, and it is not its opponent. Yang's roots crackled again and continued to grow. But overall, it breaks faster. Lan Yinhuang just breathed a sigh of relief and worried again. With her eyes, it can be seen at a glance. The mandala will smash all Yang's roots before Yang swallows it. The vitality of blue-silver grass is indeed strong, but it refers to the leaves. Even if all the leaves are torn off and burned, as long as they do not damage the roots in the soil, they can still regenerate quickly. Wildfire, in spring. But the roots are fundamental. If Yang loses all his roots, it is definitely a serious injury to his vitality, not to mention that his cultivation base has fallen, and he may even be seriously injured and dying. But soon, she saw that Yang changed his tactics. The 9 leaves that were originally entangled in the mandala snake's tail, after strangling the tail bloody, let go of the tail. But there are a lot of roots, quickly come over to replace them, entangled in the tail. It can better absorb and swallow the blood essence and soul power of the mandala snake. 9 leaves with stronger winding force, each 3 meters long, spread at both ends, can cover a section of snake body of 6 meters. Remove the 6-meter tail. At this time, the place where the 9 leaves are entwined is almost the eye of the mandala snake. The leaves entangled fiercely again, crushing the scales of the snake. Roots crawled over, entangled and swallowed. After a few seconds, the 9 leaves moved 6 meters forward again to reach the midsection of the snake's abdomen. Here is the mandala snake, the thickest part and the most powerful part. It struggled frantically, carrying Yang around its body, constantly rubbing and smashing the ground, hitting tree trunks and rocks. In this way of losing both ends, I want to get rid of Yang. However, Yang was hard to resist the impact and was going to swallow it like crazy. Lao Zihuo has done everything, how can I just give up? Yang gritted his teeth in his heart, and also roared, devouring an entanglement with all his strength. Click! Finally, there was a clicking sound again. The middle body of the mandala snake was also strangled by Yang's leaves, dripping with blood. A large number of roots moved down from the snake's neck and swallowed frantically. Even, want to get into the abdomen, tighten and swallow its internal organs. However, the full resistance of the mandala snake in 3000 also put Yang under great pressure. Even if there is a systematic triple winding blessing, his leaves will clank, and the edges of the grass blades have cracked. Yang couldn't let go of the leaves. Nor could it continue to wind up the mandala snake's neck and head. But he kept tightening, and was also consuming and squeezing out the air in the mandala snake's abdomen. It's like the entanglement of snakes. As for the datura snake, after using Yang to move away a large number of roots, its head struggles even more and it constantly bites the roots. The real lose-lose. Both sides have reached a critical juncture, whoever breathes a sigh of relief will fall short. I don't know how long it took, Yang was almost reaching the limit. Ding! Congratulations to host, the evolution point reached 80 points, broke through to level 80, transformed into the Blue Silver King, and rewarded 8,000 points. The sound of the system shocked Ye Yang's spirit. He had reached the limit originally, a piece of broken roots and leaves, as if absorbed a divine liquid, quickly transformed. The Blue-Silver Emperor, who was ready to help again, stopped again, watching Ye Yang's transformation with surprise. The 9 leaves shine brightly, and the blue and silver are extremely bright. Especially the silver light, which occupies half of the blue. Moreover, the veins of the blue leaves are all rendered silver. Blue-Silver King. In such a short time, he turned into the Blue-Silver King. Lan Yinhuang squeezed his 2 small fists and hugged them in front of his chest. Luster shone in her beautiful eyes, and she looked at Ye Yang in shock. There are hundreds of millions of blue-silver grasses in the entire Stardew Great Forest. But because of poor roots and poor cultivation, the entire continent, except for the Blue-Silver Emperor, there is only one Blue-Silver King that has been around for 85,000 years. Now, finally there is another one, and the new Blue-Silver King appears. Chapter 12 Continuous Fishing, Breaking Through 4,000 Years. Ye Yang's leaves are not only reborn, their color is more brilliant, and they are also tougher. It has also become longer, from 3 meters to 6 meters. Moreover, the number has also doubled, from 9 to 18. Whoosh whoosh. With 18 leaves, the bee bravely climbed up, entwining the upper half of the mandala snake almost entirely. Only a head and a small section of his neck were exposed, and he could no longer bite. Hiss! The mandala snake makes a neighing sound. But it was no longer anger, but panic. The voice is also short of breath, weak and dying. There was no suspense behind. The mandala snake, surrounded by the transformed Ye Yang, no longer had a trace of resistance. Ye Yang's roots also exploded to a kilometer long. The number has also exceeded 300, an increase of 3 or 4 times. The roots alone cover the mandala snake tightly. There is no need for the entanglement of the leaves, and the mandala snake that has gone away cannot break free. Ye Yang completely let go of his mind and devoured it wholeheartedly. Lan Yinhuang turned his head and couldn't bear to watch this cruel scene. By the way, the system, there are still 982 breaths left, that is, there are 98 minutes left, and it only took 21 minutes. My winding skills used 6,000 points, can I refund 4,800 points now? 4,000 points are fine, no less. The system is silent. It has no wisdom, but at this time it is a bit stuck and a bit speechless. Is host a bit shameless? Can you still go back the points you spent? Ding! Back to host, points will not be refunded. Hey, there is something to discuss. Return me half, I only need 3,000 head office, right? If host insists on requesting a refund, this system can allow it, but the reward will be cancelled in the future. Hey, don't, system brother, just kidding, just kidding. Ye Yang hurriedly turned to Zundeo. Just when Ye Yang swallowed the essence of mandala, thinking that his 6,000 point copy of the triple strangulation skill was about to expire, he suddenly sensed something. Hundreds of roots disappeared, burrowed into the ground, and spread rapidly towards the distance. In the outer area 600 meters away, a ghost wolf appeared, with blue eyes, like a burning ghost fire. Its body was iron grey, its body was vigorous, and it was approaching Ye Yang cautiously. Constantly shaking his nose, sniffing the smell of blood in the air. Obviously, it was also attracted by the war and the smell of blood. As the mental power breaks through ordinary people and enters the Lingtong realm, Ye Yang's memory improves. Many forgotten things in the past life are also recollected. He remembered that this ghost wolf was the first soul beast hunted when the master took Tang San into the forest for the first time in the original work and hunted him the first spirit ring. However, this is a very ordinary spirit beast, most of which are at the 10-year level. As soon as Ye Yang's roots moved, he was ready to swallow it. This ghost wolf has about 80 years of soul power, and with 5 times the devouring power blessed by the system at this time, it can transform 40 years of soul power. Mosquitoes are small and meaty, which is not bad. However, when he was about to do it, Yang held back again. The nether wolf continued to approach and stopped at a distance of 200 meters from Yang. Its powerful vision, through the shadowy branches and leaves, looked towards where Yang swallowed the mandala snake. Seeing it had not found any danger, a group of ghost wolves appeared hundreds of meters away. Wolves are social animals, and there are very few lone wolves. The ghost wolf that appeared first was obviously a spy. Seeing more than a dozen ghost wolves that appeared, and there were wolves that were hundreds of years old, Yang smiled. Whoosh whoosh. There were hundreds of roots, and dirt emerged in an instant, entwining the wolf's claws. The group of ghost wolves was startled, struggling quickly, and biting with their teeth. But in the next moment, the roots of their claws were wrapped around, and they came together in an instant, like a wooden spear, piercing through their mouths and piercing their throats. Devour. In the horror of the nether wolf, a terrifying devouring force came. Their intestines, stomach, and internal organs were swallowed up with a lot of energy in an instant, and severe pain came. The nether wolf had only time to bite the roots once or twice, and before it could bite off, his body was hollowed out. These 100-year-old ghost wolves couldn't resist Yang's swallowing a few breaths, and soon became a corpse. Ding! Congratulations to host, soul power broke through 2000. The 13 ghost wolves, with a combined age of about 1000 years, have quickly provided Yang with 500 years of spirit power. In addition, devouring the soul power of the mandala snake, Yang's soul power broke through from 1194 to 2000. However, there is no point reward. System, you won't be angry anymore, won't you be rewarded? Back to host, this system has no emotions and will not be angry. Only when the host breaks through the 10 years, 100 years, 1000 years, 10,000 years, and 10,000 years, will it be awarded 10 times points. However, after the 10,000 years level, every 10,000 years level will be rewarded with millions of points. Hearing the system's answer, Yang was a little disappointed. But after thinking of the 10,000 years, he was full of expectations for the rich rewards. Yang, who tasted the sweetness of fishing, slowed down the devouring of the mandala snake. He deliberately left a snake's tail to let the smell of blood overflow. It didn't take long for him to sense a 1000-year bloodthirsty tiger in another direction. Yang now has a spirit power close to 3000 years, and his bloodline is the Blue Silver King. It took almost no effort to hunt down the 1000-year bloodthirsty tiger. It is another 500 years of soul power. There is even a 1200-year-old crypt demon spider sneaking up from the ground. But Yang is the real underground king. After some underground chases, the crypt demon spider quickly drank bitterness. Another 600 years of soul power. Sure enough, cultivation has the ability to swallow, which is the biggest threat. Birds, souls, and beasts also flew in the sky, but Yang could only give up. The soul beasts fell one after another, and the other soul beasts never dared to approach it again. As time passed, Yang swallowed the mandala snake with all his strength. Ding! Congratulations to host, soul power has broken through 4000 years. Ding! Host defeats the strong with the weak, kills the 3000-year-old mandala snake, rewards 10,000 points. Finally, when Yang swallowed the mandala snake, the system sounded. Yang was overjoyed. And his heart was immediately satisfied. He glanced at the current system personal page. Host, Yang. Roots, Blue and Silver King's bloodline. Repair, 4000 years. Bloodline, level 83. Spirit, 67, early stage of Lingtong realm. Talent, double copy target skills, consumption points, auxiliary swallow, consumable points to speed up. Points, 18,300, copy target skills, assist in swallowing. Evolution points, 34. Spirit value, 0.53. Soul power value, 53. Soul bone, to be collected. Spirit ability, entangling, 130 breathing time remaining. Treasures, none. The current evolution point needs to reach 84 points before it can be upgraded to level 1. The spirit point is an integer, which will be added to the spirit. As for the spirit power value, 100 points are equal to 1 year of spirit power. Therefore, every time Yang reads his personal page, these 3 columns contain small data. Every time Yang reached the promotion conditions, Yang used it to improve his strength in time. No need to save, stupid behavior. As for the soul bone? To be charged? Yang didn't care about the next few columns, but when he saw that the soul bone column was not blank, he was shocked. He waved the leaves and peeled away the skin and muscles of the shriveled mandala snake's tail. Suddenly, a special light rose. Soul bone. Chapter 13 in 3012. Mandala snake tail with soul bone. Ha ha ha, soul bone. Is this a soul bone? Yang wanted to roar up to the sky, cheering loudly. However, it can only be spiritually transmitted. Lan Yinhuang appeared beside him with a smile, and was sincerely happy for Yang. Although, Yang's victory and the surge in strength made her a little puzzled. But she did not delve into it. Soul beasts with great luck basically have their own opportunities and secrets. The time for Lan Yinhuang to practice was not long in fact. The 85,000-year-old Blue Silver King is much older than her, and is a true predecessor. However, the Blue Silver Emperor was able to catch up, taking the lead in breaking through 10,000 years, and becoming the Blue Silver Emperor also has her own chance. She looked at Yang, and took a 6-meter-long snake tail soul bone that was thick in the thigh and thick in the fingers slowly from the mandala snake corpse. Yang wrapped a few leaves and roots around the thick snake tail soul bone. Feeling the majestic energy in the soul bone, his heart was full of emotion. The chance of the appearance of the soul bone is only 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Of course, this is the average. 10 years of soul beasts, it is impossible to have soul bones. 100-year-old spirit beast, except for its extremely powerful blood, is unlikely to have a spirit bone. The soul beast that has just reached the millennium has a chance of almost 1 in 10,000. And as the strength increases, the chance of producing spirit bones is also higher. For spirit beasts more than 5,000 years old, the probability of spirit bones is about 1 in 1,000. And for the 10,000 years soul beast, the probability of the soul bone is basically 1%. 7 high-level 10,000 years soul beasts above 10,000 years, equivalent to soul beasts above human race contra, are of extraordinary blood. The probability of them producing spirit bones can even reach 1 in 10. And 10,000 years soul beasts must produce soul bones. For the mandala snake of 3,000 years, the probability of producing spirit bones is about 1%. With such a low probability, he was naturally happy to be met by Yang. What? But immediately, he screamed. What's wrong? This time, Lan Yinhuang didn't hesitate, and immediately shot and flew to Yang's side. She flew the soul bone, a strong force of life enveloped Yang. And, explore his whole body with mental power. She thought it was the soul of the mandala snake, hiding in the soul bone, attacking Yang. This kind of thing is very common. The soul bone is the upgraded body of the energy essence of the soul beast, and the soul hides in it, just like in the original brain. Moreover, it is not easy to detect. Over the years, she had seen it 3 times. When the human spirit master absorbed the spirit bone, there was an error. The hidden soul of the beast shocked the brain into an idiot. However, during this inspection, she found that Yang was safe and sound. However, he looked desperate. It's over, it's all over. Yang wanted to cry without tears. I haven't transformed into a human form yet, so I can't use spirit bones. Ah! He wailed, desperate for life. He hugged Lan Yinhuang's leg with the blade, wound up from the calf to the thigh. The clear touch from the leaves made him almost the same as when he had a human body. However, the touch of 18 leaves still cannot eliminate his pain. Ask how worried Ken Kun be, just like a group of eunuchs going to the brothel. Lan Yinhuang didn't know what an eunuch was, or a brothel, but she knew Yang was really sad. Don't worry, wait for you to transform into a human in the future, and then use your spirit bones, isn't it all right? She comforted softly. But, that would have to wait for several years. Yang said helplessly. Lan Yinhuang was speechless. You are only 4,000 years old, and there are more than 90,000 years away from the transformation of 10,000 years. Do you want to break through in a few years? Moreover, according to what you mean, how many years is too long? Fortunately, it is the Blue Silver Emperor, who has a kind heart. If someone else heard it, it might be a direct swear word. Yang leaned out the leaves and took back the soul bone. He originally wanted to give the soul bone to the Blue Silver Emperor for fusion. This kind of soul bone, for the Blue Silver Emperor, could greatly strengthen her attack ability. However, he hesitated and gave up again. It's not reluctant, Ayin will be his wife sooner or later. What he thought was that after Ayin merged with his soul bone, his physique and his feet were greatly improved. The speed of practice will also increase. She was originally rebuilt, and she is very talented. This has only been over a month, and I have practiced from level 64 to level 65. The distance is 69 levels, only 4 levels away. He and Ayin have not been together for a long time. If spirit bones are given, the time together will naturally be shortened again. After she enters the maturity stage later, then give her the spirit bone, it's the same. Ding! Congratulations to host, for successfully obtaining the mandala tail with soul bone, 3012, reward points 30,120 points. Just as Yang used leaves and roots to curl his soul bones and his thoughts continued, the system sounded. What? Yang exclaimed again. External soul bone. I'm a big FK. Isn't this sprinkling salt heavily on my wound? The soul bone attached outside, that is the most special and rarest kind of soul bone. In addition to the 6 major types of spirit bones, it is a special existence. The degree of preciousness is even slightly higher than that of the torso soul bone and the 10,000 years soul bones on the limbs. Only the 10,000 years soul ring, the 10,000 years torso soul bone, and the 10,000 years head soul bones that can be met and unquestioned can be slightly better. Moreover, for some geniuses, even the external soul bone is more important than the 10,000 years torso soul bone. For example, Tang San, the spirit bone attached to the 8-spear spider, is absolutely more important to him than he has obtained 10,000 years spirit bone. It is because the external spirit bone will evolve with the improvement of its owner's spirit power. Therefore, the sooner the external soul bone is absorbed, the better. In addition, after the external spirit bone is absorbed, it will be similar to the master's spirit ring. Once the master is alive and dead, the spirit bone will disappear. This is very safe and will not be killed to take bones. As for the remaining spirit bones, after the owner is killed, the spirit bones will fall off and be fused again by others. Therefore, having a soul bone is also very dangerous. It is equivalent to carrying an eye-catching treasure, which is easy to be assassinated. This is an external spirit bone. Sure enough, even Lan Yinhuang's eyes widened and surprised. She probed the tailbone carefully, and sure enough, she found some differences. It has a kind of vitality, like a bud, and the vitality to continue to grow. Unlike the rest of the spirit bones, lifeless. Yang suddenly thought of something as his meat hurts. And many more. Maybe I can absorb this external spirit bone. Chapter 14 Soul beasts can also absorb soul bones. Blue Silver 6 King Gun. External spirit bones are extremely rare, and the absorption conditions are also extremely harsh. That is, the spirit ring of the spirit beast must be absorbed before the external spirit bone can be absorbed. Yang naturally remembered Tang San's spirit bone attached to it, the 8-spear spider of the human face demon spider. This was Tang San's third spirit ring. According to the master's theory, the third spirit ring could only absorb the year 1760. The human face demon spider has reached the year 2000. After Tang San was overloaded and absorbed, he reaped great benefits. Then, he absorbed the external spirit bone, which was also very helpful to the physique and roots. It can be said that the 8-spear spider with spirit bone attached to it was the key to Tang San's rapid rise and reincarnation. At this moment, the mandala snake-tail spirit bone in front of Yang's eyes was a 3,000-year-old external spirit bone. Although Yang hadn't directly absorbed the mandala snake's spirit ring, but its flesh and blood, spirit, soul power, and all energy essence were swallowed by Yang. Therefore, the spirit ring of the mandala snake has never appeared. Yang absorbed it thoroughly. Logically speaking, for the mandala snake's external soul bone, the fit is even higher. In addition, as a blue-silver grass, because of its low starting point, it has a high degree of compatibility with various energies. Therefore, Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit, whether it was an animal or a plant spirit ring, could all be absorbed. Yang wants to try it too. He let the Lan Yinhuang take it, leave the place and hide at the foot of a hidden mountain. He rested slightly and adjusted to his best condition. Then, he stretched out a leaf and stuck it on the soul bone attached to the tail of the mandala snake. He urged the devouring power again, wanting to fuse it. The spirit bone attached to the tail of the snake trembled, with an obvious reaction. Yang's leaves were also trembling, eager to absorb spirit bones. However, there is still a little difference between the two sides. The system, give me any points to consume, strengthen the power of devouring, and help me devour the soul bone. Ding! Back to host, this system cannot help host absorb soul bone. Hearing the sound of the system, Yang's heart was cold for a while. Damn it, can't even the universal system do it? However, the two sides obviously have a tendency to merge. You use your original blood to try to integrate it into your soul bone. Lan Yinhuang's soft voice passed into Yang's mind. Her voice was also very excited. The soul beast fusion soul bone, this is absolutely unprecedented. If it succeeds, it will have epoch-making significance for the growth of the soul beast. Yes. I didn't expect it. Yang Huoran is cheerful. This is the same as recognizing the Lord by dripping blood. The natal blood has all its own energy characteristics and is an important link to foreign objects. With a thought, Yang took the initiative to break the middle leaf and the veins at the tip of the leaf. Moreover, from the root of the rhizome, a drop of silver grass juice was forced out, along the veins of the leaves, and dripped onto the thick and long soul bones. A drop of the silver grass juice was absorbed by the spirit bone attached to the thick snake tail. And it quaked. Then, the originally grey-black snake tail was attached with a spirit bone, and it turned into a faint silver-black color. The hard bones in contact with the leaves melt quickly. Then, following Yang's traction, flowed into his leaf veins that were many times smaller. Then, along the leaf veins, spread throughout the leaf. It went back against the current, poured into Yang's stems and roots, and flowed all over the body. Finally, he went back to the leaf and continued to strengthen the main veins of the leaf. This slender leaf of Yang is like a corn leaf, constantly changing. The veins in the middle became harder and harder. The moon rises at sunset. One day passed quickly. The original part of the soul bone that was 6 meters long and was comparable to a human thigh had all melted and disappeared, filling the leaves in the middle of Yang. The soul bone is attached, completely absorbed. Ding! Host root level +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. When Yang came back to his senses, the voice of the system rang in his mind one after another. This time, it is not an increase in evolution points, but a direct increase in root level. Yang glanced at his personal page, and saw that the original level of the Blue Silver King's bloodline level was 83, and he jumped 5 levels to reach level 88. If you count the evolution point, it would be more than 400 points. Obviously, his physique has undergone a major transformation. The spirit power has also increased by 300 years, reaching 4,300 years. The mental power remains unchanged, and no mental points are obtained. Cool. Yang was in a good mood. This 3,000-year-old mandala snake has brought too much change to itself. It can be said that just like the human face demon spider, the change to Tang San is truly a reborn. Kang. With a thought in his heart, he urged the leaf. There was a clear clanging sound, like a sword out of its sheath. The original 6-meter-long leaves suddenly increased to 9 meters long. Moreover, the leaves are wrapped together, with the hard veins as the center, and the edges of the leaves are tightly wound. This is a 9-meter-long gun. The part near the rhizome of Yang is as thick as an arm, and the top is as sharp as a steel needle. So strong. Just feeling this breath, Lan Yinhuang and Yang said in the same way. Then, both of them showed interest. Yang waved this special external spirit bone and stabled towards the hill. Pouch! It is like a toothpick pierced into the tofu, almost unimpeded. The 9-meter-long leaf gun pierced a full 5 meters in the hill. The remaining 4 meters is not without power. But Yang stood farther away, and the leaf had been straightened and could no longer move forward. Looking at the relaxed look, as long as the distance is close enough, it is easy to pierce Yamanaka all 9 meters. From now on, I will call you Blue Silver 6 King Gun. Yang remembered that Tang San's Blue Silver Grass martial spirit had become the Blue Silver Emperor after his second awakening. The natal spirit ring formed by the blessing of a large number of blue-silver grasses in the Star-Do Great Forest and the strength of the Blue-Silver King with a cultivation base of 85,000 years. One of the soul skills is the Blue-Silver 6 King Gun. This is Blue-Silver Grass, in addition to the talent skills of Exuberant Life, the only attack skills. At this time, Yang obtained this skill in advance by attaching a spirit bone. Moreover, his 4,300-year spirit power is equivalent to a human's level 43 soul sect. In terms of bloodline, Yang's bloodline of the Blue-Silver King was already comparable to Tang San's inherited Blue-Silver King. However, with the blessing of the external soul bone in 3012, Yang's attack power is absolutely far superior to Tang San's Blue-Silver 6 King Gun. At least, it's equivalent to the attack of the level 60 Soul Emperor. Even, under the 70th level Soul Saint, my attack is invincible. Yang guessed, very confident in his heart. With this hand alone, Yang can easily kill the 10,000 years Soul Beast. It can even compete with 2 10,000 years Soul Beasts. Very strong, most of the 10,000 years Spirit Beasts are not your opponents. Lan Yinhuang spoke, confirming Yang's guess. With a thought, Yang controlled the Blue-Silver 6 King Gun and unfolded the leaves curled up into a gun. Click! Just listening to a series of crisp noises, the 6 King Gun cut open the stone round hole in an instant, and a 9-meter-long knife with a wide palm appeared. He lifted it forcefully and pierced the leaf 5 meters at the foot of the mountain, splitting the rock. A silver-black knife appeared in the air. Looking at the smooth mountain rocks, Yang and Lan Yinhuang were surprised again. This can be used not only as a gun, but also as a sword. Blue-Silver Overlord Sword? Chapter 15 Yang's Diary, Teaching a Yin to Play Backgammon. After absorbing all the energy essence of the mandala snake, as well as its soul bone, Yang's luck seemed to have worsened, and he rarely encountered suitable spirit beasts. Strictly speaking, his vision has become much higher. Some 100-year-old soul beasts, he didn't bother to do it. Without consuming points and turning on the devouring skill, he can only convert 1/10 of his soul power. In order to increase soul power for a few years, hunting beast souls is not worthwhile. For hundreds of thousands of soul beasts, he also felt very tasteless. With only 2,000 or 3,000 years of spirit beasts, he felt that it was barely feasible. But near the outer area, there were not many spirit beasts for 2,000 to 3,000 years. His practice has completely entered the right track. The soul beast that can threaten him almost does not exist in this area. Practice has also become monotonous. In order to pass the time and record the practice, he began to write a diary. 18 leaves, the leaf of the blue silver 6-king gun, was used as a pen by him. The leaf on the side was used as a diary, and the handwriting was carved out and the diary was written on the back of the leaf. At the beginning of June 6th. Today's daylight is nearly 1 minute longer than the previous day. According to my original motherland's traditional solar terms, the Dragon Boat Festival has passed, and it should be the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. Therefore, I set this day as the summer solstice, and the date is calculated on the 6th day of the lunar calendar. As for the reason? Because I like 666. And when I first crossed over, the spring breeze was still blowing, and the vegetation was ready to go. I set it to be around the Arbor Day on March 12th. I set it as the 2nd day of the 2nd month of the lunar calendar. And 12 days have passed since the hunting and devouring mandala snake. The weather is hot, and it has fallen into the trap. It doesn't matter whether the weather is hot or not, but in these 12 days, I have only killed 3 soul beasts that are more than 1,000 years old, 1 more than 2,000 years old, and 2 3,000 years old. Although I have accumulated 28,300 points, it is also terrible to consume when encountering a powerful soul beast. I gritted my teeth and didn't use points. Hunting them is simple, but it can only transform 1/10 of the soul power, causing my current soul power to have just broken through 6,000 years, alas. It is still far away from the transformation of 10,000 years and the push of Ion. My future wife, Ayin, was extremely shocked by the speed of my growth. But where did she know my eagerness? Without 10,000 years, you can't transform yourself. Tenten guards such a goddess, but he can't even hold his hands. It's too heartwarming. 7 In early June. My future wife, Ayin, found out that I used leaves to write and draw on her own leaves. She was very strange. Moreover, I think these Hyuxia characters have a special charm and are very beautiful. Nonsense, Hyuxia characters that have been passed down for thousands of years are of course beautiful. Calligraphy, there are hundreds of thousands of characters in the world, only Hyuxia characters can be used. So today, holding her slender hand and teaching her to write on the soil, she is very happy. I am also very happy. Let go of a 3,000-year-old soul beast, where is it important to chase his wife? At the beginning of June 8th. The silly roe deer I let off yesterday is back. It is actually a deer with shiny branches and horns. It is very beautiful. I call it a deer with light horns. Today, Ayin was very devoted to his own calligraphy practice and concentrated on it. I use the roots to quickly hunt the glasma deer, and use the points to quickly swallow it. 3,000 points for 629 years of soul power. The most important thing is that my wife Ayin didn't find it, she was happy that she learned the new Hyuxia characters. It's worth it. June 18th. Ayin is so talented that he already knows more than 500 commonly used Hyuxia characters, which is equivalent to a second-grade student in elementary school. The most important thing is that her writing is better than mine, and there is a vigorous and powerful charm in Zhuangziu. Compared with her, my dragon and phoenix characters are like ghostly painted peach symbols. So, I taught her 6 men's chess to distract her. June 20th. 6 sun chess is too simple. With the gadgets of Jugagari, Ayin has lost interest again and wants to practice calligraphy. No way, I took out a trick and taught her Gomaku. Back then, I was in junior high school, but I ran out of 18 texts, and I was invincible all over the school. I like to draw, and the opponent either draws times or. Now think about it, 18 composing texts can be exchanged for a set of real chess pieces. This time, I didn't keep my hands, and personally made chess pieces out of branches. And dyed with blue silver grass juice, I am a blue chess piece, and Ayin is a silver chess piece. Ayin was very happy to play chess. I named her Ayin without any refusal. Laozi is also very happy, ha ha ha. June 21st. Play chess, make Ayin. June 22nd. Play chess and fish for guys. June 23rd. Today, Ayin took a peek at my diary. She also asked me what I meant by fishing for guys. I didn't answer. She grabbed my leaf and forcibly glanced again. When she saw Bao Ayin, she instantly understood, her face was ashamed and annoyed. Alas, blunders. June 29th. An emerald demon bird was found the day before yesterday, a soul beast with a small size but strong offensive power. They are scarce in number and rely on devouring the brains of soul beasts, similar to the dark demon evil god tiger, and are the enemy of the soul beast. Although this emerald demon bird has only 2,800 years of spirit power, it can easily kill 5,000 years of spirit beasts. For the first time, Ayin supported me in hunting it, and personally took action, displayed the blue-silver domain, and intercepted it that had escaped. This guy has strong attack power, extremely fast speed, and is very cunning, extremely difficult to catch. This time I used 14,000 points for a heavy hemorrhage, and half of the points were consumed to devour it. 60% of the soul power conversion gave me the soul power of 1,700. Soul power is second, the most important thing is that it allows me to get 158 spirit points. In other words, it originally had 260 mental power, which was several times that of ordinary humans. Even the Lingtong realm has entered the midterm. Sure enough, the ancients did not deceive me. After swallowing its spiritual points, my spiritual power also broke through to 233 points, barely entering the middle phase of the spiritual channel. Such a powerful mental power, even if there is no mental attack technique. I used the most primitive spirit to collide, and I could also knock an ordinary person, or a soul beast under 8,000 years old, into a concussion. It's awesome. At the beginning of July 7th. Today I told Ayin the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Ayin was very fascinated by it, and I clearly saw tears in her eyes. The most important thing is that she also has some shyness and friendship in her eyes. Ha ha ha, it's a pity that Laozi has no hands and feet. Write a diary in advance today, because I am going to break through. In a moment, with the assistance of Ayin's daily blue-silver field, I should be able to easily break through the 10,000 years cultivation base. From now on, Laozi is also a 10,000 years soul beast. If anyone kills Laozi, the spirit ring that appears is also a black drop, crossed out. This sentence is unlucky, but unfortunately it cannot be deleted on the leaf. By the side of a small river, under the moonlight, silver sparkles. Yang stopped writing the leaf, looked at Ayin on the side, and smiled. Ayin, let's get started. Chapter 16 Breakthrough 10,000 Years. Permanently copy spirit skills. Yang is about to break through 10,000 years. Lan Yinhuang was even more excited than Yang himself. She had known each other for only 2 months, and she saw with her own eyes that Yang had risen from a quasi-blue-silver king for more than 800 years to the present. Not only will the soul power be about to break through 10,000 years, but the bloodline will also be promoted to the blue-silver king. Moreover, the blood is getting stronger and stronger, and they are about to become the quasi-emperor. In addition, Yang's mental power is also extremely powerful, comparable to the soul beasts of 7 or 8 10,000 years. This is simply a miracle. She took a deep breath, held her breath, and a light blue light spread in all directions. She is fully exerting the blue-silver domain. Under the moonlight, the blue and silver field has a dreamlike beauty. With the help of the blue-silver realm, Yang's energy boiled and his energy boiled, and he easily broke through the 1,000-year limit and the barrier between 10,000 years. The soul beast breaks through 10,000 years, which is equivalent to the human race breaking through to the 50th level of the Soul King. Strength greatly increased. Especially the soul beast, its degeneration became violent. Ding! Congratulations to host, the soul power broke through 10,000 years and rewarded 100,000 points. In the system prompt, Yang didn't have time to be happy. He saw his body and changed instantly. In an instant, his 18 leaves became more slender, up to 10 meters long. This is the length of the body. If it is instilled with spirit power, it can also increase rapidly. It is no longer necessary to be bound by the ontology, and has more flexible and changeable, as well as powerful offensive and defensive capabilities. Especially that one, with the mandala snake tail and the leaves with spirit bones outside, shone with a metallic cold light. The energy is sharp and incomparable. The originally 3012 external spirit bone, as it merged into Yang's body, was slowly growing under the stimulation of his 10,000 years spirit power and the blood of the blue-silver king. This is the greatest advantage of external spirit bones. This is still a normal improvement, although it is slow, but stable. If there is extra powerful energy and opportunities for improvement, it will greatly increase the speed of its transformation. I remember that Tang San's 8-spear spider has undergone tremendous evolution 4 times. The first time was to absorb the eyes of ice and fire, and then to devour the 10,000 years crypt demon spider. There is also the transformation of fighting to the death with nearly 110,000 years of the deep-sea demon whale king. Finally, when it became a god, the 8-spear spider was deified as the sea god's 8 wings. Yang was looking forward to it. After he could leave, he would also go to the sunset forest to look for the eyes of both ice and fire. In fact, he can also let Lan Yinhuang take himself forward now. But the sunset forest is much smaller than the Stardo Great Forest, and there are also a lot fewer soul beasts. This is not good for one's own cultivation. Or first in the Stardo Great Forest, after the rapid ascent, then go to the sunset forest. Ding! Congratulations to host. The bloodline roots and feet level has been increased by 1 to level 89. Just as Yang's mind was full of thoughts, the system voice sounded again. Yang was pleasantly surprised to find that in addition to the bloodline roots and feet increased by 1 level, there are 89 points of evolution. In other words, he can be promoted by 1 level only after the last 1 point of evolution. Reach level 90. Level 90, Quasi-Blue Silver Emperor. That's another bloodline and foot transformation. Under the same spirit power, the combat power will increase a lot, and can leapfrog battle. The silver on the leaf has also reached its limit, and another great transformation is about to happen. However, it was still 1 point. Just when Yang felt a little regretful, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to host, mental power plus 100 points. Yang was overjoyed. When he first crossed, because he had a human soul, his spiritual power far surpassed his soul power and bloodline. But with the rapid increase in his strength, his mental power was far behind. Absorbing ordinary spirit beasts can provide extremely limited help to one's mental power. Even before, the hunted emerald demon bird had greatly increased its mental power, only 233 points. The spirit beast breaks through 10,000 years. In addition to the increase in spirit power, there is also a certain increase in bloodline. The most important changes are soul and spiritual power. The wisdom of the 10,000 years soul beast is no longer weaker than that of humans. Some special 10,000 years soul beasts possess human wisdom completely. At this time, Yang broke through 10,000 years, and his mental strength also increased by 100 points, reaching 333 points. Yang remembered that in Douluo II's Peerless Tang sect, the upper limit of spiritual power was 500 points. Tang San's son-in-law, Huo Yuhao, is a soul master who mainly uses spiritual power. When I leave the Stardo Great Forest, I have the opportunity to go to the human spirit master world and find some mental attack spells. Yang made plans for the future, looking at his personal page with some excitement to see his own changes. The personal page has been completely refreshed. Host, Yang. Root and feet, bloodline of the Blue Silver King, Dzogchen. Repair for 10,000 years. Bloodline, level 89. Spirit, 333, mid-level Lingtong realm. Talent, double copy target skills, consumption points, auxiliary swallow, consumable points to speed up. Points, 118,343 points, copy target skills, assist in swallowing. Evolution points, 89. Spirit value, 0. Soul power value, 0. Soul bone, mandala snake tail with soul bone, 3861 plus 0.1 plus 0.1, years continue to be strengthened. Soul skill, none. Treasures, none. Fu. Looking at the strength columns that have increased greatly again, Yang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. With my 10,000 years soul power at this time, and the bloodline of the Blue Silver King peak. Even if you encounter 2 ordinary 10,000 years spirit beasts, you can contend and even kill them. And once the external spirit bone is added, it will definitely be able to kill 3 10,000 years spirit beasts easily. Yang's heart was fiery. It's just that he doesn't know how much it will exceed. 3 10,000 years, for the soul beast, is also a huge transformation. It is equivalent to the soul saint of human beings. Of course, the ordinary 3 10,000 years soul beasts may not be as good as the human soul sage. The human soul sage, level 70 and 69, whether there is a soul martial body, the difference in combat power is too big. Strictly speaking, a 69 level spirit master is almost equal to a spirit beast of more than 20,000 years. However, once it reaches level 70, it will be at least more than 30,000, or even 10,000 years soul beasts. There is a gap of more than 10,000 years in the middle, which is the gap between human level 69 and level 70. And human being level 79 is even more like a soul beast of 10,000 years. My highest combat power at this time is definitely above 3 10,000 years soul beast and human soul sage level. I just don't know how many levels are equivalent. The difference in strength before and after the soul sage is too big. Moreover, this is not the end of my strength. Thinking of this, Yang no longer hesitated, looked at the equally happy Blue Silver Emperor, and smiled. Yin, please use it once, the real Blue Silver 6 King gun. This is very important to me. Although Yang said with a smile, Lan Yinhuang could still feel his seriousness. This time, she did not refuse. First use the blue-silver domain to condense the majestic vitality. Then, I use some kind of power to control it, and the internal and external energies become one. A 1-foot-long spear with a green barrel and silver-white tip appeared in the hands of Lan Yinhuang. Revealed. At this time, Yin's cultivation reached level 66. However, Yang was sure that the attack of this blue-silver 6 King gun was definitely above level 60. Even the ordinary Soul Emperor can't compete. However, the most important thing is that the gun intent, not to mention the Soul Emperor, even the Soul Sage and the Soul do not possess it. Because that is the special gun intent that Yin, as the 10,000 years blue-silver Emperor, possesses. System, give me a permanent copy, Blue-Silver 6 King Gun Spirit Ability. Yang said to the system in his heart. Before Yang's spirit power, when he was under 10,000 years, he could only temporarily copy his spirit power and borrow it. The consumption points are equal to the age limit of the copy object. The use time is equal to Yang's own years. At this time, Yang finally broke through 10,000 years. The spirit ability is used, and it is no longer a temporary copy. Instead, it can be copied forever. Every 10,000 years, he can replicate one more soul skill. As for the points consumed, 10,000 points each time. Because the soul power broke through 10,000 years, the system rewarded a full 100,000 points. Yang also thoroughly became a small local tyrant. As he spoke, copying the blue-silver 6 king gun in the heyday of the blue-silver emperor, the system voice immediately sounded. Ding! Consumption of 10,000 points, copy the target blue-silver emperor attack skills, in the blue-silver 6 king gun. 3 seconds later. Ding! The permanent skill is successfully copied. With the sound of the system, Yang felt it instantly. He merged with the leaves of the soul bone attached, and instantly possessed an extra strength. Blue-silver 6 king gun spirit skills. Using this spirit ability, the consumption is no longer points, but one's own spirit power, which can be more sustainable. Moreover, this is different from the spirit bone skills that are attached to the spirit bone. However, the two can be used at the same time, stacking attacks. If you add up, how strong is it? Compared to 4 10,000 years soul beast, or 5 10,000 years. Even, invincible under the human level 80 contra. Yang felt more at ease in his heart, thinking about it with longing. After converging his mind, he stretched out 10 leaves and twisted them into arms and hands with 10 fingers. He grasped the slender hands of the blue-silver emperor and said affectionately, Yin, wait for me, hand in hand with you. Even under the hazy moonlight of the first quarter moon, you can still clearly see the blue and silver emperor's flushed face. However, she was only a little twitchy, but did not refuse. Yang also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. My wife, she is already pursuing success. Suddenly, both he and Yin discovered something, and turned their heads abruptly, looking into the depths of the forest. Chapter 17 Vast Sky Twin Stars, Brother Tang Hao is here. Yang looked solemn. The blue-silver emperor, Yin, was also beautiful and slightly frowning, staring at the dense forest in the distance. Snapped! 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 The sound of heavy and powerful footsteps came, and 2 tall and strong men walked out in the shadow of the dense forest. A young man in his 30s, a middle-aged man in his 50s. Under the moonlight, you can roughly see that both of them have beards. A finger of long, fluffy hair is wrapped around his forehead with a piece of cloth at will. The two of them are not frilled, wearing grey-black robes, a little shabby. Each of them carried a sledgehammer, releasing their mighty spirit power. Clear Sky Hammer. The best weapon in the world. And their identities are self-evident, members of the Haoshanzong Tang family. Yang even knew that the young man was Tang Hao and the middle-aged man was Tang Xiao. As Haoshan double stars, both of them have very good talents. Especially Tang Hao, who reached level 70 at the age of 30, became a soul saint. And his elder brother Tang Xiao, who is 15 years older than him, is level 78. The difference between the two brothers is no longer big. They obeyed their father's request and went down the mountain for 10 years. After 5 years of experience, I saw the blue-silver emperor. In other words, the current Tang Hao is 35 years old. His elder brother Tang Xiao is 50 years old. The auras of the two seem to be level 80, but they are not very vigorous. Yang knew it instantly. The two of them should have broken through to level 80 in the 5 years of experience. Now, I'm entering the Star Do Great Forest and looking for a suitable spirit ring. In the original work, it should be the same to meet the blue-silver emperor. Even Yang had to sigh, Tang Hao is really amazing. 5 years, from level 70 to level 80. And his elder brother Tang Xiao, from level 78 to level 80 in 5 years. The level of becoming a Contra is not so easy to break through. It is possible that only 1/10 of the Soul Sage can become a Contra. At this moment, the two brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, with their somewhat wary eyes, instantly softened when they saw the blue-silver queen. Two pairs of obsessive eyes looked at Lan Yinhuang foolishly. "Ns. This is Lao Zi's woman. Look again, dig out your eyes." Ya Yang suddenly became angry. At the same time, there are some minor concerns. I was afraid that Lan Yinhuang would take the original path, and left with the two brothers Tang Hao to go to Hongchen to experience. Absolutely not. However, Ya Yang looked down on Lan Yinhuang a little. In other words, he underestimated the thoughts he had instilled in Lan Yinhuang these days. After seeing the clear sky hammer spirits of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, Lan Yinhuang became more vigilant. Men who use martial arts hammers are not good things. Ya Yang's words, "Silly white sweet blue silver emperor," remember very clearly. Seeing Lan Yinhuang's vigilant face, ready to fight, Tang Hao came back to his senses. He put away the clear sky hammer, coughed, and said, "This girl, just here." Yin fully used the blue-silver domain and Ya Yang's breakthrough, which caused quite a stir. Not far away, the two Tang Hao brothers who were just about to rest were attracted. "Go away." Ya Yang didn't want to. Yin had the slightest contact with this Tang Hao. Before Tang Hao finished speaking, he spread the spirit and shouted in Tang Hao's mind. At this time, Ya Yang's spirit point was as high as 333, in the mid-level of Lingtong realm. Douluo mainland spirit masters basically only cultivate spirit power. There are very few soul masters who major in mental power. However, the higher the soul power cultivation level, the higher the spiritual power. With Tang Hao's 80-level spirit power and his talents, his spiritual power was far beyond ordinary people, reaching 300 points. At this moment, under Ya Yang's anger, his heart shook instantly. "You!" Tang Hao was shocked and looked at Ya Yang in disbelief. He didn't care about this scent, a blue-silver grass that could reach 10,000 years. But at this time, it made him extremely vigilant. Not to mention the plant soul beast, even the animal soul beast, the mental power of the 10,000 years level, is equivalent to that of ordinary people. In other words, there are only 30 or 40 points, not more than 50 points in the spirit element realm. If the spirit beast wants to break through 50 points of mental power and enter the psychic realm, at least 3 10,000 years are required, most of which are 5 10,000 years. But the plant soul beast has lower intelligence. If you want to enter the Lingtong realm, I am afraid that you can only get close to 10,000 years. And such a group of 10,000 years blue-silver grass, its mental power is even stronger than its own. I'll say one last time, get out. You are not welcome here. Ya Yang condensed his soul power, and was also preparing soul abilities and soul bones, preparing for a battle. His current strength is almost certainly inferior to Tang Hao. Tang Hao is currently the number 1 arrogant of the mainland. In addition, he possesses the world's most powerful martial soul, the unparalleled clear sky hammer. Coupled with the spirit power of level 80, it is already comparable to the spirit beast of 7-10,000 years. Even Ya Yang has a lot of whole cards, but the soul power of 10,000 years is flawed. The difference between the 10,000 years and 7-10,000 years of the soul beast, the level 50 soul king and the level 80 contra of human beings, is too big. If he had to fight a battle, Ya Yang would definitely go all out. Gather your full strength and issue the most terrifying blow. Hear Ya Yang's spiritual voice, and feel his power. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao once again released the clear sky hammer spirit. The 7 spirit rings of the two also appeared under their feet. Yellow yellow, purple violet, black black black, the best spirit ring ratio. Especially Tang Hao's spirit ring, the second yellow spirit ring, glowing with a faint purple color, is close to 1,000 years. And the fourth purple spirit ring is also purple and black, close to 10,000 years. Tang San was forced, and under various blessings in the future, the fourth spirit ring took the risk and swallowed the 10,000 years crypt demon spider. And his father is almost there. The number one arrogant in the mainland, a well-deserved reputation. Fu. Tang Hao stretched out his hand holding the clear sky hammer, pointed at Yang across the small river, and said in a deep voice, "A 10,000 years soul beast is just you, and you are qualified to make me go." Lan Yinhuang was anxious and stopped in front of Yang. She worried that with Yang's current state, she couldn't avoid it. Although the blue-silver emperor had never seen this clear sky hammer, he could feel its horror. Tang Xiao frowned and looked at the blue-silver emperor. "Why do you want to help a 10,000 years soul beast?" "No, your breath." He was puzzled at first. Immediately thought of the secret stories circulating in the family sect. He looked at the blue-silver emperor in shock, and exclaimed, "Could it be that you are a soul beast transformed?" Tang Hao shook his hand and looked at Lan Yinhuang in shock. At the moment when he was distracted, Yang made a move. Chapter 18 The Act of Heaven Defying. Decisive battle against Tang Hao. Yang went all out as soon as he shot it. He knows that there is only one chance. With a 10,000 years cultivation base comparable to a human being's level 50, sneak attacking a level 80 genius soul master is not a lack of martial ethics. What's more, this is not a sneak attack. Two brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, separated from Yang and Yin by a 3 or 4 meter wide stream, and they were also face to face. However, Tang Hao was slightly lost at this moment, shocked by Yin's spirit beast identity. But in the next moment, his powerful fighting talent made him instantly come back to his senses. He didn't care, nor flashed. He snorted coldly, urging the first spirit ring. As the first weapon, the clear sky hammer attacked fiercely and domineeringly. But relatively speaking, the speed is slightly slower, which is a disadvantage. Therefore, Tang Hao's first spirit ring was a blasting demon wolf about 400 years old, which made his attack much faster. In the face of an attack, the quickest response is the most critical. At the same time, under the gaze of the great beauty of Lan Yinhuang, Tang Hao was embarrassed, using purple and black spirit rings. However, no matter how fast he reacted, he couldn't be as fast as Yang. At Yang's rhizome, a black light flashed suddenly, rushing into Tang Hao's brain at a terrifying speed comparable to the speed of light. Spiritual shock. Yang's mental power slammed into Tang Hao's mind. This is the simplest and most crude form of mental attack, which is equivalent to two people running up and colliding. It is a way of hurting the enemy 1000 and self-harming 800. However, Yang's mental power was stronger than Tang Hao. Moreover, he took the initiative, and immediately hit Tang Hao by surprise. Tang Hao snorted, his face whitened instantly, and his brows were frowned tightly. The sharp pain in his head made him feel that his head was about to split. The clear sky hammer that was just about to swing also gave a slight pause. At exactly this time, Yang roared in his heart, "Blue Silver 6 King Gun!" Kang! There was a crisp steel clang, and the blue-silver leaves that Yang pierced instantly turned silver-brown. In the moonlight, it shone with metallic cold light, and it was icy cold to the bone. Mandala snake tail with soul bone. The leaves wrapped together instantly, wrapping the veins in the center, and condensing them into a 12-meter-long spear. In addition, Yang's 10,000 years soul power was mobilized and condensed from the whole body. A blue and silver spear appeared. A copy of Yin's spirit skills, Blue Silver 6 King Gun. The blue and silver soul skill 6 King Gun, half empty and half real, fell quickly and merged with the 6 King Gun formed by the soul bone. The spirit bone and spirit ability simultaneously cast the same attack spells. Martial soul fusion skill. Tang Xiao on the side exclaimed. He was ready to shoot, but was stopped by Yin again. At this time, Yin had completely lost the gentleness that had been when getting along with Yang. Instead, he became a noble and powerful blue-silver emperor with full combat power. Although her cultivation base was only 66, she had a solid foundation, and the aura of a 10,000 years spirit beast made Tang Xiao dare not act rashly. And Yang himself did not expect that after the fusion of the soul bone and the soul ability, the same attack that he used would be so terrifying after the fusion. His 12-meter-long spear exudes a terrifying breath when it passes a few meters wide stream. Like a low-flying cannonball, it swept a storm and rushed the stream away. The stream has dried up. The spear screamed, which was the sound of breaking through the air after the speed exceeded the speed of sound. Because of the speed too fast, a cone-shaped sound barrier water mist was formed behind the long gun, just like the spectacular sight of a fighter jet breaking through the sound barrier. Tang Hao, who was the target of the attack, was instantly horrified. His hair is standing upside down, his back is chilly, and a strong death crisis has instantly enveloped him. He bit his tongue abruptly, the severe pain forced him to suppress it, and the concussion of the spirit in his brain condensed the first spirit ability again. The thick, 1-foot-long clear sky hammer of the sea bowl was suddenly lifted by him. Moreover, the forefoot of his left foot was firmly nailed to the ground, and his right foot slammed on the ground, then the calf exerted force, the hips and the waist were twisted. The strength of the shoulders and back also matched the explosion. The clear sky hammer drives Tang Hao's muscles, and Tang Hao's entire muscles are also helping the clear sky hammer. In the blink of an eye, he completes a turn and swings the hammer. Chaos Cloak Hammer Method. This is the top-level hammer method most used for clear sky hammer. If you can reach ultimate, you can swing without interruption, 9981 hammers. The power of each hammer will increase more than the previous one, and the attack power will be superimposed. After swinging the 9981 hammer, it will be so powerful that it is unbelievable. However, the crisis situation at this time did not tolerate Tang Hao's second hammer. With the force of the rotation, he slammed the clear sky hammer and slammed it against the 12-meter-long, super blue-silver 6-king gun that pierced his face. Kang! There was a loud, crisp, but huge roar. It seems that two tanks collided together at high speed. Tang Hao snorted, his face turned from pale to flushed. Blue veins on his forehead violently, and blood vessels protruding like earthworms on his sturdy arms. Shit! His huge clear sky hammer spirit collided with the tip of the super blue-silver 6-king gun. The sharp tip of the gun slashed across the martial soul, just like the tip of a knife slashed through a piece of wood, plowing a deep trench. Sparks are flying. The martial soul was wounded, and the huge impact force caused Tang Hao to take 3 steps back. Moreover, even if it was resisted by the clear sky hammer, the terrifying power of the 6-king gun was still not completely blocked. He slanted across his cheek again, from the corner of his left mouth to his ears, he drew a finger-long blood groove with deep bones. Even the left ear is divided into upper and lower sections. Blood gushed out, instantly dyeing Tang Hao's left cheek and neck. Second brother! Tang Xiao screamed, he was about to shoot with all his strength. The blue-silver emperor naturally refused to give in. The blue-silver domain urged, a single blue-silver 6-king gun condensed. Women, don't interfere with men's affairs. Yang said. Moreover, this sound transmission spreads outwards, and everyone can hear it just like ordinary people speak. Lan Yinhuang hesitated for a moment, and then stopped his attack. Tang Hao was breathing fast, his eyes fixed on Yang. He naturally heard that Yang used a pun, which meant to humiliate Tang Xiao. But he is also a face-saving person. A dignified 80-level Contra was actually injured under the attack of a 10,000 years blue-silver grass. Big brother, don't do anything. I want to personally crush it. Tang Xiao struggled for a moment, nodded and said solemnly, okay. Be careful. Tang Hao has a high fighting spirit, and his aura is stronger than before. He coldly said, Big brother, Don't worry. He has no chance again. As he said, his 3 black spirit rings began to move, and the 6th spirit ring flickered, covering the clear sky hammer. The groove on the clear sky hammer quickly recovered. Immediately, it suddenly doubled. Become a super sledgehammer with a big wash basin and 1 meter long. Click. And Yang's leaf, even if it was fused with spirit bone, couldn't bear it under the terrorist attack just now. It is like exquisite porcelain, with the crack suddenly appearing. And, it spreads quickly to the whole body. Finally, the entire 12-meter-long leaf is full of cracks and is about to fall apart. But even so, Yang did not flinch. He gathered the other 17 leaves together, and this leaf together, forming a huge gun with a thick sea bowl. With a hint of sneer at the corner of Tang Hao's mouth, he jumped up and rushed to the creek. He held the huge clear sky hammer in both hands, facing Yang on the shore, and smashed it down. Yang! Lan Yinhuang called out in shock. And Tang Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 19 Transformation of the Quasi-Blue Silver Emperor. External Soul Bone Evolution. Seeing the 2 sides, they are about to collide together. The result is obvious. The spirit power is only 10,000 years, comparable to the level 50 Spirit King Yang. After losing the blessing of the external spirit bone, his strength will inevitably be greatly reduced. Before, his special soul skill fusion plan attack was comparable to the soul beast of the 5 or 6 10,000 years, and could contend against the peak of the soul sage. When caught off guard, ordinary contras would also get injured. Tang Hao is the most obvious example. Even if he didn't add the 8th spirit ring, his combat power was comparable to a real contra. However, at this time the 2 sides fought again, and Tang Hao used the 10,000 years spirit ring. Yang's defeat was inevitable. Lan Yinhuang was very anxious and puzzled. In her cognition, Yang was not such a reckless person, and he avoided danger. She didn't know, there is a word that describes Yang very appropriately: go. Just when the 2 sides were about to come into contact, Yang's big blue and silver gun suddenly emitted golden light. A peculiar aura, extremely powerful, revealed from it. The surrounding blue-silver grass felt this breath, and it shook suddenly and excited. It emits bright light, echoing with Yanjiao. Ah! This is... Lan Yinhuang's eyes widened and he was pleasantly surprised. But Tang Xiao changed from surprise to alert. Ding! Congratulations to host, for his unyielding fighting spirit and boiling blood. Self-refining has gained an evolution point of +1. The accumulated evolution point reaches 90 points, and it is upgraded to level 90. Host transforms itself into the Quasi-Blue Silver Emperor bloodline, the reward is doubled, and the points are 90,000 points x2. At this moment, the system voice sounded in Yang's mind. For a moment, he felt that from the inside to the outside, he had a completely different feeling from before. It seems that from the depths of the soul and within the bone marrow, the most fundamental transformation has occurred. High-quality transformation of the soul beast. Of course, this is just a feeling, he is still the plant itself, and there is no bone marrow. However, that changing bloodline is real. The silver lines on the leaves reach saturation and change rapidly. Golden rays of light appeared in the center of the silver lines. It is like a golden thread, which will replace the silver pattern. Although small, it also means that Yang's roots and feet have undergone a fundamental change. Quasi-Blue Silver Emperor. The Blue-Silver Emperor who was not far away was surprised and unbelievable. How long did it take, in just 3 months, from an ordinary blue-silver grass to a Quasi-Blue Silver Emperor? Not only the nature of the leaves has changed, but the number has also skyrocketed. From 18 pieces, it has grown to 9981 pieces. In addition, the changes in the bloodline roots and feet also caused Yang's soul to undergo some changes. Before his soul shock, and Tang Hao lost both. His soul was also very painful, but it was better than Tang Hao. But at this time, a refreshing feeling relieved the pain in his head instantly. Then, he could clearly feel that his mental power became stronger. Ding! Congratulations to host, mental power plus 123. The system sounds. This was not a reward, but Yang's physique, which gave back to the spirit after a huge transformation. Let him increase his mental strength from 333 to 456. In the late stage of Lingtong realm, approaching the peak. Such mental power, some title Douluo, are not so powerful. Only his spirit power, not only did not increase, but somewhat decreased. The spirit power that Yang swiftly ascended up was continuously compressed and consolidated, strengthening his foundation. He is very excited. This is more important than directly increasing his soul power years. All his transformations happened in the blink of an eye. The leaf gun, which was originally as thick as a thigh, became as thick as a bucket because of the rapid increase in the number of leaves. Yang converged his mind, and suddenly exploded when the thick Ye gun was about to collide with the clear sky hammer. Wow! 81 12-meter long, palm-wide leaves, separated by 1 meter from the tip, are like a special flower that blooms in an instant, blue, silver, and gold, as huge as a tabletop. The clear sky hammer, like a flower stamen, smashed into the center of the flower fiercely. Boom! There was a dull sound, and some crisp special voices sounded. The special flowers made up of 81 leaves almost burst apart. The leaves behind were also bent abruptly. Overcome strength with softness. Although there are a lot of cracks on the leaves, there is even a splash of grass juice. However, Tang Hao's sixth spirit ring, with a terrifying blow, was actually caught by Yang in this way. Who would have thought that the most domineering clear sky hammer, the nemesis, turned out to be the weakest blue-silver grass? Moreover, in the next instant, some 81 broken leaves suddenly gathered, entangled the clear sky hammer tightly. Kang! Before Tang Hao could react, the middle leaf. No, it's not a leaf, it's a silver spear. There are golden lines on it. The mandala snake tail has a soul bone attached to it. Not only has it recovered, it has even evolved. Because the soul bone is closely integrated with Yang's body, the promotion of Yang's bloodline and feet is the most helpful for attaching the soul bone to the outside. Not only did it catch up quickly, Yang's soul power cultivation base also possessed the 10,000 years level. It has also become harder, sharper, and more resilient. This was like Tang San's 8 spider lances, except for the last time it transformed into the sea god's wings during the 4 evolutions. Regardless of whether it is swallowing the eyes of ice and fire, they have dual attribute immunity to ice and fire. It is also the 4th one to swallow the extreme limit, the 10,000 years crypt demon spider spirit ring, and the evolution after devouring the opponent's flesh and blood. It couldn't be compared. Tang San was overloaded. When he fought with the 10,000 years deep sea demon whale king, blood was boiling, which led to the evolution of the 8 spider lances. At this time, Yang was the same. In the battle, his bloodline was transformed. It also allowed the spirit bones to be attached, which gained great benefits. At this moment, a silver spear pierced Tang Hao's eyebrows immediately after 81 leaves separated and dragged the clear sky hammer. A more intense death crisis came, and Tang Hao's expression changed drastically. On the other side, Tang Xiao, who was watching the battle, also looked anxious. He finally couldn't help but kill Xiang Yang. He is going to destroy this 10,000 years blue-silver grass that makes him uneasy. Humph! The blue-silver emperor, who was gentle in the past, was also rarely angry. She snorted coldly and stabbed Tang Xiao with the blue-silver spear in her hand. 2 brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, both had level 80 spirit power. Moreover, no spirit ring was added. However, Tang Xiao's combat power was not as good as Tang Hao. Lan Yinhuang transformed himself into a rebuild. Even if he only had a level of 56 cultivation base, he didn't dare to underestimate him. The two fought. But it was not very fierce. Tang Xiao wanted to save people, and Lan Yinhuang only blocked it. With her strength and gentle temper, her killing power was insufficient, and she could not seriously wound and kill Tang Xiao. Before the death crisis, although Tang Hao was shocked, he was not panicked. What? He roared, and two special energy waves came from his right arm and left leg. Soul Bone. Chapter 20 Injure Tang Hao. Lan Yinhuang is enamored. Clear Sky School, the leader of the three sects on the Douluo continent. It can also be said that it is the first sect in the mainland. Possesses 3 inheritance spirit bones, and 2 belong to the sect master. Another piece of attribution, second only to the second day of the sect master. Tang Hao got his first soul bone at the age of 20. The second piece was given again when he left the sect in 5 years. The position of Tang Hao's sovereign was also determined. As long as the strength is upgraded to title Douluo, he can go back to take over the position of sect master. With the background of the Haoshan school, the soul bone passed down as a family heirloom is naturally not a mortal thing. The soul bone of the right arm is a 3/10,000 years, power soul beast soul bone. And the left leg is a spirit bone that increases speed. At this moment, being forced to death by Yang, Tang Hao also broke out with all his strength. He moved the soul bone with his right hand, condensing his soul power, and grabbed Yang's sharp blue-silver 6-king gun. And the left leg kicked hard at the barrel of the gun. At the same time, he grabbed the clear sky hammer with his left hand and wrestled with Yang's 81 leaves. Shit! Tang Hao's right hand, even with spirit bone blessing, and powerful spirit power protection. But in front of Yang's sharp blue-silver 6-king gun, blood and blood were also instantly blurred. The flesh and blood on the palm is like the sand washed away by the rapids, and the bones of the fingers are instantly exposed. And the arms were also shaken and the bones creaked, blood vessels burst and muscles torn. The blood keeps shooting out. Boom! However, his left leg kicked hard in the middle of the blue-silver 6-king gun, interrupting his stamina. Tang Hao's boots exploded, his toes snapped, blood dripping. Yang was also a little weak, this soul bone and soul ability fusion skill failed again. Go away! Tang Hao was born sturdy and unparalleled. Pay attention to one-on-one, even if the opponent is much stronger than him, he will continue to bombard and kill with violent power. Even if you lose both sides, you must win. At this time, although his right arm and left foot were injured, Yang's soul was also shocked, his head hurt, and he fell into the waist-deep stream, covered with muddy water, a little embarrassed. But he is still very hacky, and his left hand pulls the clear sky hammer with all his strength. Each of Yang's 81 leaves is as tough as a steel cable, enough to withstand 1,000 caddies. But at this time, still under Tang Hao's pull, he creaked. Rumble! The land where Yang took root was also cracking, and some clods were raised. Fortunately, Yang has a lot of roots and covers a large area with a radius of several hundred meters. Even if Tang Hao was pinnacle Douluo, even if he broke Yang's leaves, it was impossible to pull Yang out of the soil. During the wrestling, Yang had a thought and suddenly changed from pulling to slamming. Unprepared, Tang Hao grabbed the clear sky hammer under the strength of himself and Yang and flew backwards suddenly. With a crash, he fell into the stream, embarrassed. Tang Xiao looked at this scene in shock, unbelievable. His talent is called the number 1 in the world, the second brother. Unexpectedly suffered such a big loss in front of a 10,000 years soul beast. Moreover, that soul beast was still the blue-silver grass of the weakest chicken. Lan Yinhuang also stared beautifully, looking at Yang in shock and joy. Her heartbeat was fierce, and Yang's strength completely shocked her. A spring heart, under the basis of Yang's continuous teasing before, fluctuated at this time. Boom! The next moment Tang Hao fell into the water, the stream exploded. As if a torpedo exploded. Martial soul true body. A roar came. Tang Hao's seventh spirit ring flickered, and his figure quickly disappeared. A huge clear sky hammer with the size of a round table and a length of 5 meters, and a hammer handle with a length of 20 meters and a thick arm, broke through the stream and instantly appeared in the air. The spirit of the clear sky hammer. Ya Yang also looked at Tang Hao's Haoshan martial spirit in surprise. Powerful. It's really powerful. If Tang Hao's victory is complete, the soul spirit will not be injured, the right arm and left leg will not be injured, and the soul power will not be consumed, and the 2 soul bones will be blessed. Using this martial spirit body to its peak state, Ya Yang had no doubt that he definitely had the strength close to title Douluo. At this time, Tang Hao was at level 80 and had not added a spirit ring. But when he was at level 84, he could smash the Wuhan Hall, a titled Douluo elder's leg, severely wounding it. Of course. I can hurt you 2 or 3 times, and I can continue to hurt you and beat you. Ya Yang sneered. Yes, this time, Ya Yang speaking directly. However, he has no real mouth. Sound is produced by vibration. It is a very simple principle. I have learned physics in the 2nd year of junior high school. At this time, Ya Yang's mental power had reached 456 points, approaching the peak of Lingtong realm. His control of various energies and bodies in his body has also reached a new level. At this moment, he controlled with mental power, the petioles of his 81 leaves, and his rhizome, vibrated in a very subtle way and made a sound. It's like, he made it himself, speak with one mouth. Tang Hao used Wu Hunzhen behind him to maximize his combat power. He did not respond to Ya Yang's words, but slammed down at Ya Yang in a swift posture. Even if there is still more than 10 meters away from the stream will explode again under the impact of the violent energy storm under the clear sky hammer, completely broken. The mud, sand, and pebbles under the water were also blown away, or pressed firmly under the ground. A ravine appeared at the bottom of the stream, splashing in all directions. The grass and trees in a radius of 100 meters shook violently, as if they were in a tornado. Strong outside and doing it. Ya Yang continued to sneer. The mighty clear sky hammer spirit body, but in fact it is a bit vain and not solid. Moreover, there are obvious flaws in some places. That was Tang Hao's injury, as well as the insufficiency of his spirit and soul power, which prevented him from condensing his martial soul body into a perfect state. Ya Yang did not flash. He can't flash either. Let you see what a real clear sky hammer is. Also, let me teach you how to use it, chaotic cloak hammer method. Ya Yang's words shocked Tang Xiao's mind. A 10,000 years plant soul beast, also understands clear sky hammer? If he didn't understand, how could he know the chaotic cloak hammering technique of the clear sky school? Tang Hao's clear sky hammer spirit body also gave a slight pause. Obviously, Tang Hao was also extremely shocked when he heard this. Next, when they saw Ya Yang's state, they were even more shocked. Chapter 21 Ya Yang's Chaos Cloak Hammer Technique. Hang Tang Hao. In the shock of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Except for the middle, the leaf that is fused with the soul bone of the mandala snake tail. Ya Yang's remaining 80 leaves, the first half of the 6-meter-long leaves, are rolled together and wrapped into a large sea bowl. Then, he rotates the 80 leaves, like a windmill, forming a big circle of leaves. Rotating vigorously in the air, blowing out the whirring sound. In the blink of an eye, 80 Ya hammers smashed under Tang Hao's clear sky hammer from bottom to top. Compared with Tang Hao's Wuhan real body clear sky hammer, Ya Yang's Ya hammer was like a little rabbit in front of a tiger. Whether it is body shape or hardness, it is rolling. Boom! Sure enough, at the moment of contact, the first leaf hammer exploded. Blue and silver crumbs are flying around. Ah! Lan Yinhuang exclaimed. This time, it was her turn to come to rescue, and Tang Xiao stopped her. Ya Yang didn't care about the damage to this half of the leaf. He continued to shake the leaves, causing the second leaf hammer to smash the clear sky hammer immediately afterwards. 80 leaves, in mid-air, form a three-dimensional windmill, rotating at high speed. One by one the hammer slammed under the clear sky hammer, bursting into pieces continuously. Each leaf hammer is enough to seriously injure the 10,000 years spirit beast. But it was far behind Tang Hao's martial soul real body clear sky hammer. However, under the full impact of 80 hammers, the speed of the clear sky hammer's rapid decline became much slower. In addition to this, the blade that incorporates the soul bone attached to the mandala snake is also unfolding like a double-edged giant sword. Somewhere in the handle of the clear sky hammer, he kept hacking. This soul bone leaf, like a giant golden steel sword, violently collided with the handle of the clear sky hammer, making a huge clang of steel. Although it is sharp and tough, the blade is still notched one by one. However, not only did Yang not slow down, but instead continued to strengthen his attacks. In addition, he also urged his soul power to continuously restore the broken blades. Pieces of smashed leaf hammers grew rapidly. With Yang's current quasi-blue-silver emperor bloodline, the leaves grow extremely fast, and they can grow 2 or 3 meters in the blink of an eye. However, the speed of the clear sky hammer was too fast. Even if 80 leaf hammers were consumed, it would only slow down a small part of its speed. Soon, Yang's 80 leaves grew to 9 meters long again. 3 meters in front are the new leaves. Yang wrapped the front 6 meters, the new and old leaves, each 3 meters long, once again forming a leaf hammer. However, the hammer handle is only 3 meters long. But the clear sky hammer was closer to Yang, and this distance was just right. The shorter the petiole, the better the acceleration. Plus, the residual velocity after the previous impact. The speed at which the impeller is thrown out has become faster. Yang's speed at this time is completely comparable to the speed after the 50/60th hammer of a human using the chaotic cloak hammer method. Boom! The second round of impact, and then began. Bang bang bang! Each petiole burst again. This round of bursting speed is faster than before, one after another. 80 bursts, continuous into one piece. Lasting before and after but a blink of an eye. Such a terrifying attack slowed the speed of the clear sky hammer again. However, it is only 1 meter away from Yang's body. After the second round of impact on Yang's leaves, only 3 meters were left. At this time, he let it grow again. However, it does not grow from the broken leaf tip, but from near the rhizome. The newly grown and tenderer leaves are close to the body, while the tougher 3m old leaves are left outside. 3 meters old leaves and 2 meters new leaves, 5 meters long leaves, wrapped in a slightly smaller leaf hammer. The third round. Bang bang bang! Yang! Second brother. Lan Yinhuang and Tang Xiao both stopped at the same time, looked at the thrilling battle, and shouted loudly, extremely worried. In the blink of an eye, 80 leaf hammers burst again. At this time, Yang, 80 12-meter-long leaves, almost all disappeared, leaving only the last 1 meter of stubble. However, Tang Hao's terrifying clear sky hammer spirit body was completely stopped by him. Moreover, it is extremely illusory. Wuhan's true body was almost forcibly broken up, returning to his adult body. The middle of the hammer handle was almost split by Yang, leaving a huge groove, leaving only the last connection. I said, "Get out!" Yang vibrated with the leaves and roared. He has one last leaf. Soul bone blade. At this time, the hard soul bone blades and the leaves on both sides were all shattered, bare, leaving only the most central vein. In silver, with golden thread. In the roar of Yang, this 12-meter-long leaf vein was also wrapped together to form a fist-sized silver-gold hammer. He used his last strength to bombard the clear sky hammer again. Boom! This time, it was the clear sky hammer that exploded. Tang Hao's martial spirit body was forcibly interrupted. The clear sky hammer was bombarded by Yang's two 40-handled leaf hammer and one soul bone leaf-veined hammer in a short period of time, and was finally smashed into pieces. Of course, it is indispensable, Yang's various consumption and injury bonuses to Tang Hao before. Puff. Tang Hao's figure was revealed as the clear sky hammer exploded. His head was disheveled, his muscles burst, and his blood was bleeding. Especially in the right arm, one radius has been cut off, and one ulna is cut off just a little bit before. On the two bones, a special light flickered, almost extinguished. That light represents the soul bone. In Tang Hao's right arm, there was a soul bone. Yang used his powerful mental power to detect the specific part of this soul bone after it was fused into the clear sky hammer. Then he used his own 10,000 years to attach a spirit bone, attacking one after another, wanting to cut it down. I have to say that this trick is too cruel. The soul bone is closely connected with the body, soul, and life origin. Under title Douluo, once the spirit bone is forcibly taken out, it will directly die. Killing people to get bones is not nonsense. At this moment, Yang struggled with his own soul bone, and the price he was hit hard was to cut down Tang Hao's soul bone. However, it was still a little bit late. Second brother. Tang Xiao's eyes turned red in an instant, and he rushed towards Tang Hao violently. Chapter 22 Vast Sky Twin Stars Fleeing in a Hurry. Take down the Blue-Silver Emperor. At this time, Tang Hao was smashed to pieces by Yang's last small gold and silver hammer, flew in the air, and then fell into the stream. His whole body was torn and shattered, his blood was dripping, his breath was sluggish, and he was hit hard. At this moment, Tang Hao was not only hurting his body. There is also soul power and spirit. Especially his will was completely destroyed by Yang. Known as the world's #1 Tianjiao, the first weapon of martial arts, level 80 soul power, and 2 soul bones. With all his strength, he could barely contend with title Douluo, Tang Hao, who had added various honors. He really couldn't accept it. He was defeated miserably in the hands of a small 10,000 years spirit beast. Moreover, the opponent was only one, the weakest blue-silver grass in the soul beast world. What's more, in addition to the Wuhan real body he finally used, the other party confronted him head-on. Small hammer against sledgehammer. In the field of strength he is best at, completely defeated him. Even the Wuhan real body clear sky hammer was defeated. This blow to him is really too great. Tang Hao had no gods in his eyes, as if he had lost his soul and became a walking corpse, letting himself fall into the stream again. Tang Xiao roared, and rushed over in an instant, hugging Tang Hao. He slammed his feet on the edge of the stream, hugged Tang Hao, jumped across the stream, and rushed into the forest at full speed. Moreover, it rushed towards the inside of the Stardo Great Forest. After a breathing time, the two figures disappeared. After both Yang and Lan Yinhuang watched their disappearance, they breathed a sigh of relief. 1. The 212, level 80 Contra. Of course, the other party didn't add a spirit ring, so it could only be regarded as a quasi-Contra. Boom! Yang's spirit loosened, and the silver hammer with gold thread also cracked and became fragments. Yang! Lan Yinhuang exclaimed. The blue-silver realm enveloped Yang, and the pure and soft power continuously poured into his body. Lan Yinhuang rushed in anxiously, and the duck sat beside Yang, gently holding Yang's body with a pair of slender hands, instilling his own energy with all his strength. Behind her, a blue leaf, a blue-silver grass with golden veins appeared, half virtual and half solid. This was her former blue-silver emperor's body, after being transformed into a special existence similar to her own soul. At this time, she was summoned by her, holding Yang's body, instilling energy into him in all directions. Yang now seems very miserable. All the leaves, including the leaves incorporating the external spirit bone, were shattered. But in fact, to him, it was just a small injury. Just give him some time and he can recover slowly. What he consumes is only energy, without hurting the source. Sure enough, making blue-silver grass is also good. Yang sighed. For the rest of the creatures, this is equivalent to breaking the limbs and becoming a human being. Is severely disabled. But Yang just broke the leaf, which is equivalent to a skin trauma and can quickly recover. Of course, it hurts. However, although the injury is not serious, the consumption is huge. The body was completely hollowed out. Even the powerful mental power was consumed a lot when the chaotic cloak hammer method was cast at the end. In such a crisis, you can't make a mistake, you must use strong mental power to lock your opponents firmly. But now, under the embrace of Lan Yinhuang, Yang was like lying in the coolest pool after running a marathon. It is like a person who has been hungry and thirsty for 3 days and nights in the desert, lying down with someone feeding the most delicious meal. With the leaves, Yang embraced the blue-silver emperor, his spirit, soul power, and leaves were recovering quickly. Time passed, the moon set and the sun rose. The two separated until noon the next day. Lan Yinhuang looked at Yang. Are you okay? Yang smiled and said, Yin, do we count as double repairs? Lan Yinhuang had never heard of Shuangziu, but when she heard Yang's words and the behavior of contacting the two, she could also understand the general meaning. She was a little shy at first, and her face suddenly blushed. However, she did not object to anything. It's done. I finally chased my wife. Yang was ecstatic in his heart, and with the tender leaves that had just grown, he pulled the blue-silver emperor and said seriously, Yin. Don't worry, as long as there is me, absolutely no one can hurt you. With a serious, ridiculous, earthy love story, Lan Yinhuang finally fell completely. She was no longer twisted and shy, letting Yang hold her hands and nestle on him. I'm not leaving, just waiting for you to transform here. Lan Yinhuang said suddenly. This. Yang was overjoyed. Happiness comes too fast. However, after a little thought, Yang refused again. When you don't get it, you will fight for it yourself. But after getting it, you should cherish it and consider it more for the other party. This is a family. Yin, you know. The soul beast transforms into a human being. Before the maturity period, it must be in contact with human beings, which is very important for future growth. You can't delay yourself for me. Lan Yinhuang shook his head and said softly, it doesn't matter, when I'm about to break through level 60, I will call myself a cultivation base. Yang was very moved. Love is not about me and me, but for each other, willing to give, or even sacrifice more. However, the other party should not accept it as it should. It only knows to ask for it, not to pay. He remembered that before crossing, because of the scarcity of women, some high-ranking female boxers were actually a kind of pathology. Yin, don't worry. Give me a while, I will definitely be able to break through. After Yang finished speaking, he rarely confessed to Lan Yinhuang, but held his breath, and fully recovered his external spirit bone. This war can be regarded as breaking and standing. The leaves regrowth and are stronger than before. The same is true for the attached soul bone blades. It's just that the recovery of the external spirit bone requires more energy. External spirit bone recovery may make it go further, which is equivalent to half an evolution. In addition, the current benefits alone made Yang satisfied. Personal page. Host, Yang. Root feet, quasi-blue silver blood. Modification, 10,008. Bloodline, level 90. Spirit, 456, Peak of Lingtong Realm. Talent, double copy target skills, consumption points, auxiliary swallow, consumable points to speed up. Points. 289,343 points, copy target skills, assist in swallowing. Evolution points, 23. Spirit value, 0.33. Soul power value, 42. Soul bone, blue silver quasi-emperor snake tail with soul bone, 10008 plus 0.1 plus 0.1, continuously recovering and strengthening. Spirit skill, blue silver 6 king gun. Treasures, none. Yang discovered that in addition to the bloodline and mental power increase, his points surged by 180,000 points. And the name of the soul bone has also changed. Before, the mandala snake tail had a spirit bone attached to it, but now it became a blue-silver quasi-emperor snake tail attached to a spirit bone. In other words, the power of the bloodline of the blue-silver quasi-emperor has already occupied a dominant position. In addition to the strength of the original spirit bone being maintained, it also possesses the regeneration function of the blue-silver quasi-emperor. And, the growth rate is also faster. When Yang had a double harvest in his love career, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were in crisis. Chapter 23 Coward Tang Hao. The Blue-Silver King is in danger. After being seriously injured by Yang, Tang Hao was taken by his elder brother Tang Xiao and fled in a hurry, deepening into the Star-Do Great Forest mixed area. Although there are many in the mixed zone, 2 or 3 10,000 years living alone soul beasts. There are also 1 or 2 10,000 years group soul beasts, a large number of 1,000-year soul beasts. But to the two of them, it was nothing. Level 80 Contra is equivalent to a spirit beast of 7-10,000 years. In the mixed zone, there are few such powerful soul beasts. As for the pervert soul beast like Yang, he is the only one in the world. After running away for more than half an hour, Tang Xiao was also relieved to see that Yang hadn't chased him. He quickly put Tang Hao down and whispered, "Second brother. Second brother." Tang Hao's blood was already stopped by Tang Xiao's spirit power. Tang Hao's physique is very strong, and his spirit power and injuries are also recovering voluntarily. Of course, the broken bone in the right arm cannot be recovered for the time being. Even with Tang Hao's cultivation base, it would take at least 10.5 days to fully heal. However, Tang Hao's call to his brother was unmoved. He opened his eyes and stared hollowly at the night sky, his eyes blank, like a dead man. "Second brother!" Tang Xiao shouted again, anxious in his heart. Seeing that Tang Hao still didn't respond, Tang Xiao was anxious and angry, opened his rough big hand, and slammed Tang Hao's 2 big-eared melon seeds. In the loud pop, Tang Hao remained unmoved, his lips moved. "Brother, go ahead and leave me alone." Seeing Tang Hao like this, Tang Xiao mourned his misfortune and angered him. "Don't you just fail once? What's the big deal? After we add the spirit ring and increase our strength, we can fight back and go back. You are our Clear Sky School, the future sect master. Everyone is looking at you, waiting for you. Are you just like this?" History is surprisingly similar. Because of the appearance of Yang, the original history of Douluo was changed. Let the Tang Hao brothers become enemies with Lan Yinhuang. However, Tang Hao's ending remained unchanged. The so-called number 1 arrogant on the mainland, after encountering setbacks, was in a state of depression, exactly the same as in the original book. This is also the reason why Yang looked down on him. A person, what is really powerful is not the combat power, but the heart. The heart is strong, the combat power is not too weak, the carp can also leap the dragon gate. It can be said that Tang Hao's decadence is inevitable. The so-called number 1 arrogant on the mainland is just a coward. However, after hearing Tang Xiao's words, Tang Hao regained some sanity in his eyes. Tang Xiao was able to be the master in the original work. Apart from his cultivation, his head was not bad. He continued to enlighten Tang Hao, "Second brother, you have also seen that the woman is in the form of a soul beast. Her body cultivation base must be more than 10,000 years, extremely powerful. And that 10,000 years blue-silver grass is also very unusual. Although the soul power is only 10,000 years, but the blood is extraordinary, the spiritual power is strong, and it seems that there is a soul bone. Its combat power, of course, cannot be measured only by its soul power cultivation base of 10,000 years. It doesn't matter if you are caught off guard, you are attacked by him one after another, fighting against each other, and temporarily losing to him, it doesn't matter. We will retaliate and go back soon. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao's guide, was also thinking quickly about his next plan. Correct. I remember that my father once said that when he became a titled Douluo and was looking for a spirit ring, he found a blue-silver grass somewhere in the Star-Do Great Forest No, strictly speaking, it is no longer ordinary blue-silver grass, but the king among them, with extraordinary blood. Tang Hao's eyes lit up and he sat up from a collapsed state. A cold light flashed in Tang Xiao's eyes, gritted his teeth and said, "Second brother, plant soul beast, rarely and difficult to move his body. This blue-silver grass belongs to my eldest brother. When I absorb its spirit ring and become a contra completely, my strength will definitely increase a lot. In fact, blue-silver grass plant soul beast is not suitable for clear sky hammer. However, the soul power of more than 80,000 years is strong enough. But the animal soul beasts of more than 80,000 years are very powerful, and with their current state, they are not easy to hunt. What's more, both of them hated Lan Yinko. Therefore, hunting down this blue-silver king was instantly recognized by both of them." Tang Xiao continued, "Wait until your injury recovers, we will go back and kill those two soul beasts. That woman's spirit ring belongs to you. The spirit ring of the 10,000 years spirit beast will definitely enable you to truly become the #1 powerhouse in the mainland. If you fail from Lan Yinko, get it back from Lan Yinko." Tang Hao said with excitement in an instant, "Big brother. You." Tang Xiao shook his head and smiled, interrupting Tang Hao. "Second brother, I know what you want to say. But you also know that your eldest brother is not as talented as you, and your future achievements are not as good as you. 10,000 years spirit beast makes the 8th spirit ring, and the eldest brother can't hold it. So, only if you absorb it is the most suitable." Tang Hao took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Then let's say yes, I will absorb the spirit ring and give you the spirit bone. We brothers, share the benefits equally." Tang Xiao also smiled, stretched out his big hand, and held Tang Hao tightly together. "Good. Second brother, our brothers are united, and we will surely be able to stand on top of the Soul Master and revive Grandpa's glory." Hearing this, Tang Hao completely recovered his spirit. He thought of the disappeared grandfather Tang Chen, who used to be a level 99 peak Douluo. That is the limit of the Soul Master, shocking the powerful existence of the world. It's just that when I was looking for the path to becoming a god, I disappeared for many years, and I don't know if he is still alive. The brothers have been instilled by their father since they were young, the grandfather's strength, and the scenery of the Haoshan school in the past. Although the Clear Sky School is still the first in the mainland, it hasn't made progress for so many years. On the contrary, the strength is still declining. On the other hand, the Martial Soul Palace is rising faster and faster, and the threat to Clear Sky School is also growing. It has always been Tang Hao's goal to become the pinnacle Douluo and lead the Haoshan sect to a stronger position. At this moment, when he heard his brother's words, Tang Hao seemed to see that he hunted down 10,000 years spirit beasts, absorbed 10,000 years spirit rings, rapidly transformed and became the glorious future of the top powerhouse in the mainland. At noon the next day, when Yang and Ayan awoke from the special double repairs they hugged, Tang Hao also recovered more than half. Except for the scabs on the bones of the hands and left toes, and the inability of the right arm to exert force, there is almost no major problem. Soul power and spiritual power have all been restored. It will take time to recover from the injury that follows. "Brother, let's go. You hunted down the Blue-Silver King first, and after you improve your strength, come to help me recover." Tang Xiao nodded. The Blue Silver King of 8-10,000 years is similar to the ordinary Contra. With his strength, he can deal with it. The second brother can play support even if he is not in the state, and it is not difficult for the two to win the Blue Silver King. I remember my father said, "To the southeast, go." The Douluo forest is very large. With the strength of the two and the approximate range, it took 3 full days to find the Blue Silver King. This Blue Silver King was the Blue Silver King who helped Tang San awaken in the original book and was of the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. In the entire Douluo Great Forest, it is the oldest, older than the Blue Silver Emperor Yin. It's just restricted by talent and slow in practice. With a cultivation base of 85,000 years, it almost really has a lifespan of more than 80,000 years. Let's go, it's time to change places. At the same time, Yang smiled at Yin. He has all recovered, and his strength has improved to the next level. It's just that, because of the great battle 4 days ago night, no soul beast dared to approach until now. In addition, the time spent here is long enough and the prey is reduced. Yang was about to move. Yin nodded, just holding up Yang's body, but suddenly his face changed. Not good. Senior Blue Silver King was seriously injured, and there is a fatal danger. Chapter 24 Hang Tang Hao again. Nervous breakdown. In the Douluo forest, Yin flew at full speed anxiously. On her fragrant shoulders, 2 leaves of Yang were climbing, and she was flying on her back. He has a large tuft of roots, which are flying behind him because of his speed. Senior Blue Silver King, although he has only a cultivation base of more than 85,000 years, he is the oldest existence of our Blue Silver King clan. There is also much care for our descendants. Without his guidance, my practice would be much slower. He hides well, and his strength is not weak, but this time, don't have an accident. Yin said to Yang anxiously while flying at full speed. It should be the brothers of them. Yang said in a deep voice. He naturally knew that Blue Silver King. It's just that, as time goes by, the more you come into contact with people in this world, the more you change the original storyline. This Blue Silver King helped Tang San a lot. Because of this relationship, it and Tang Hao are also friends. However, it is now a mortal enemy. Whoosh! Yang suddenly ejected the soul bone blades, and shot out, piercing a millennium-year-old soldering iron head camouflaged on an ancient tree. This soul beast is not big, only 1 foot long and thick arms. But it possesses extremely poisonous, even the 5,000-year-old spirit beasts are unwilling to provoke it. System. Give me consumption points, turn on 10 times devour. Back to host, because of the principle of conservation of energy, this system can only convert 60% of the target's soul power, but the swallowing speed can still be increased by 10 times. Is the host confirmed to enable 10x swallow? There is no doubt that this will waste 5,000 points. However, the most important thing now is time. As for points, Yang has a lot of points, close to 300,000 points. Confirm that it is swallowed 10 times. Ding! Consume 10,283 points, increase the phagocytic speed by 10 times, and the phagocytic conversion efficiency by 6 times. In the next moment, Lion Majesty, a 1,000-year-old soldering iron head, was swallowed up by the soul power of his body and the essence of flesh and blood. Its spirit power was transformed by Yang for 603 years. As for the essence of flesh and blood, all of it was absorbed by the spirit bone attached to the tail of the blue-silver quasi-emperor because it was also a snake. In addition, Yang's 603 years of spirit power, this spirit bone also improved. This is the obvious promotion effect of the attached spirit bone after swallowing similar spirit beasts. Tang San's human face demon spider attached a spirit bone, it could directly swallow the crypt demon spider, strengthening the external spirit bone. Yang did the same, using snake spirit beasts to quickly strengthen the spirit bone attached to the tail of the snake. If it is to absorb the remaining soul beasts, it is slowly transforming. Swallowing this 1,000-year soul beast, Yang was extremely relaxed, and it did not affect Yin's forward speed. She also knew that Yang wanted to go further, increase his strength, and fight against those two powerful enemies. Although, 4 days ago, he severely injured the other party and let them escape. But now, the other party is absolutely ready and won't give Yang another chance. Face-to-face confrontation with the 80-level Soul Master who was waiting in full battle. The pressure was not small. Along the way, Yang hunted and killed 3,000-year level snake spirit beasts, which increased their spirit power for about 2,300 years. There was also a 10,000-year snake soul beast, who was startled by him. He didn't have time to pursue it either. Driving at full speed, 10 minutes later, they crossed most of the mixed zone and entered the depths of the Douluo forest. This is a relatively hidden small valley, the aura is not strong, and the energy is not enough. Therefore, there are not many soul beasts inside, and the plants are not luxuriant. Only Lan Yinko did not dislike this place, and took the opportunity to occupy it, forming a large grassland. A peculiar dwarf tree took root near the foot of the mountain. It is only 2 or 3 feet tall, but thicker than a bucket. This is not grass at all, but an old tree. On the old tree, there is also a vague old man's face. At this time, it waved a lot of roots, vines, and leaves to resist Tang Xiao's attack and Tang Hao's harassment. A lot of sap, splashing around, that is its blood. At this time, it was almost divided by 2 people, leaving only half of the stump. And the roots below were also blasted into big pits by the clear sky hammer. The roots were smashed, cutting off its origin. As the Blue-Silver Emperor, Yin could feel all the kinsmen above the Blue-Silver Kuei-Sai King in the Douluo Great Forest. At the beginning, she was like this and felt Yang. The origin of this old Blue-Silver King was wounded and she was in danger, so she could naturally feel it. Boom boom boom. Tang Xiao used his Wuhan real body, ignoring the attacks of the Blue-Silver King, constantly smashing the Blue-Silver King's roots. Even the hill around it was shattered, and the roots at the foot of the hill were all shattered. Tang Hao made up the knife in the distance, landed on the ground with his right foot, but jumped very fast on one leg. He held the clear sky hammer in his left hand, smashing the roots. Lan Yinko's roots were not attacked enough. Even if Tang Hao had only half of his strength left, his results were remarkable. Senior. A long distance away, Yin called out in shock. Seeing the tragic situation of King Lan Yin, she was very angry. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were surprised and looked up. 4 people face each other. Brother Tang Hao shouted at the same time, "It's you again." Yang and Yin gritted their teeth and said, "It really is you." However, feeling Yang's breath, he was completely restored. Moreover, after a little more than a few days ago, Tang Xiao suppressed his anger. He knew that if he continued to be tough, the tragic situation a few days ago would happen again. Even more miserable. Second brother. Go. He grabbed Tang Hao, jumped up, and was about to leave. If you want to leave, first ask Lao Zi if he agrees. Yang shouted. Yin, throw me over. Lan Yinhuang did not hesitate, she believed in Yang's choice. It looks like a slender hand, but it has strong power. Yang grouped into a ball and was thrown out by her far away. He was like a cannonball, smashing at Tang Xiao who was running wild. Spiritual shock. Tang Xiao's head was dumbfounded, as if he was hit hard by a sledgehammer, almost exploding. He stared at Venus and suffered much more trauma than Tang Hao 4 days ago. His mental power is not as good as Tang Hao. And at this time, Yang was also much stronger in spirit than when he transformed the bloodline of the Kuei-Sai Blue-Silver Emperor. When Tang Xiao bit the tip of his tongue violently and forcibly recovered, he suddenly found out in anger. His second brother is being beaten by that damn blue-silver grass again. This is a real sling. A few leaves twisted Tang Hao's hair and hung him in the air. And the remaining leaves, some turned into hammers, some wrapped into sharp spears, and some were swords, constantly besieging Tang Hao. Tang Hao kept struggling, and at the same time, regardless of the injury on his right arm, he had no choice but to hold the clear sky hammer in both hands and resist with all his strength. Let go of him. The Blue Silver King can be recovered, otherwise, it will have to be buried. Tang Xiao roared, his eyes crimson, he burned his essence and blood, and killed the Blue Silver King. A Yin Gong was preparing to treat the Blue Silver King and had to meet Tang Xiao at this time. Tang Xiao, who burned his essence and blood, had terrifying combat power. A Yin, who was not good at attacking, was beaten back and forth. Die together. Tang Hao was also furious, mobilizing the soul bone in his arm and left leg, wanting to burn and detonate it. Go away. Die with your brother. Ye Yang scolded, dozens of leaves simultaneously used force to throw them away. Seeing this, Tang Xiao stopped attacking quickly, ran away, hugged Tang Hao again, and quickly fled. This hatred is not shared. Never die. Tang Xiao's roar quickly went away. Cut. Ye Yang ridiculed disdainfully. However, he was actually not sure that he would kill Tang Hao. In case Tang Hao really wants to burn his soul power, blood, soul bone, and other things, he will die with him. Even if he wouldn't die, he would definitely suffer severe damage. In addition, if Tang Hao died, Tang Xiao would definitely be crazy and desperate. If you really keep fighting, the Blue Silver King who has not been treated will definitely die. And A Yin would also be hurt. 2 deaths in exchange for 1 death and 2 injuries. Can't pay. Ye Yang fell to the ground, controlled a few leaves with mental power, pushed down on the ground, as a leg, and walked towards the old Blue Silver King with his body. His expression also became solemn. And A Yin was anxious and sad. Good. Very good. Seeing Ye Yang approaching, the old man's face on half of the tree trunk, she smiled. Unexpectedly, I could see the second emperor born in the Blue Silver clan, and it is worth my death. P.S. The contract status has been changed. Congratulations to the 9 investors who have made 2.5 yuan, haha. You can now vote for a monthly pass. The monthly pass is useless for novices on the street, but the reward, can you cheekily ask the boss for a reward? $1 is enough. Thanks. Chapter 25 Sacrifice. Blue Silver King. Senior, don't talk, stop talking, and we will treat you. Ye Yang said quickly. At the same time, he looked at A Yin, wondering why she didn't quickly use the Blue Silver domain to help the old Blue Silver King recover. Rebirth as grass, although the soul is human. But Ye Yang also had a sense of belonging to Blue Silver grass. This is the lowest level of grass, uncontested in the world, and gentle. He could also feel the effect of this old Blue Silver King on the entire Blue Silver Grass clan. Not to mention other things, it is worthy of Ye Yang to take it seriously just because it gave instructions and looked after A Yin. Before A Yin spoke, he heard the old Lan Yin Wang smile and said, "My lord new emperor, I did not let His Majesty Lan Yin Emperor treat him. Actually, you can also see that my origin has been completely destroyed and cannot be restored." Ye Yang said, "If you can't recover, you can't recover. We must at least save your life." He knew how tenacious Lan Yinko's life was. Especially the Blue Silver Emperor, even if he is killed, he will be resurrected and reborn after 7 or 49 days. This is Blue Silver Grass, the only talent. As for the old Blue Silver King, his vitality would not be weak. Master new emperor, even if I keep my life, I will decline and become a very ordinary Blue Silver Grass, losing my wisdom. Actually, that is also dead. The body left behind, even if you re-practice, the final spiritual wisdom born, it's probably not me. It's like the millions of seeds that I produce, the seedlings that are born, it's not me either. Ya Yang's heart sank. He felt that King Lanyan was right. It is not the Blue-Silver Emperor after all. Even if Ayan is dead, her soul is strong, and her natal soul mark will remain in the seed. With the rebirth, the spiritual wisdom will be restored, which is a complete rebirth. The Blue-Silver King couldn't do this. So, don't waste it. My 80,000 years of hard work. Hehe, speaking of it, it's not a penance. I look at the blue sky and white clouds, birds, insects, and fish, and drink rain and groundwater, day after day, year after year. More than 80,000 years have passed, and I will have more than 80,000 years of cultivation. In the entire Stardew Great Forest, all the soul beasts are not as happy as I am. Today, I want to exist in another way, and you should be happy too. Ayan couldn't help it anymore, sobbing. Ya Yang uses dozens of leaves to wrap the roots of the tree as the trunk, and wraps the limbs with leaves to become a scarecrow. He hugged Ayan and comforted her. Your Majesty Blue-Silver Emperor, the cultivation of the new emperor is still a bit short, just because my soul power can make up for it. Wait for him to break through the 10,000 years as soon as possible, and completely become the Blue-Silver Emperor, transforming into a human being, so that he can rejuvenate my Blue-Silver clan together with your Majesty. It's just that my cultivation base is too low to make sacrifices. Please help from His Majesty the Blue-Silver Emperor. Sacrifice. Hearing this word, Ya Yang was startled. This is a special way for 10,000 years soul beasts to pour all their soul power, soul, essence, and blood into the target's body. 100% fusion, 100% will drop soul bones. In the original work, Ayan sacrificed Tang Hao. And Xiao Wu, Daming, and Ming all sacrificed to Tang San. But, Senior, I am a soul beast, not a human. If you want to sacrifice, you can only sacrifice to Ayan, right? Ya Yang would naturally not refuse to get the benefits for nothing, but whether he can get them, this is a question. In case you can't get it, it's not a waste, the last pains of the King of Blue-Silver? There may be some waste, but it's best to give you the new Emperor. At that time, my soul bone will be given to His Majesty the Blue-Silver Emperor. It is just right. So, in a sense, I am not dead, but continue to pursue the footsteps of the two sires. It is my glory and blessing to be together with your two Majesty in another way. As he said, its old face gradually glowed. And the roots, stems, leaves, sap, and body scattered everywhere are also enveloped by a special light, like it is about to burn. This is the end of the matter and it cannot be undone. Ayan also restrained his emotions and stretched out a trembling hand to help the old Lanyan Huang. With the help of Ayan, the old Blue-Silver Emperor seemed to burn in the light, forming a dazzling blue light. Floating to Ya Yang. Finally, it exploded with a bang, turning into countless blue light rain, covering Ya Yang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining soul power +1+1+1. The system prompts sound, indicating that the soul power of each upgrade is still only 1 point. 100 points is 1 year of soul power. However, this did not know how many tens of thousands of light rains were integrated into Ya Yang's body. Every second, tens of thousands of light rain enter the body, increasing the soul power for hundreds of thousands of years. Just a few breaths, the system voice changed. Ding! Congratulations to host, his soul power broke through to 10,000 years. Ya Yang's breath suddenly increased. The 81 leaves have also become thicker and longer and full of vitality. His blue-silver grass is like a big tree. Although not high, it occupies a huge area. It didn't take long for the system sound to sound again. Ding! Congratulations to host, his soul power broke through 10,000 years. Soul Beast 10,000 years is also a hurdle, which will undergo tremendous changes. Equivalent to human beings, breakthrough as Soul Saint. However, the human Soul Sage, behind the martial Soul True, has a sharp increase in combat power, and is generally stronger than the soul beast of 3-10,000 years. But for Ye Yang, the cultivation base of 3-10,000 years, he can already be here, and the Douluo forest is walking sideways. 10,000 years soul beast can't come out, he is invincible. Under the human title Douluo, he can fight. 10 minutes later, the blue light rain disappeared. Ye Yang's spirit power did not break through for 10,000 years for more than 38,000 years. In other words, the 85,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor successfully sacrificed one-third of his soul power to Ye Yang. This efficiency is actually very high. If Ye Yang used the system to strengthen the swallow after it died, it would not be able to absorb so much. After the origin was broken, the spirit power spread quickly. Unlike the spirit ring, it can last for 1 hour. The last voice of the old Blue Silver Emperor came, "My Lord New Emperor, I wish you an early transformation into a human being, and my Lord Blue Silver Emperor." The sound faded away. In midair, after the blue light rain disappeared, a piece of turquoise vine appeared. It is half a foot long and as thick as a finger. It was like a green stick, not a soul bone at all. Yin touched the soul bone, his expression a little sad. The best reward and remembrance for the predecessors is to meet its final requirements. I will transform as soon as possible, and with you, lead the blue-silver race to become a stronger race. Yin took a deep breath, calmed his sadness, and nodded earnestly, I'll be with you. Chapter 26 Dark Demon God Tiger. The Last Haoshan Double Star. Douluo Great Forest, the core circle. A huge figure, in the forest, sometimes walks like flying, sometimes quiet as a rock. That was Tang Xiao, hiding Tang Hao behind his back. The level 80 cultivation base is comparable to the spirit beasts of 7-10,000 years, even if it is not weak in the core circle. But there is no qualification to walk sideways. Tang Hao's blood, especially the aura of a strong human being, could easily attract powerful soul beasts. They are also prone to danger. "Let me down," Tang Hao said, his voice was calm. Tang Xiao was taken aback and hesitated. "It's dangerous for us to stop. First find a place to help you heal your injuries." "Don't worry, they should not dare to chase after. And here is strong energy, you recover faster, and it is easier to find a soul beast suitable for us. We have revenge, we will definitely succeed." Tang Hao chuckled, shook his head and said, "Big brother, don't comfort me. This time, let us die and live." Tang Xiao wondered, what does the second brother mean? Tang Hao said solemnly, "I'm here, I will recover with all my strength. The weak soul beast dare not approach it. The powerful soul beast that dared to approach, eldest brother, you hunted it down to make a soul ring." Tang Xiao frowned slightly. "How about encountering a powerful soul beast? It's not far from the core, and it is rumored that there are 2 powerful 10,000 years soul beasts." Tang Hao smiled, "Either delay the time and wait for me to recover. If things cannot be violated, eldest brother, you can cut off my right arm and left leg, take out my soul bone and run away. Haoshanzong, we can't live without a future, we brothers, we must live one. And the 3 inheritance spirit bones can't be lost." Tang Hao's smile was very calm. But Tang Xiao saw an unprecedented madness in the eyes of his second brother. He said solemnly, "There is a third option, we brothers, we will live and die together." Tang Hao shook his head, "No, brother, I can be willful once. But you can't, Clear Sky School needs you. Don't waste my time, so be it." After finishing speaking, he closed his eyes concentratingly, urging the Haoshanzong technique, working fully to absorb soul power and recover from his injuries. This time, Tang Hao and Ye Yang fought briefly. No, they were hanged and beaten briefly. Tang Hao's spirit power and spirit were not consumed much. It's just that the newly healed wound is cracked again and needs to be restored. Especially the right arm, the soul bone is almost separated from the arm bone. It may be a blessing in disguise. In Yang's hands, after being wounded one after another, the brothers had good luck. For 2 whole days, no soul beast approached them. On the 3rd day, a silver-backed chimpanzee with 7-10,000 years approached. With its strength, many 8-10,000 years spirit beasts did not dare to fight against it. However, it has encountered a nemesis. In terms of strength, there is no soul beast at the same level, and it is the opponent of Clear Sky Hammer. The first weapon Wuhan was not blown out. Tang Xiao was also full of firepower, fighting the silver-backed chimpanzee for half a day before beheading him. What surprised Tang Xiao was that there was still a soul bone. The silver-backed chimpanzee's bloodline level is not low. Among the ape soul beasts, it is second only to the Titan giant ape, and it is slightly higher than the vigorous orangutan of the first family. Its arms are extremely powerful, and its offensive power is terrifying. High-level bloodlines and high-age spirit beasts have a higher chance of producing spirit bones. This is a left-arm spirit bone. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao each obtained a left and right-arm inheritance spirit bone from the Haoshan school. Tang Hao also had an extra left leg soul bone. Tang Xiao couldn't integrate the new spirit bone. Second brother, the rules of the sect: whoever gets the soul bone is qualified to distribute it by himself. We urgently need to increase our strength, and you also need to recover from your injury. You can merge first. Tang Xiao spoke and gave the soul bone of his left arm to Tang Hao. Tang Hao did not refuse, gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Big brother. Don't worry, I will not disappoint your expectations. Hurry up and fuse the spirit ring." Tang Xiao nodded, quickly fusing the spirit ring. After half an hour, the fusion was successful. His breath suddenly strengthened a lot. Level 82. Feeling his soul power, Tang Xiao also smiled. When he went down the mountain 5 years ago, he was level 78. In fact, last year, he broke through to level 80, one step faster than Tang Hao. The battles of the past few days have allowed him to make breakthroughs again, reaching level 82. Plus an extra 7-10,000 years, which is very suitable for your spirit ring. Tang Xiao's combat power was at least 5 levels stronger than before. Now, level 85 Contra, he can easily defeat it. Under full power, it should be equivalent to a level 88 Contra. Next, it was Tang Hao fused with silver-backed chimpanzee, 7-10,000 years left arm soul bone. Tang Hao didn't insist on staying in place either, but took the soul bone and quickly left with Tang Xiao. Not long after, Ming, the Titan great ape, rushed to look at the corpse of the 7-10,000 years silver-backed chimpanzee, roaring angrily. This was Admiral, his subordinate, but was killed by someone and took away the spirit ring and spirit bone. The two fled to the outer area and found a place to hide. Tang Hao also spent half an hour, successfully fusing the soul bone. His breath increased greatly and his injury recovered faster. 5 days later, although the spirit bone of his right arm had not healed yet, his hands and the sole of his left foot had all recovered. The two couldn't wait to return to the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest again, preparing to find the 8th spirit ring for Tang Hao. After searching for a full 8 days, there was no suitable powerful soul beast. On the 9th day, Tang Hao was pleasantly surprised to find a black demon tiger. It has a pair of black wings and a tail hook like the tail of Sassari. It has a strong breath. "Brother, that's it." Tang Xiao frowned slightly. "It's only 6-10,000 years cultivation base, maybe it's weak." Tang Hao shook his head and said, "Brother, your mental strength is not as good as mine. You may not have noticed that this devil tiger is very unusual. Although it only has 6-10,000 years, its bloodline roots and feet are extremely powerful, comparable to 8-10,000 years soul beasts. Moreover, strength and speed coexist, which suits me well." Tang Xiao nodded. He still admired the second brother's eyes. Next, with Tang Xiao as the main and Tang Hao as the second, the two brothers joined forces to quickly take down the black demon tiger. Then, the two were hanged and beaten. Because this black devil tiger is a dark demon evil god tiger. Rumor has it that it is a special soul beast that has been infested by the power of the evil god. With power attributes such as evil, darkness, thunder and lightning, wind, time, space, etc., he is extremely intelligent and smarter than many people. It basically has no race, and the whole clan may be one or two, and its reproduction depends on the power of evil gods to corrode. The dark demon evil god tiger relies on devouring soul power and soul to strengthen itself, and it is fast and violent. It is the public enemy of all soul beasts. Even if it was Daming and Erming who wanted to hunt it down, they failed every time. Its combat power can completely contend an ordinary 10,000 years soul beast. And the level of cunning and ability to escape is far more than 10,000 years soul beasts. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were very powerful, but they were still beaten by the dark demon evil god. The two were furious. Especially Tang Hao, the confidence he had just built was destroyed again. What happened to this forest? 10,000 years blue silver grass can sling him, and 10,000 years soul beasts can sling him, which has greatly improved their combat power. They are two brothers. However, the dark demon evil god tiger wanted to kill two people quickly, but it was not enough. Delayed time is too long, and it is easy to attract Ming, the king of the forest. Fortunately, Daming rarely leaves the cottage version of the Lake of Life. In order to quickly slay the two Tang Hao brothers, the dark demon evil god tiger soon controlled time and space to create a life and death arena. The unprecedented crisis of life and death caused Tang Xiao and Tang Hao to flee suddenly. However, the dark demon Thulhu is very cunning, and the time is already on time. Run away! Tang Xiao roared, and the clear sky hammer in his hand slammed at Tang Hao, flying it far away. Big brother! Tang Hao shouted, feeling panic for the first time. Then he saw an unforgettable scene for him. His elder brother was shrouded in a layer of translucent black light. In an instant, his elder brother Tang Xiao became a 6 or 7-year-old child. Moreover, the strength returned to that time, only a few levels of spirit power, not even a spirit ring. The black demon tiger also turned into a little tiger with a length of 1 meter and 5. However, human beings who are both 6 years old and do not have spirit rings are naturally not the opponents of spirit beasts. Without any suspense, the same horrified eldest brother, under Tang Hao's eyelids, was bitten by Xiaohu's neck. Blood is gushing. He flew back in the air, his head blank. Boom! Tang Hao fell on a tree dozens of meters away, fell in embarrassment and fell to the ground. His eyes were dull. He suddenly jumped up, roared, and was about to kill him back. Roar! However, tens of meters away, a roar came. Tang Xiao died, the arena of life and death disappeared, and the dark demon evil god tiger became a prototype. Tang Xiao's corpse also changed back, becoming a powerful Contra with 82 spirit power and a right arm spirit bone. His spirit power and soul were all swallowed by the dark demon evil god tiger. Tang Hao's footsteps froze. Is this still a soul beast? This is a demon. What? Tang Hao screamed. Yang and the dark demon evil god tiger attacked him 3 times in a row. In addition, the death of big brother Tang Xiao and the strangeness of the dark demon evil god tiger completely defeated his mind. He fled hastily, panicked, and completely lost the image of the so-called number 1 arrogant in the mainland. A day later, he rushed out of the Stardow forest and fled to the Clear Sky School with disheveled hair, ragged clothes, and muddy sweat. Tang Hao, a generation of arrogance, has fallen. P.S. It is rare to ask for votes or collection after the chapter name and at the end of the chapter. I just don't want to disturb the readers greatly, but these are very important during the new book period. Please support. Thanks, it will be more and more exciting later. Chapter 27, Thank you for rewarding and adding rules. First of all, Thank you Shadow Assassin Chief 7 for your reward. You are the first reader of this book, and you should add more. However, there are too many manuscripts in this book, and the next 24 sheets are all set to be published regularly, and 3 chapters are fixed every day, which is not easy to change. So it will be updated together when it is put on the shelves. At present, there are 10 chapters guaranteed, plus 1 chapter, at least 11 chapters. Chapter 28 Tang Hao's Big Spear Wife, Tang San was born. Hey? Realm. Also, it's scary and weird. In the dark demon evil god tiger, playing in the arena of life and death, in the small valley where the old blue silver king lived, A Yin, who had practiced for half a month, suddenly opened his eyes and said in surprise. As a 10,000 years soul beast, he can use his domain. Likewise, the realm can also be felt. After receiving the spirit power of the old blue silver king, Ya Yang, who had consolidated his foundation, also recovered. He couldn't feel the realm, but with his strong mental power, he could perceive that powerful and evil aura. Field? In the current Stardo Great Forest, in addition to Ayin, there are only 6 spirit beasts that can display domains. The 3 brothers, Daming, Erming, Kyunjun Ant, and the dark demon god tiger. This kind of power, only the dark demon evil god tiger. Ya Yang quickly analyzed it. In the field of display, there was a lot of movement. With the cunningness of the dark demon evil god tiger, he shouldn't be able to use this kind of realm before the critical juncture. But this kind of field may not have that good effect on Daming and Erming, so it should not dare. And the 3 brothers of Kyunjun Ants, it shouldn't dare to provoke them. In other words, in this forest, only the 2 brothers Tang Hao can force it to use this domain. After hesitating for a while, Ya Yang gave up and went to inquire about his thoughts. The risk is too great. Not cost-effective. A Yin, it's okay, let's continue practicing. A Yin nodded when he heard Ya Yang's words. Ya Yang smiled and said, by the way, how is your soul bone fusion? A Yin also smiled. She stretched out her left hand, and a blue and silver vine spread out like a long silk. There are 2 skills in the spirit bones left by the predecessors, entanglement and slap. Limited ability and offensive ability, both are good. Ya Yang nodded, also happy for A Yin. He believes in himself, and it won't be long before he can transform into a human being and grow rapidly. He was worried that the Blue-Silver Emperor would not be able to keep up with his speed. The future self will face more dangers, maybe it is the enemy of the world. With the strength of the Blue-Silver Emperor, it is easy to encounter danger. She can have more whole cards, which is naturally good. Besides, there is another benefit. A Yin smiled. Ya Yang curiously asked, what are the benefits? A Yin was a little shy, I can store my extra soul power. In this way, after I reach level 69, I can deposit my excess spirit power into my spirit bone, and reach the level 70 maturity stage later. Ya Yang's heart was warm, A Yin was waiting for him. Ian, wait for me to transform, and teach you 108 secret techniques in the house. Ya Yang said seriously. Seeing that Ya Yang was serious, although he didn't understand, he seemed to be very powerful. A Yin also nodded, expectantly, Good. Then you have to transform yourself quickly, teach me earlier. She is only 16 or 17 years old when she is transformed into a human. And when she used to be a blue-silver grass, the long years did not allow her to be contaminated with dust, pure and flawless. Seeing her smiling face like a flower, Ya Yang felt that the days were getting more and more exciting. Ya Yang and A Yin, in the small valley, live a practice that is indisputable in the world. But Tang Hao faced a crisis. Although he returned to Clear Sky School safely. But because of the semi-mad mental state, the people of the tribe were shocked. After being away for 5 years, he has broken through the 80th level of soul power, which is of course delightful. However, these two foolish states are really too bad. How to deal with him is a problem. In particular, the question of the ownership of the future suzerain has been arguably overwhelmed. In the end, it is the neutrals who dominate. Keep the observation. Tang Hao's father, the 97-level Super Douluo, personally took action and went to the inner circle of the Star Do Great Forest to hunt down soul beasts for his son. He has lost his eldest son, and his second son has become like this again. The pride of the past has become grief. If it can be restored, or can make up for some, he is willing to give everything. He searched for nearly a month before he found an extremely suitable soul beast for Tang Hao, a one-eyed violent demon bear with 10,000 years. He severely wounded it, dragged it back, and absorbed the spirit ring for Tang Hao. In the end, his hard work was rewarded. After Tang Hao absorbed it, his spirit power was as high as level 83. The 35-year-old level 83 Contra. Moreover, he is also a genius with 3 10,000 years soul bones. One of the soul bones was still 10,000 years, enough to make up for the loss of the soul bone that followed Tang Xiao's fall and disappearance. As his strength improved, Tang Hao also recovered some sanity. However, he still drank all day, was silent and unconscious. Sleeping every night, dreaming is the scene of being beaten by Ye Yang and chased by the dark demon evil god Tiger. No way, Tang Hao's father married his son and wanted to save Tang Hao with his wedding and his wife. In fact, Ye Yang has always been curious, if Tang Hao didn't get the Blue Silver Emperor, will he get married in the future? If so, who to marry? Tang San is bound to cross, will he follow Tang Hao, or follow the Blue Silver Emperor? If in the future, he and Lan Yinhuang gave birth to a son, and the soul was taken away by Tang San, then what should he do? Damn it, this is a big problem. Must wait for Mr. Tang Hao's son. After Ye Yang's spirit power broke through for 10,000 years, and in the diary on the back of the leaf, recorded the Mid-Autumn Festival on August 15 of the lunar calendar, Tang Hao married. His wife is Yang Wan, the daughter of the patriarch Yang Wudi. Yang Wan is very beautiful, tall, full, and vigorous. She is a soul master. Moreover, he is a genius with an innate 9th level spirit power. Her soul-breaking spear is bigger than the others. Although she was only over 20, she had 38 spirit power. Moreover, inheriting the martial soul from the family, the soul-breaking spear has a super attack power that can only attack but not defend. Her combat power, many 40-level spirit masters, is not her opponent either. Her future is actually limitless. However, there is no female boxing in this world. She is unwilling and has to marry. At this time, the Haoshan school was worthy of the #1 school in the world. Among the 4 affiliated sects, the Li clan is an absolute dogleg, loyal to the Clear Sky School. The older sister of the Min clan, the patriarch's elder sister, is the mother of Haoshan sect, that is, Tang Hao's mother. They are closely related in-laws. Even if Tang Hao's mother died a long time ago, the relationship between the two parties is still close. And the Imperial clan is a savage man who knows nothing but recklessness. He is a master at work and he works hard, and he is also highly regarded by the vast Sky School. Only the Broken clan, the position of the eyesight in the Clear Sky School, relatively speaking, is much lower. The resources issued by the Haoshan school are even less broken. Therefore, when the sect master of the Haoshan sect proposed marriage, Yang Wudi had no choice but to agree. Let yourself be my baby daughter, and be happy for Tang Hao. If it was before, he would naturally be very happy. But now, Tang Hao is the pig's foot at the beginning of the fantasy novel, a waste material. With the strength of his sect, there is no way to retire, and there is no way to play a 3-year agreement. Thus, Tang Hao had a wife with a big gun. However, Tang Hao was married, but they slept separately every night. As a super Douluo, Tang Hao's father naturally knew. One night, Tang Hao drank as usual, but his father gave some food. After 9.5 months, Tang Hao became a father. Tang San was born. As a soul traverser, Tang San had no requirements for host, only his father. On the day after Tang San was born, Tang Hao finally recovered some of his self. He made a decision to go to the killing capital. Either transform in life and death, return with a stronger cultivation base, become the sect master of Haoshan, and go find revenge for the 3 soul beasts. Even absorb that 10,000 years soul beast transformed into a woman and make his own 9th soul ring. Of course, if you die, you will be 100. Anyway, he also left behind for the Clear Sky School. On the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival, Tang Hao, who had a level of 85 cultivation, glanced at his newborn son and left quietly. The next morning, after waking up from a deep sleep, Yang Wan looked at the brief letter left by Tang Hao. She was very calm. She treats her husband and even her children indifferently. It's like facing 2 strangers. However, Tang San was born with a golden key in his journey this time. There is a special nurse to take care of. As in the original book, he didn't even eat his mother's bite, so he was taken away, and he was taken care of by his nanny and his grandfather. Yang Wan also continued to practice as if she had no husband or son before she got married, and exercised her soul-breaking gun, day after day. In the Star Do Forest, Ya Yang and A Yin, who had been quietly practicing for a year, also encountered a major event. Chapter 29, The Death Controversy with Tang San. Leave Alone. August 15th. Mid-Autumn Festival. This is the second Mid-Autumn Festival that I have passed through to Douluo World. I have been here for a year and a half. More than a year ago, after accepting the old Blue Silver Emperor's semi-finished product sacrifice, my spirit power reached 38,000 years. And now, it has just reached 10,000 years. A year and a month, it has improved for 22,000 years, and it is very fast for the rest of the spirit beasts, but for me, it is slow. Ayin is already level 69, and is storing excess spirit power in his spirit bone to avoid breaking through to the maturity stage. I have to work harder. After more than a year of precipitation, the improvement of soul power has also slowed down, and I need to go out and practice again. Even leave the Star Do Great Forest. However, the improvement of my mental power is really too slow. There are still only 470 points, and it took more than a year to increase by a mere 14 points, and the turtle speed has reached ultimate. Is this the so-called bottleneck? Without strong spiritual power, I can't restrain the spirit beast aura and dare not leave the forest at all. As soon as I went out, I was a living target, and I couldn't compete with the Haoshan School, the Hall of Martial Spirits, and the other sects and powerhouses at their peak. It's a leg. Go hunt and kill a soul beast with strong mental power? But such soul beasts are too smart, too cunning, and very few in number, too difficult to hunt. No matter, go first. Ya Yang's diary came to an abrupt end. Ding. Warn. Warn. Tang San was born. Tang San was born. Ya Yang was surprised at first. Tang San was born? Then it didn't matter, and the system said. System, what are you doing? He was born when he was born, and your formation shocked me. This system's warm reminder host, Tang San is influenced by the Douluo mainland's air fortune, and is a person with air fortune. The future will be very threatening to the host. Oh. Ya Yang was a little surprised, isn't it? Tang San did have a strong will, as well as Tang sect hidden weapons, exercises, and other whole cards. But in the final analysis, he was born tonight, and Laozi has 10,000 years spirit power. I can contend with an ordinary title Douluo, and I am afraid of his threat. However, the system will not aimlessly. Maybe, Tang San will still have a better and stronger chance than the original. Cut. No matter what whole cards and chances you have, I even beat you Laozi twice. Could it still turn you over? Ding. Because host got Tang San's original mother, beat Tang Hao violently, changed his future, absorbed mandala snake, ghost vine, and connected with Tang San causally +10 +5 +1 +1. Yang was taken aback, and quickly asked, "System, what does this causal connection mean?" Back to host, causality refers to how much Tang San's fate was changed because of host. Or host has done something similar and close to him, the greater the causal value. Then what's the meaning of causal value? You will get a multiple of the corresponding points. Yang suddenly realized that even Tang San's original mother had been accepted by himself, which would definitely have a great influence on Tang San. At least, he can't use his left-hand hammer to protect the right-hand grass. At most, protect his big gun with a hammer. Therefore, 10 causal values are obtained. As for his father Tang Hao, he was hanged twice by himself. Especially the future life will be completely different from the original, which is also a huge change. He thought of something, and said quickly, "I remember that Tang San's third spirit ring is a human-faced demon spider for 2000 years. Overloaded to absorb spirit ring, the most important thing is to get the spirit bone attached to the 8 spider lances, which has a huge effect on Tang San. In other words, if I also hunt and kill the human-faced demon spider, or get the 8 spear spider with a spirit bone attached to it, then the causal value of Tang San and I will be greatly increased." Yes, host. If the host hunts the 2000 human-faced demon spider at this time, it will be rewarded with 2000 basic points and the causal value will be increased by 8, multiplied by the current and Tang San's 26 causal points, which equals the final point reward. Damn! Take Tang San's way, leaving him nowhere to go. Moreover, there are more than 20 times the reward. Yang was pleasantly surprised. He originally thought that the future hatred with Tang San was only because of himself and his father Tang Hao. Unexpectedly, there were other causal involvements, and the system was regarded as a task. In any case, there is no way to get rid of it. Reminder host, there are rewards and punishments. If the fateful battle between host and Tang San, every time you lose, you will pay a huge price. The system didn't say what the cost was, but it wouldn't be sensational. However, Yang didn't take it seriously. Haha, Ziosan, as a traverser, you are only on the 3rd floor. And my brother, but in the 33rd heaven. Thinking in his heart, Yang looked forward to his future practice even more. Has been in this small valley for more than a year. The improvement of his spirit power has returned to the previous state of waiting for nothing. Of course, with his current quasi-blue-silver emperor level, contact with Ayin will speed up both sides' practice. In addition, there are few grains and blue-silver grass is extremely dense, which is very suitable for the growth of blue-silver grass. Under various conditions, his cultivation level has continued to skyrocket. Ayin's cultivation base has also reached level 69, and his future cultivation will be to continuously deposit his soul power into his soul bone. Just wait for the future to fully mature, and the strength will soar to the sky. At this time, Yang couldn't wait and wanted to go out and practice again. But after thinking carefully, he decided to go alone. "I want to go too." Ayin was a little anxious when he heard that Yang refused to let himself follow. Yang turned into a scarecrow again, and the slinger Ayin said with a slender waist, "I also want to take you with me, and I don't want to be separated from you. However, if you follow me, it will only delay your practice. This small valley is very suitable for you. Moreover, I won't be long before I will be back. What's more, you know my practice method. It's a bit bloody, I don't want you to see it. Furthermore, the telepathy between us is getting closer and closer, and we can perceive the general location and dangerous situation of the other party, so don't worry." Ayin nodded obediently, and said reluctantly, "Well, then, you have to come back soon." Yang turned and left. Someone was waiting to come back. Let this small valley give him a feeling of home. Chapter 30 The Eagerness to Improve the Spirit. Do what you love. Yang left the small valley, separated briefly from a yin, went deep into the mixed zone, and even entered the core zone, looking for more opportunities. In particular, the human face demon spider, the crypt demon spider, and the snake-like soul beast have become his main targets. And the development trajectory of Douluo world, also because of Ye Yang's reasons, has changed more and more. The future of Yin, Tang Hao, Tang San, Tang Xiao, Haoshanzong, and even Wuhan Palace had changed. Yin's heart was completely captured by Ye Yang, staying in the small valley and practicing at full speed. On the night of the full moon of August 15, Tang Hao entered the killing capital overnight, and was about to transform in death crises. Tang Xiao has been swallowed by the dark demon evil god tiger. This tiger's spirit power has increased by nearly 10,000 years, breaking through to 10,000 years, and its strength has greatly increased. As a baby, Tang San couldn't resist his physical needs no matter how hard he tried. Before the full moon, you can only eat and sleep, and eat, let alone practice. But I have to say that this version of Tang San has a much happier life than before. The two nurses took turns taking care of him, and his grandfather, the Super Douluo, personally used his soul power every day to guide his meridians. In addition, there are many high-grade herbs, soul beast blood, and precious potions refined to give him a bath. Compared with the original work, Tang Hao, who was desperate and pulled, was happier than ever. Of course, his most important parents are still not by his side. Until Tang San's full moon, his biological mother, Yang Wan, only met him once or twice. The two sides are unwilling to meet. But this month, Tang Hao was extremely vigorous in the killing capital. He turned grief into strength, and soon broke the title of future killing god. As for Ye Yang, he felt a bit of luck. Damn it, this is the so-called first forest on the continent? What kind of garbage soul beasts are they? Ye Yang couldn't hold back anymore, and he was very unwilling to vomit. In the Stardo Great Forest mixed area, Ye Yang has been visiting for the most part. Even the core area has been in and out many times. However, the effect is not satisfactory. Ye Yang only found two of the human face demon spiders that Ye Yang wanted most with his mental power. Moreover, one is only more than 100 years old, and the other is more than 800 years old, rubbish among rubbish. If it were the other spirit beasts, Ye Yang wouldn't do anything at all, it was too young. However, with the mentality of just in case, he still hunted down the two human face demon spiders. However, the system did not respond. He didn't increase his causal connection value with Tang San, and there was no point reward, let alone doubled. As for Ye Yang's mentality of buying a lottery ticket and seeing if he can get a soul bone, especially his expectation of attaching a soul bone, it naturally fell through. The crypt demon spiders are slightly more numerous. Ye Yang hunted and killed more than 10 animals, from hundreds to thousands of years. However, it only increased him a little soul power. Ye Yang didn't want to hunt the other spider spirit beasts at all, and felt sick. I don't know, Bibi Dong, who has 2 top-level spider twin spirits. Is she extremely comfortable when she absorbs the power of spiders? Ye Yang guessed happily. Ye Yang hunted a lot of snake spirit beasts. But again, it can only add some spirit power to him. Snake tail spirit bone, don't even think about it. The average 1,000th production rate of soul bones is true. Ye Yang sighed with emotion. He had hunted and killed the mandala snake for 3,000 years, and obtained the most precious external spirit bone, which gave him an illusion. I thought I was the son of destiny, luck was always good. Damn it, mental strength is slow to grow, that's all. The bloodline level is also very slow to improve. Ye Yang reluctantly glanced at his personal page to see his progress these days. Host, Ye Yang. Root feet, quasi blue silver blood. Modification, 64,503. Bloodline, level 91. Spirit, 471, simultaneous peak of Ling Tong realm. Talent, double copy target skills, consumption points, auxiliary swallow, consumable points to speed up. Points, 230,834 points, copy target skills, assist in swallowing. Causality, 26. Soul bone, blue silver quasi-emperor snake tail with soul bone, 64,503. Spirit skill, blue silver 6 king gun. Treasures, none. There have been some changes to the system page, evolving points, spirit values, and soul power values, because Yang does not store them every time, and uses them as soon as they have them. Let these three columns either be zeroed or have only 1 point. This time, the system simply deleted these three columns. In addition, another one was added, with Tang San's causal value. As for other aspects, in more than a year, except for the surge in his spirit power for more than 20,000 years, Yang's growth was slow. The bloodline only grows at level 1. Although Yang was the quasi-blue-silver emperor, he wanted to break through and become the true blue-silver emperor. At present, even if it is a soul beast of 5 or 6 10,000 years, Yang's bloodline level is not bad for Yang, and the system can't extract a few evolution points. This also caused the blue-silver quasi-emperor snake tail to have a spirit bone attached to it, although the age has increased, and it is in sync with the spirit power level. But in terms of quality, it was still the same as Tang Hao's promotion after the war, and it didn't change much. The transformation of soul bone has a lot to do with blood. The same is true for mental power. Since it's hard to find the human face demon spider and soul bone, you must think of a way to increase your mental power. At least, you must break through the Lingtong realm and become the spiritual power of the Linghai realm, and your mental value should exceed 500 points. Title Douluo should be in the spiritual realm of the Spirit Sea realm, with the spirit value of 500,000 points. Only this can see through the hidden aura, transforming into a human, and not entering the 10,000 years spirit beast of the 70th level of maturity. In other words, I must at least break through the Linghai realm to prevent title Douluo from being discovered. Yang thought in his heart. As for improving spirit power, he didn't care about it. For him now, it is too simple to improve his spirit power. Hunting a soul beast of 3 or 5 10,000 years, even if it does not consume points, it can increase its soul power for 3 to 5,000 years. Now, raising the spirit is the most important thing. Bloodline is second, human face demon spider is third, and soul bone is fourth. The importance of soul power enhancement is at least ranked fifth. In the second month after leaving Ayin, Yang revisited his old place. When I came to last spring, I had just crossed the place where I had absorbed the 100-year-old monster tree. This is the fringe of the core area and is fraught with danger. The 100 years demon tree, as the parent and child of 53 10,000 years, and the true prince, can survive safely on the edge of the core area. After absorbing it, Yang not only increased his spirit power, but also increased his bloodline level. As for mental power, that's second. The most important thing is that he used this to pit a piece of the roots of the 10,000 Demon King, causing his blood to soar and transform into a quasi-blue-silver king. Only then did Ayin's attention aroused, and he had a backer and had a soft meal with peace of mind for a period of time. What? Yang was pleasantly surprised to discover before he even approached. By the fallen dead tree of the 100-year-old demon tree, there are 2 huge black spiders doing what they love. Human face demon spider. P.S. Thanks again to the Shadow Assassin boss for his reward and promotion to the book apprentice. 15 more on the shelves, leave a message as proof. In addition, the plot has also unfolded, and it is getting more and more exciting. Readers are welcome to leave a comment on the book review area is too deserted, alas. Chapter 31 10,000 Years Human Face Demon Spider Couple. Sneak Attack of the Crypt Demon Spider. Chapter 30 10,000 Years Human Face Demon Spider Couple. Sneak attack of the crypt demon spider. For the soul beast, there are only two things in a lifetime. Eat a full stomach and breed offspring. Even if it is practicing, it is to eat better and to reproduce better offspring. Now, Yang sees two big spiders, working hard in order to breed offspring, and he is not surprised. Moreover, he didn't feel much about the spider film. However, he was still very excited. These are two human face magic spiders. Finally found. Moreover, there are two at once. Yang was overjoyed. The demon spider with human face that can be brazen at the edge of the crisis-ridden core area is naturally not low level. The lower one has a full chest and abdomen diameter of 2 meters, like a big water tank. 8 spider legs are 5 meters long and as thick as an arm. The tip of the leg is like a steel gun, sharp and sharp. There are still barbs on the legs, as dense as steel needles. Looking at its size, Yang quickly analyzed it. Most of the soul beasts are increasing with the age, and the body size is getting bigger. Tang San has hunted and killed 4 human-face demon spiders. The first 2,000 years brought him the most important 8 spider lances. I remember the body size was 1.5 meters in diameter and the spider legs were 3 meters long. Before participating in the elite competition, in the Sunset Forest, a 6,000-year-old human-face demon spider was hunted, with a leg length of 4 meters and sharp barbs on the leg. After the 8 spear spiders swallowed it, it got an evolution. Later, the 10,000 years human-face demon spider that prevented him and Xiaowu from escaping indirectly led to Xiaowu's sacrifice, with a diameter of 3 meters. Finally, when he gave the second martial spirit Clear Sky Hammer and added a spirit ring, he encountered a 10,000 years human-face demon spider king. However, the 10,000 years of the human-face demon spider king has only 1 meter in diameter and light golden lines on his body. Yang looked at the demon spider with a human face below, and guessed, the age of this one has broken 10,000 years at least, around 11,000. This human-faced demon spider lay on its back, with its abdomen up, revealing a human face with a horrible pattern as large as a desktop, with a big mouth, as if laughing wildly. The eyes of the 8 fists were all satisfied, which seemed extremely refreshing. The human-face demon spider lying on it is a circle larger than it. The diameter of the chest and abdomen alone has reached a terrifying 2.5 meters. The legs are 7 meters long. There should be 10,000 years spirit power. Yang concluded. However, because it is too big and weighs too much. 8 spider legs, at least half a meter long, pierced deeply into the soil. Coupled with the bending of the legs, the height is greatly reduced, and the dense trees around can also hide their body shape. Its breath is powerful and terrifying. Even Yang felt a kind of crisis. The human-face demon spider is a soul beast with extremely powerful blood, a nightmare for small soul beasts. Like the emerald demon bird and the dark demon evil god tiger, it is the public enemy of the other soul beasts, who rallied to attack. Therefore, there are not many human-face magic spiders, especially the 10,000 years or more. Once it breaks through 10,000 years, the cultivation base of the human-face magic spider will increase again. Soul beasts under 10,000 years can be hunted easily and can compete with soul beasts of 7 or 8 10,000 years. And 2 10,000 years human-face magic spiders are even invincible below 10,000 years soul beasts, comparable to an ordinary 90-level titled Douluo of humans. Together, there are only a handful of soul beasts that can threaten them in the entire Stardew Great Forest. However, the stronger the soul beast, the more it likes to be alone. There is no room for 2 tigers. The same is true for the human-faced demon spider. Except for the need for each other when breeding offspring, the rest of the time is a lone killer. Chiang Chiang. At this time, their hand-to-hand combat was very fierce, the lower abdomen and the tail violently collided with each other, madly applauding love. Their shiny black armors are as hard as tank armors, and when they hit each other, they are all with a clear and loud steel clang. Yang frowned, which seriously affected his thinking. If it is in the outer area, he wants to kill these two human-faced demon spiders immersed in happiness, and he doesn't need to think about it. Go directly up there, and first have a wave of violent storms, which will seriously injure them. Or, kill the one below, the human-faced spider in the early 10,000 years. In a one-on-one battle with the one above, Yang was also confident that he would win the final victory. However, it doesn't work here. This is the core area, full of crises. The opponent must be hunted down quickly, without attracting too much attention. The horror of the Stardew Great Forest. If you hadn't seen Douluo 2, Yang wouldn't be too vigilant with his current strength. However, he knew that besides Deming, Erming, and sleeping soul beasts, there were other powerful soul beasts in the forest. Hiss! Suddenly, the human-faced demon spider below made a neigh, his body twitched, and his abdomen trembled. The tail fits tightly with the human-faced spider above. Yang discovered that the human-faced demon spider below was actually a male. And the one above is female. The queen is the initiative. Male human-faced demon spiders have also become a vulnerable group. Yang complained in his heart. With the difficulty of growth of the human-faced demon spider, the cultivation base of 10,000 years is enough to become the king of the clan. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the queen. At this time, the queen also screamed, receiving the essence of the male in its entirety. Good chance. When Yang moved in his heart, he wanted to do it when they were most relaxed. However, in the next instant, Yang stopped his movements in time. He felt it, something was wrong. Boom! Without waiting for him to think about it, the withered 100-year-old demon-eyed demon tree flew up suddenly and slammed into the couple of human-faced demon spiders at the most comfortable moment. A big hole with a diameter of 3 meters appeared. Immediately afterwards, a grayish-brown figure emerged from the hole, followed the trunk of the tree, and slew the human-faced demon spider. The pair of human-faced demon spiders were shocked, and quickly raised their legs to block the dead tree and the sneak attack behind them. But this big hole is too close to them, and the edge of the hole is close to the human-faced demon spider. Moreover, the sneak attackers are obviously extremely cunning and prepared. When the trunk was smashed and flew away by the queen of the human-faced demon spider, a pair of special short legs at the front of the attacker suddenly lay on their backs facing each other and was about to turn over. The head of the male demon spider suddenly fell down. Its special short legs are like long and narrow shovel, only 2 meters in length, but half a meter wide, 3 fingers thick, and the edges are full of jagged edges. It's like a pair of bulldozer buckets erected. As soon as these horrible shovel-shaped legs touched, the head of the male demon spider flashed with sparks. Creak! The sour metal rubbing sounded. The 10,000 years human-faced demon spider's head was as hard as steel, still under the shovel, it was cut open abruptly. It will still have time to turn over in the future, and the resistance will end in an instant before it starts. Wow! In the next moment, it still had a trembling body, it was pulled by the sneak attacker, and violently pulled into the hole. Damn it! At this time, Yang realized that he felt a tingling scalp. Crypt demon spider. Among the spider spirit beasts, it is the only one that can make holes. The crypt demon spider and the human-faced demon spider are both the top existence among the spider-type monsters, but they take different routes. The tyrannical aspects of the human-faced demon spider are its attack power, swift speed, and high poison. The crypt demon spider uses the first two, extra strong, sharp legs to make holes. There are also hidden skills, one of the 2 talent skills, which can easily kill prey, which is extremely insidious and terrifying. The human-faced demon spider created Tang San, and the crypt demon spider indirectly killed Xiao Wu. Although the spider silk of the crypt demon spider is not poisonous, it is thick and tough, and can also form various forms. The spider web cage is the second talent skill. Moreover, it can be controlled by mental power, and its mental power is also very strong. The close hand-to-hand combat master of the human face demon spider, the crypt demon spider, is the master of control and sneak attack. In Yang's mind, the information about the crypt demon spider flashed quickly. This sneak attack on the crypt demon spider was bold enough and sinister enough. The size of the crypt demon spider of the same age is only half the size of the human face demon spider, which is relatively slender and suitable for drilling holes. The diameter of the abdomen of this crypt demon spider has reached 3 meters. Yang instantly confirmed that its age is 10,000 years. Tang San also hunted down 2 crypt demon spiders. The first one was also the 10,000 years crypt demon spider that had been absorbed by a leapfrog in the sunset forest and made the 4th spirit ring. Later, he was also adding spirit rings to the clear sky hammer. Hunted one head, with a 5-meter abdomen diameter and a soul power of 10,000 years. Crypt Demon Spider King. In other words, the age limit of the crypt demon spider was improved with the increase in spirit power, which was clear at a glance. However, the 10,000 years crypt demon spider can only attack the most face-to-face, contending with the human face demon spider queen of the 10,000 years. Coupled with the male human face spider in the early years of 10,000 years, it will definitely die miserably. What's more, the front is tough, never the style of the crypt demon spider. At this time, it successfully attacked and killed the male demon spider, dragging its body to escape. The queen of the human face demon spider, seeing her partner being hunted and dragged away in front of her, she was immediately furious. It neighed, lifted the 2 thick and sharp legs at the front, and slammed into the head of the crypt demon spider. The crypt demon spider seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and raised its 2 strong front legs to block it in front of its head. Boom! A dull voice came, like a siege giant crossbow piercing a thick city gate. The front legs of the crypt demon spider were pierced with 2 fist-sized holes, and black blood flowed out. However, it blocked the attack of the queen of the human face demon spider. The queen of the human face demon spider also had severe pain in both front legs. Yang estimated that it was as painful as kicking barefoot on the door. But with this huge impact force, the crypt demon spider retreated at a faster speed, and its abdomen retreated directly into the hole. Puff! Then, the crypt demon spider opened its mouth and ejected a huge spider web, like a cage, covering the queen of the human face demon spider. However, the queen of the human face demon spider, the diameter of the abdomen alone, reached 2.5 meters. Coupled with the 7-meter-long 8 long legs and the spider web cage of the 10,000 years crypt demon spider, it is impossible to fit the human face demon spider queen in it. Under the precise control of the crypt demon spider, she enveloped the 4 legs and abdomen behind the queen of the human face demon spider, and bound the back half of her body. The human face demon spider queen, the forward body, stopped abruptly. The crypt demon spider grinned and seemed to be laughing proudly, pulling the male human face demon spider's body and continuing to back away. Seeing it was about to run away, Yang naturally didn't allow it, and immediately shot it. P.S. Thank you Brother Ping for your reward and monthly ticket support. Chapter 32 Continue to play music and dance. The fisherman gains profit and collects the soul bone. Superior. Chapter 31 Continue to play music and then dance. The fisherman gains profit and collects the soul bone. Superior. Yang did not expect that this 30,000-year-old crypt demon spider would be so fierce. 11,000 years of male human face demon spider, under its sneak attack, it will kill with one blow. Moreover, in front of the 10,000 years human face demon spider queen, even using its attack, it is necessary to drag the prey away. Look at its cunning, fast speed, and the size of the hole. As long as it enters the cave, the queen of the human face demon spider will naturally be unable to chase and kill it. How can this work? This is just 1 or 2 seconds of battle, I haven't watched enough, how can I end it? What's more, this is the prey that Lao Zi has been looking for a long time. How dare you pick peaches halfway? Then play music and dance. Yang smirked in his heart, and quickly sent a soul shock to the crypt demon spider. Although it is still simple and violent. But at this time, Yang's mental power had reached 471 points, which was close to the titled Douluo level. Soul impact is also very cohesive, with smaller targets and greater impact. If you go further, it will become a soul piercing, and the damage to the enemy's soul will increase sharply. The spiritual power of the crypt demon spider is not weak, almost not weaker than the human soul master of the same level, comparable to the soul sage. The crypt demon spider, which has been in existence for more than 30,000 years, has nearly 300 spiritual power. At this time, under the impact of Yang, his head was suddenly blank, and his soul was in pain. The crypt demon spider, who just thought it was in his hands, was immediately frightened. But the human-faced demon spider queen, who was already frightened, saw the enemy who was about to flee, and her movements became stiff, and she was overjoyed. The second half of its body was bound by the spider web cage, while struggling to break free. The spider web cage was also torn into deformation in front of its terrifying power. It moved a few meters forward with difficulty. And regardless of the pain of the two front legs, he pierced the head of the crypt demon spider again. The 7-meter-long leg came in an instant, and Yang, who could see in the distance, was very shocked. Hacky! Mighty! My blue-silver 6-king gun, so should it be. Seeing that it couldn't escape, the crypt demon spider also fought away. It suddenly lifted the prey corpse, the huge male human-faced demon spider corpse, and blocked it above its head. Pouch! The male human-faced demon spider is still lying on its back, exposing a softer abdomen. Suddenly, the sharp legs of the queen of the human-faced demon spider easily penetrated. Then, drilled out of the hard shell of the back, making a sharp metal rubbing sound. Hiss! The queen of the human-faced demon spider roared, both anger and pain. Its two front legs were injured again when they penetrated the back armor of the male human-faced demon spider. There were many cracks, and the sharp pain aroused its anger. It fiercely exerted force again, and its body and thick long legs finally tore the crypt demon spider's spider web cage abruptly. The 6 spider legs, in addition to the 4 behind, are used for landing. There are 2 more stabbing the crypt demon spider. In addition, the first 2 spider legs must be pulled out. At this critical juncture, the crypt demon spider also responded quickly. In hand-to-hand combat, its spirit power is 1/10,000 years higher than the human-faced demon spider queen, but it is not an opponent. However, it has various styles of spider webs. It curled its tail and swished out a spider silk with thick arms. It's so thick, it should be called a cable. It instantly stuck to the chest of the human-faced demon spider king, and the other end was glued to the crypt demon spider, the male human-faced demon spider's corpse. Then, it activated the mental power on the spider silk of the initiator, controlled it to become a special spider silk with extremely strong elasticity, and violently pulled the male human-faced demon spider's corpse upward. At the same time, the already lower crypt demon spider used its 2 front legs to dig the ground quickly, and a groove appeared in the blink of an eye. Its head plunged into the groove, and with the pull of the spider silk, it quickly got under the corpse of the male human-faced demon spider, and then slammed upwards. The queen of the human-faced demon spider was about to pull out the 2 front legs from the corpse of the male human-faced demon spider. However, under the pulling of the crypt demon spider silk, and under the fierce top, not only did it not pull out, but instead the male human-faced demon spider corpse was all penetrated at the roots of its legs. 2 7-meter-long spider legs run through the body of a 2-meter-sized human-faced spider, close to the front half of its body. This posture is similar to when they applauded for love before. It's just that now it's head-to-head, leaking the belly of the queen of the human-faced demon spider. With the cover of the corpse of the male human-faced demon spider, and the impact, the crypt demon spider escaped again. Not only did it not take the opportunity to escape, but instead continued to rush towards the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider queen. Two sharp shovel legs, ready to go. With the terrifying attack power of its two front legs, the soft abdomen of the human-faced demon spider naturally couldn't hold it. The hard head of the male demon spider is cut open, and it may be cut through. Yang had a good time seeing it, and called the crypt demon spider straightforwardly. The tactical attacks and defenses made by this crypt demon spider in the blink of an eye are more subtle than many humans. Feeling the great crisis, the queen of the human-faced demon spider was also furious. A dark green spider web spouted from its tail, covering the crypt demon spider. Cobweb bondage. The human-faced demon spider's only web attack ability is not as powerful as the crypt demon spider's web restraint, but it is highly poisonous and corrosive. No matter what, the crypt demon spider rushed forward quickly, letting the spider web wrap itself. In an instant, the poisonous net corroded so that black smoke appeared all over its body, and the sneer sounded like fat being thrown into a hot pot. However, its two large shovel front legs quickly tore the webs apart. Allow the remaining spider web to corrode on the carapace, continue to rush towards the human-faced demon spider's abdomen. The human-faced demon spider can only spit out the web 3 times a day, and the interval time has to wait a second or two. And the human-faced demon spider rushed to its lower abdomen, and it took no more than a second or two. Its two front legs, wearing the corpse of a male human-faced demon spider, are completely unusable. The two front legs were also blocked by the corpse, unable to attack the crypt demon spider. The 4 legs at the back were originally used to support the body. But now it seems that a change must be made. In the face of death crisis, it also responded quickly. It is not careless, and there is no flash. With the dead body, it can't escape. It inserts its 2 front legs on the ground, the next 2 front legs step on the body of the body, and the body rushes forward, the 4 hind legs push the ground, and rush forward, temporarily pressing the center of gravity on the body of the body. And the 4 hind legs that were empty slammed at the crypt demon spider. The situation reverses instantly. The 7-meter-long legs are enough to penetrate the crypt demon spider, and there is still half left. The crypt demon spider responded quickly at the moment of death. It tilted its head to the left and spit out spider silk abruptly. Cobweb cage. Stabbed the 2 legs to its left, and was instantly bound. The crypt demon spider couldn't, and he would have to wait a second or two after spitting out the spider web cage twice. It's out of time. Either use a shovel to strengthen the front legs and resist the 2 spider legs on the left, or take it abruptly, which is bound to be severely injured. Yang was also looking forward to it. How would the crypt demon spider choose? Chapter 33. Continue to play music and dance. The fisherman gains profit and collects the soul bone. Down. Chapter 32. Continue to play music and dance. The fisherman gains profit and collects the soul bone. Down. Originally, Yang thought that the crypt demon spider's character, as stable as a dog, should be able to resist first. Look for another opportunity to attack the human-faced demon spider. However, he guessed wrong. The crypt demon spider is also free. As long as you kill the human-faced demon spider queen, you can swallow 2 powerful corpses of the same kind at the same time. This not only allows it to quickly increase its soul power, it will also make its bloodline level further, and become a stronger crypt demon spider king. Even Spider King. Strictly speaking, the bloodline of the human-faced demon spider is slightly better than that of the cave demon spider. As for failure, that is impossible. It is very confident, he is seriously injured at most, but will win the final victory. Wisdom is more important than strength. Isn't human beings suppressing spirit beasts like this? 3. The crypt demon spider, cultivated by 10,000 years, is quite intelligent and has seen humans more than once, hunting soul beasts with tactics. At this moment, the crypt demon spider had already rushed to the corner, under the abdomen of the human face demon spider. That horrible Madara tattooed human face was as big as a double bed, hovering hideously and terribly above the head of the crypt demon spider. The crypt demon spider raised his left front leg and blocked his head. That is, in front of the last fourth leg of the human face demon spider king. As for its third leg, the crypt demon spider can't block it, and can only use its leg to slightly block it. But with its small short legs, it is not the opponent of the human face demon spider legs at all. Click. Pouch. Kang. The three sounds are almost connected together. The 7-meter-long legs of the queen of the human face demon spider instantly penetrated the 2 legs of the crypt demon spider, and continued to pierce its abdomen. The fourth leg pierced the left front leg of the crypt demon spider's shovel, leaving a blood hole again. Moreover, this kind of hard-to-flash with all-out effort also caused cracks in the legs of both parties again. However, the blood of the crypt demon spider also gained a chance to attack. Its right front leg, like a large 2-meter shovel, slashed half of the face of the human face demon spider's abdomen. Shit! The 4 eyes on the right side of the human face demon spider, together with half of the face, were scraped away by a large shovel. The carapace, flesh, and blood, and eyeballs splashed out, terrible. The attacks of both sides fell on each other at the same time. Roar! At this moment, both the human face demon spider and the crypt demon spider gave out a terrifying and strange roar at the same time. Anger, panic, and severe pain made them mad. Wonderful! Enjoyed! Yang watched and applauded again and again, cheering for them. However, with some regrets, Ayan didn't see this scene. I don't have a cell phone from my previous life, otherwise it's good to record it and revisit it once in a while. Puff! The crypt demon spider leaned to the left and spit out the cobwebs again, trying to fix the last 2 legs of the human face demon spider. With the tenacity of the Spider King's cage. Even if the human face demon spider is very powerful, it will be difficult to break free in a short time with only 2 legs. But it can quickly cut open the abdomen of the human face demon spider, and hunt it down. However, the chrysanthemum of the human face demon spider spewed a net at a speed exceeding the previous limit. Cobweb restraints against cobweb cages. The 2 sides stuck together and fell on the ground, sneered and corroded, emitting thick smoke. And the 2 legs of the human face demon spider pierced the abdomen and head of the crypt demon spider again. Its abdomen has been pierced half a foot, blood is gushing, and it has suffered serious injuries. If you were stabbed again, it would definitely penetrate the entire abdomen, and you would be seriously injured if you didn't die. The crypt demon spider had no choice but to move its left front leg back and block it in its abdomen. Kang! Click! On the front leg of the shovel, a blood hole appeared again, making a clanging sound. In the next instant, the entire front leg split instantly. After being attacked by the human-faced demon spider's legs 3 times with full force, even the strongest leg of the human-faced demon spider had to break into pieces. The 3 legs of the human-faced demon spider were extremely painful, with many cracks. However, its 4th leg once again penetrated the crypt demon spider, and the leg used to protect the chest again pierced the side of the chest fiercely. The crypt demon spider fell to the ground on its side. All 3 legs of it were pierced yesterday, and they were scrapped. The strongest left front leg was even shattered into pieces, falling into pieces of flesh and blood. In addition, there were 2 large blood holes in the chest and abdomen yesterday. It paid such a heavy price for 2 attacks. Both sides hurt each other. When the human face demon spider stabbed it, its right front leg shovel also severely scraped the human face demon spider's abdomen and right face for the 2nd time. A lot of flesh and blood was scraped off, leaving only the last layer of skin to wrap the internal organs. As long as you scrape it one last time, the human face demon spider is over. After all, the crypt demon spider is even better. Yang sighed. He was about to make a move, and the fisherman would profit. However, when the crypt demon spider spit out its silk for the third time, the human-faced demon spider did not use the web to block it. It was careless, there was no flash. Allow the Spider King to be in the cage and bind his last 2 legs. When the crypt demon spider was pleasantly surprised, a venomous dark green poisonous web came towards him. The third cobweb bondage. This time, the crypt demon spider, which had only one right front leg as a shovel, was unable to break free from the web in a short time. Both sides are deadlocked, and there is no means to attack each other. However, the human-faced demon spider's 4 hind legs, letting the spider web cage stick, slammed on the ground to exert force, and the center of gravity moved back again. Its huge belly pressed hard against the crypt demon spider, making it unable to move. Only the powerful right shovel can continue to move under the pressure. Especially, after it moved back with all its strength, it used the right shovel of the crypt demon spider with a section of its abdomen above the scratched wound. It already knew that with the defense of its abdomen and the strength of the crypt demon spider's single shovel, it could carry it twice. It just learned it from the crypt demon spider. And it only needs one chance. It pressed the crypt demon spider with its abdomen, piercing the 2 front legs of the male crypt demon spider, and several meters had already penetrated deeply into the ground. At this time, its 2 front legs and body suddenly exerted force in opposite directions. With a crisp sound, it abruptly broke its 2 front legs. Let the corpse with 2 legs, wearing a naked body, nailed to the ground. These are its 2 most powerful front legs, and the main attack is done by these 2 front legs. At this time, it broke his wrist in order to get rid of the obstruction of the corpse. At the same time, its abdomen was once again scratched to flesh and blood by the right shovel of the crypt demon spider. Roar! The 3 newly added sharp pains caused the neigh of the demon spider to turn into a roar-like sound. It lifted the front half of its body and pierced the 2 free forelegs against the buttocks of the crypt demon spider. The crypt demon spider can still stroke the human-faced demon spider's abdomen again. However, the human-faced demon spider can resist it, and it will take a 3rd stroke to expose its internal organs and die. But the crypt demon spider, the unsuspecting abdomen back, is not enough for 2 human-faced demon spider legs to pierce. Stop! Stop it now! You guys don't fight anymore! At this moment, a few joking voices sounded. Even at the juncture of life and death, the 2 spider spirit beasts who were racing against time suddenly heard this abrupt human voice, and their movements were frozen. Especially the human-faced demon spider, like the previous human-faced demon spider, suffered a soul shock. A half of the 2 spider legs had been pierced, and they fell instantly weakly and pierced into the ground behind the eye of the crypt demon spider. The 2 spider spirit beasts instantly lost the deep hatred of their life and death enemies. The human-faced demon spider quickly raised its abdomen and let go of the suppressed crypt demon spider. Use the left 4 eyes of the remnants of the abdomen to look at the sound source. The crypt demon spider didn't take the opportunity to attack, but tilted its head and looked over. In the 6 eyes, a somewhat weird human appeared. No, this is a soul beast. Mainly blue and silver, but there are some slender leaves with golden threads, wrapped in the appearance of a human, walking out from behind the big tree in the distance. The limbs are sound, even the fingers and toes. Even if the face is irrelevant, it is outlined with the tip of a leaf. It's like a very peculiar carving, or a very delicately tied scarecrow. Happiness. He stretched out the palm of the leaf and quickly patted it together. Wonderful. The life and death battle between the 2 is really wonderful. Yang clapped as he walked. And used the leaves on the lips to quickly collide and vibrate the air, making a sound. There is not much difference between talking to ordinary people. The right shovel of the crypt demon spider crossed, and the web on the human-faced demon spider's leg. It quickly pierced through the cobweb cage that it had just used by all means. And the human-faced demon spider also used the big mouth in the abdomen to suck away the spider web and poison from the crypt demon spider. The 2 sides turned and stood side by side, looking at Yang in a battle. They naturally want to escape. However, with their wisdom, I can feel that I can't escape. Only staying and fighting together, there is still a little chance. The shovel of the crypt demon spider is almost useless, but its web is still there. This is its strongest skill. The human face demon spider lost its 2 front legs and 3 times a day's web restraint, but there are still 6 legs left, and its attack power is still not weak. Of course, the injured abdomen has become the most important thing. The 2 sides cooperate together, and there is still the power of a battle. I wanted to continue playing music and dancing, and the fisherman profited to collect the soul bone. But the chance of this spirit bone being born is really too small. But as far as I know, if the soul beast dies the more aggrieved, angry, and unwilling to resent, the spiritual power will have a special fusion with the soul power and flesh and blood, and it will be easier to give birth to a soul bone. Yang smiled and said, "So, please 2 spider brothers, accept my sling." Chapter 34 Yang Shot. 2 Desperate Spider Kings. Chapter 33, Yang Shot. 2 Desperate Spider Kings. Yang said with a smile, and walked towards the human face demon spider queen and the crypt demon spider who were waiting for her. 2 10,000 years and 3 10,000 years are extremely rare for them. I hope you 2, no, you 3, can bring some progress to my bloodline level. It would be even better if it could improve some mental power by the way. Before Yang had finished speaking, he saw the mouth of the crypt demon spider, a spider web cage, which quickly shrouded him. Yang chuckled and leaped, avoiding the cobweb cage. This kind of soul ability also consumes a lot of soul power. The human face demon spider can only vomit 3 times a day. Even if there is no limit, the crypt demon spider vomited 3 times in a short period of time. His body was seriously injured again and he was no longer in the state. The 4th time in the spider web cage, the speed was much slower. However, just after Yang had avoided it, the crypt demon spider's tail curled up, and a thick spider silk shot towards Yang Biao. Very fast. Moreover, it seemed to have long anticipated the direction of Yang's escape. Coupled with the speed, it far exceeds the spider web cage just now. In the blink of an eye, Yang's left leg was stuck by the spider silk, pulling him to the spider abruptly. At the same time, the human face demon spider seemed to have expected it, and suddenly jumped forward, and the 2 7-meter-long front legs stabbed at Yang. If you are an ordinary person, you will be caught off guard, your body will lose balance and fall backward. But Yang didn't. From his back, a few leaves were suddenly ejected, supported on the ground, and pushed hard. Not only did Yang's legs fail to resist the pull, they jumped sharply and rushed towards the crypt demon spider with strength. With a swish, Yang was like a catapult taking off from a carrier-based plane, and it shot out instantly. The human face demon spider originally cooperated with the crypt demon spider, and at the moment it pulled Yang over, he used its 2 front legs to penetrate Yang. However, Yang came too soon. Unprepared, Yang instantly rushed behind the 2 human face demon spider legs. With 2 chuckles, 2 spider legs, almost touching his scalp, pierced deeply into the ground. Thanks. Yang rushed to the crypt demon spider instantly and said with a smile. The right front leg of the crypt demon spider struck Yang's head fiercely. Yang stretched out his right hand, and a 3-meter-long dark leaf appeared. The palm was wide and turned into a sharp knife. With a sharp wave, he didn't hit the crypt demon spider's right shovel hard. Instead, he cut off the spider silk, leaped to the side and rushed to the belly of the human-faced demon spider. Melee is the strength of the human-faced demon spider, but it can feel the power of Yang and quickly retreat. Yang stretched out his long sword, and the leaves suddenly wrapped in a clanging sound. And, instantly from 3 meters long to 12 meters long. Even though the human-faced demon spider retreated nearly 10 meters quickly, it was still stabbed on the 3rd leg from the left. This leg first pierced the two legs of the crypt demon spider and pierced it into its abdomen. Later, he pierced the crypt demon spider's left front leg, causing it to burst. And about half a meter from the tip of this leg, some cracks were also shaken out. At this moment, Yang's soul bone skill, the blue silver 6 king gun, pierced the tip of the leg with precision in an instant. Click! Yang's spirit power has reached more than 60,000 years. The soul bone is also this age, and has undergone half a transformation. Even the long legs of the queen of the human-faced demon spider are extremely hard. But it is only 10,000 years after all. Moreover, there is another injury. With a clanging sound, the tip of its legs shattered. The original 7-meter-long leg, the sharp tip disappeared half a meter, leaving behind the broken stubble, dripping with blood. Hiss! The queen of the human-faced demon spider screamed. However, do not wait for it to react. The 12-meter-long blue and silver 6 king gun suddenly unfolded and turned into a 12-meter-long knife again, and slammed into the abdomen of the queen of the human-faced demon spider. With such a long blade, the coverage is too large. On the abdomen of the queen of the human-faced demon spider, 2 huge, bloody wounds were cut from the front leg of the crypt demon spider's right shovel. Once it is cut by a blade knife, it must be a broken stomach, severely injured and dying. The queen of the human-faced demon spider was furious. It didn't expect that today its vital abdomen would encounter surprise attacks one after another. Moreover, it also knew that Yang's leaf was terrible. With his injured leg, he couldn't hold it at all. At present, it has only 6 legs. The 3 on the right are intact. Only the secondary front leg on the left is intact. The 2 behind, both collided with the shovel on the left front leg of the crypt demon spider with full force, and cracks appeared. The third one just shattered the tip of his leg and was half a meter shorter, almost losing the ability to attack. Even if it is supporting the body on the ground, it is very painful. As a last resort, it mobilized the third leg on the right to block the blade. When knives and guns blast. To the human-faced demon spider legs of 10,000 years, during the victory period, were really hard. There was a big gap in Yang's leaf that had been blessed by the soul bone. After the leaves are unfolded, the defense and attack of a broadsword is naturally not as good as the state of being wrapped in a spear. However, Yang didn't care. Under the surging spirit power, the gap quickly healed. And, using the length, it constantly collides with the leg of the human-faced demon spider. Under the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider, sparks flew everywhere, as if engaged in electric welding. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the 2 sides collided with swords and guns one after another, fighting a dozen times. The clanging sound, dense like a torrential rain. Always be on guard, it's not the personality of the demon spider with human face. Moreover, it also knows that if it procrastinates, it will only be its own loser. It neighed, enduring the severe pain, and supported the body with the last cracked left leg and the last intact leg on the right. The sharp broken leg defense on the left and the third intact leg on the right fought with Yang's big sword. It vacated the first 2, intact second front legs, and killed Yang's body. And the crypt demon spider knew that he could not escape. It only has 1 leg on its left, and even if it is only 20 meters away from the cave, it has no chance to climb over. It spit out all kinds of spider silks and webs to restrict Yang. With 5 fingers on Yang's left hand, 5 leaves spread out, entangled with these spider silks and webs. A few leaves spread out from the toes, entangled the crypt demon spider and the last left leg, and snapped it off. The crypt demon spider completely lost its left 4 legs, unable to crawl. It is desperate. But he was also angry, and rushed forward with all his strength, with his right shovel, facing Yang's head, shoveling away. At the same time, the 2 front legs of the human-faced demon spider also pierced Yang. Put it to death and live afterwards, let it go. Chapter 35 Shoot the Crypt Demon Spider. Spiritual power breaks through the spirit sea realm. Chapter 34, Shoot the Crypt Spider. Spiritual power breaks through the spirit sea realm. Facing this siege, Yang thought quickly in his heart. After his spirit power is upgraded to 10,000 years, every time he upgrades 10,000 years, he can copy a spirit ability forever. He now has 6 10,000 years. Can copy 6 kinds of spirit abilities. However, he still only copied it, Yin's blue silver 6 king gun. He can also copy 5 soul abilities. If at this time, he copied the spider web cage of the crypt demon spider, he would definitely solve the problem easily. Moreover, this skill is indeed a very powerful restriction skill. Use with blue silver 6 king gun, the effect will be better. However, Yang hesitated. He wants to obtain the soul bone of the crypt demon spider. 3. The crypt demon spider of 10,000 years has strong bloodlines and cultivation bases, and the chance of producing spirit bones may be 1 in 10. And if you continue to stimulate it, it will increase the odds. If you have copied its spirit ability, you will get the spirit bone again, and you will do it again, wasting the number of times of copying. No matter what, just follow the original plan and get the soul bone. Yang gritted his teeth and gambled. Anyway, it is not very difficult to replicate the skills of the crypt demon spider. There must be other crypt demon spiders in the Stardew Great Forest, and their number is much more than that of human-face demon spiders. After making the decision, Yang no longer hesitated. He held his left hand, and the 5 leaves gathered together to form a big gun. At the same time, the silver light flashed, rendering it into a silver spear. Blue silver 6 king gun. This is a copy of Yin's spirit ability, which can be used with any leaf. You can also use a few more leaves, which can't strengthen the attack, but can enhance the endurance. Kang. The huge blue silver 6 king gun spirit ability collided with the last right shovel leg of the crypt demon spider. This right shovel leg has only a blood hole on it, and its attack power and defense power are still very strong. However, under Yang's powerful mental power and precise control, the huge blue silver 6 king gun accurately pierced into the blood hole just now. Click! The blood hole was instantly enlarged and shattered. Then, the front legs of the shovel of the crypt demon spider were pierced forcibly. Fracture! There are only 3 legs. The crypt spider screamed, wailed, and roared on the ground. However, to no avail. Yang returned the blue and silver 6 king gun into 5 leaves, and did not directly kill it. Instead, he beat it with 5 leaves one after another, all over his body. This attack power is not strong, and it is not very painful. However, it gave the crypt demon spider endless fear, as well as anger, aggrieved, and unwillingness. Yang remembered a short movie he had seen in the past. One day the protagonist was suddenly hit on his head with a small spoon from behind. He thought it was a prank, and he was very angry and wanted to scold his mother. But when he looked back, he found that it was a terrifying man with a pale face and dark circles under his eyes, and he ran away in fright. This run is a full 12 years. No matter what he does, he will be hit by a spoon. 12 years after being knocked, he died. Hey, I'm sorry, little spider. The weak eats the strong, there is no right or wrong. Yang said with emotion in his heart. The crypt demon spider, after attacking and killing the 10,000 years human face demon spider, he was so happy after one blow. It was hunted by the stronger, and it should be accepted. Just like Yang himself, he was also ready to be hunted down by stronger soul beasts and humans. If death really comes, he will not resent or regret. Often floating in the arena, how can you not get a knife? Yang slapped the crypt demon spider. Ishin is multi-purpose. The leaves around the body extend out and turn into dozens of long leaves. The front part of the leaf, wrapped in a tuft, became leaf hammers. The wheel was round, and he tapped the 2 human face demon spider legs stabbed above the head one after another. Chaos Cloak Hammer Method. Just like last year, he used this trick to fight Tang Hao's strongest spirit body, the Clear Sky Hammer. His legs and body have lost their leaves, revealing internal organs. That is actually a large tuft of roots and grass stems, which is Yang's body. He has become shorter, as if squatting on the ground, and the grass roots have also entered the soil. Leaving the land for too long, Yang would feel tired, especially under the scorching sun. Therefore, in the scarecrow state, he can only hold on for a long time. Then you need to take root in the soil to rest and add moisture. The clanging and crackling sounds continued one after another. Yang beat at the same time, the crypt demon spider and the human face demon spider. His hammer was quickly replenished with spirit power after cracks appeared. Yang of 6-10,000 years, the leaves are much stronger than when he fought against Tang Hao last year. Finally, a full hour passed. The crypt demon spider took the lead to end in hatred. A special grey-black spirit ring appeared above its head. Yang vaguely saw that in the grey-black spirit ring, there was also a small crypt demon spider roaring in anger. That is its soul. Ding! Kill 3 10,000 years crypt demon spiders, and Tang San's causal value +2, bonus points are 60,000 points. Are the reward points multiplied by the causal value and the number of years? Yang didn't have time to think about it. A large number of roots spread in an instant, wrapping the body of the crypt demon spider. System, consume 150,000 points for me, 5 times to strengthen the swallowing power. Yang was a little excited and expectant in his heart, and quickly said to the system. Ding! Consume 150,000 points, strengthen the swallow by 5 times, and the host swallows the target with 6 times the speed and efficiency. As soon as the system sound fell, it continued to sound. Ding! Congratulations to host, get soul power +18 +18 +18 +. Ding! Congratulations to host, get mental power +6 +6 +6 +6. Ding! Congratulations to host, get evolution value +0.1 +0.1 +0.1. Coming! The spirit power has grown fiercely, but Yang is not very happy. After hearing the spirit power and evolution value, he was immediately excited. With his current bloodline level, it is too difficult to obtain evolution points. 3. The crypt demon spider of 10,000 years really deserves its reputation. Ding! Congratulations to host, the spiritual value exceeds 500 points. Enters the Spirit Sea realm, reward points are 50,000 points. It didn't take long for Yang to hear the system prompt again, and he let out a sigh of relief. It's comfortable. Finally broke. Linghai realm, this is the soul power that human title Douluo possesses. Soul beasts have to break through 10,000 years at least to have this kind of mental power. Very rare. With the spiritual power of the Linghai realm, Yang could consolidate the vigorous spirit of the soul beast. Of course, title Douluo might also be able to see if he was not transformed into a human being. But at least, it won't be so attractive. As long as you don't encounter title Douluo at close range, then there is no big problem. Ha ha ha, Lao Zi can finally leave, Star Do Great Forest. Yang laughed in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to host, his soul power has reached 10,000 years. Chapter 36 Killing 2 Spider Kings. Lao Zi also has 8 spider lances. Yang was immersed in the joy of breaking through the Spirit Sea realm with his spiritual power. His spirit power broke through 10,000 years, and he didn't care about it physically. But soon, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to host, the evolution value reached 92 points, and the bloodline level broke through to level 92. Finally broke through, it's really not easy. Yang was excited and sighed. When he fought against Tang Hao last year, his bloodline broke through to level 90, becoming the quasi-blue silver emperor. In more than a year, it has only been upgraded to a mere level 1. Now, it has finally reached level 92. The basic condition for transforming into a human being is to break through level 100 and become a true blue-silver emperor. However, in the future, will I really be transformed into a human being? Yang suddenly thought of this question. To transform into a human, then it needs to be rebuilt, just like Xiaowu and Yin, starting from scratch. If you continue to practice the blue-silver emperor's body without transforming yourself into a human being, you will need soul power to break through 110,000 years in order to become a beast god. Moreover, every time you break through 10,000 years, you have to cross the catastrophe, which is very risky. Of course, to become a god, the most important thing is that you also need the inheritance of the gods. In the position of gods, there is a pit for a carrot. There is no deity in the god realm to give way. No matter how strong the cultivation base is, you can't become a god. The so-called becoming a god is equivalent to inheritance. Forget it, it's still far from me, don't think about it for now. Yang converged his mind and devoured the crypt demon spider with all his heart. In addition, he didn't waste the corpse of the 10,000 years male demon spider. At any rate, it is the 10,000 years cultivation base, and the bloodline level is also very good. However, he was a little disappointed. The corpse of the male human-face demon spider seemed to have been dead for too long, and his soul was scattered, and he failed to improve Yang's mental power. Its bloodline level is not strong enough, Yang can't extract evolution points. There is only a few hundred years of soul power left, which can be comforted. Hey? No. But the next moment, Yang was shocked and found something was wrong. Most of his roots are devouring the crypt demon spider. Continuously extract soul power, spiritual power, and bloodline power. All the power equivalent to the crypt demon spider was swallowed by Yang. At this time, under Yang's serious attention and the strong mental power of Linghai realm, he found something wrong. There is also a special energy in the body of the crypt demon spider. However, this energy is not expressed by the system. In other words, this is a special combination of spirit power, spiritual power, and bloodline power. Could it be? Yang was ecstatic and had a bold conjecture. He didn't think much anymore. While beating the queen of the human-face demon spider, he quickly swallowed the crypt demon spider. With the consumption of 150,000 points, the crypt demon spider was completely swallowed by Yang. After just a few minutes, it was swallowed up. Wow! The huge corpse of the crypt demon spider, like it had been decayed for thousands of years, collapsed in an instant, turning into some grey-black powder. All the energy was swallowed by Yang. Soul power reaches 78,000 years. Mental power reached 622 points. However, the gap between the upper and lower levels of Linghai realm is too large, and it needs to break through 5,000 points to enter the next level of Ling Yuan realm. The bloodline level is not far from level 93. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spirit bones attached to the 8 legs of the crypt demon spider. FK. Ahahaha. Yang was overjoyed and laughed. Right bet. The crypt demon spider was actually given an external spirit bone by him. The spirit bone attached outside is an extremely rare and special spirit bone. In fact, you can't see it until you absorb it. It will only manifest after being absorbed by humans along with the spirit ring. In the original work, Tang San had absorbed the human-face demon spider spirit ring, and several bumps appeared behind him, and then the 8 spider lances appeared. After Yang hunted the mandala snake, the snake tail soul bone appeared. Strictly speaking, it is not a true external spirit bone. Therefore, it is necessary for Yang to refine it with the essence of the life, and the super tolerance of the blue-silver grass, to finally integrate into the body. But at this time, the crypt demon spider gave Yang the real spirit bone. In an instant, the 8 leaves outside his body quickly became dark and hard. At the same time, it is constantly shortening and thickening. The legs of the demon spider towards the crypt evolved quickly. Finally, 6 legs of 3 meters long and 2 legs of 2 meters of shovel appeared. A lively version of the crypt demon spider leg. Yang waved his shovel forelegs, and banged against the queen of the human-faced demon spider, the last 2 forelegs. The 2 previous legs that had been beaten thousands of times by Yang's hammer also had some cracks under the water droplets. At this time, it broke with a bang. Roar! The queen of the human-faced demon spider uttered a desperate roar. Only the last 2.5 of its legs are left. The left side was hit by the soul bone blue silver 6 king gun, which broke the broken leg half a meter from the top, leaving only the last more than a meter of stubble, hanging by the side of the body, no more attacking power. And the intact leg on the right has only half of it left, trying to protect his stomach. A large fragment of leg armor, flesh, and blood, and leaf fragments were scattered on the ground. In addition, many of them have burnt marks, showing the fierce fighting. At this time, smash the human face magic spider, the last 2 times behind the front legs. The human face demon spider had no attack power anymore. Yang didn't break its abdomen either, but instead let the spirit bone blade quickly evacuate and leave its abdomen. Boom! The human-faced demon spider was surprised, and hurriedly lay on the ground, making its abdomen close to the ground. In this way, it can free up the last 2 legs and protect itself slightly. However, Yang didn't intend to attack it at all. Roots burrowed into the ground, rushing towards the abdomen of the queen of the human-faced demon spider. It felt the crisis in the ground and had to use the last 2 legs again and stood up with difficulty. Like a kangaroo. The original 8 legs were turned into 2 legs, which is really miserable. It looked horrified and anxiously at the roots on the ground and Yang's hammer waving. For the more defensive human-faced demon spider, using the blade to beat it naturally has no effect. The dozens of leaf hammers that used the chaotic cloak hammer method just now can continue to use their spare power. Looking at the hammers waving one by one, his 2 intact secondary front legs were also abruptly smashed into a lot of cracks. How to resist the current self? Death is inevitable. The queen of the human-faced demon spider, raised up to the sky and let out a sorrowful scream, which shook the sky. Yang was surprised. FK, you are a cloud-piercing arrow, coming to meet with thousands of troops? No way, Yang can only solve it quickly. Using spirit skills and spirit bones together, the super blue silver 6 king gun appeared and shot out, from bottom to top, piercing the head of the human-faced demon spider. Boom! The huge human-faced demon spider queen fell to the ground suddenly. Ding! Kill 2 10,000 years crypt demon spider, and Tang San's karma value +5, reward points are 100,000 points. Sure enough, the human-faced demon spider was extremely important to Tang San, with a higher causal value than the crypt demon spider. Devour! A large number of roots emerged from the ground, instantly entwining the queen of the human-faced demon spider. In addition, the 8 leaves of the crypt demon spider fused with spirit bones also pierced into the human-faced demon spider's abdomen. System, give me 5 times more devouring. Ding! Consume 100,000 points, strengthen the swallow by 5 times, and the host swallows the target with 6 times the speed and efficiency. Ding! Congratulations to host, get soul power +12 +12 +12 +. Ding! Congratulations to host, get mental power +3 +3 +3 +3. Ding! Congratulations to host, get evolution point +0.04 +0.04 +0.04. There is an evolution point. Soon, the system voice came again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the evolution point has accumulated 93 points, and the bloodline level has broken through to level 93. Ding! Congratulations to host, his soul power broke through 9-10,000 years. Yang didn't have time to be happy, converging his mind, and feeling the energy wholeheartedly. There is also the familiarity of devouring the crypt demon spider, and there is also a spirit bone attached. Then, Yang felt more and more that his crypt demon spider had a spirit bone attached to it, changing and evolving. The 6 crypt demon spider legs that were originally stubby and weak became stronger and sharper. From the previous 3 meters, the rapid increase to 5 meters. Moreover, the 2 front shovels have also changed from 2 meters to 3 meters. It is equivalent to the spirit bone attached to the crypt demon spider, and the spirit bone attached to the human face demon spider is fused. Ha ha ha, Lao Zi also has 8 spider spears. Yang was overjoyed, suddenly his scalp numb, and a sense of crisis came. He gave up, and there was still a little energy remaining, and the body of the human face demon spider queen quickly turned into its own body. It became a blue-silver grass, converging its breath, dragged its body with a few leaves, and jumped into the 3-meter hole made by the crypt spider before. In a blink of an eye, he flew tens of meters inward along the cave. And then grew upward. When he just emerged from the soil, he suddenly felt a terrifying breath descending from the sky. Chapter 37 The Girl Qianrongxiu. Wuhan Hall 3 Enshrines. In the sky, a middle-aged man wearing a white robe released a frightening atmosphere, floating high in the sky. A level 70 soul saint can fly for a short time, and a level 90 titled Douluo can truly fly. However, if you want to be in the air, you will feel like walking on the ground. Moreover, if you don't even release your martial spirit, you can only walk in the sky with ease. Only Super Douluo can do it. Super Douluo, level 95 or above. A fierce beast equivalent to 10,000 years. Even Yang was fully restrained at this time, not daring to explore at will. Just like the most common blue-silver grass, unremarkable among a pile of weeds. However, this white-robed middle-aged Super Douluo was somewhat helpless at this time. Miss, slow down, miss. Miss? Yang was taken aback. F***ck, a Super Douluo, called Miss others. And, so respectful. He slightly released a trace of mental power, like a pair of fuzzy eyes, looking towards the sky. I saw a girl in front of the white robe Super Douluo. She wears a white long dress and a golden hair band on her head, pure and lovely. On the center of the eyebrows, there is an angel-like brand, golden eyes. She is 13 or 14 years old, and her cardamom years. However, he has developed very well, his height is close to 1.6 meters, and his body is beginning to take shape. With 3 pairs of snow-white wings behind her, with a light flap, she can fly or hover quickly, as if she is the darling of the sky. Angel Wuhan. Yang's heart moved, what he thought of. In Douluo's age, there were only 3 people with angelic spirits. Level 99 limit Douluo Qiandaoliu, his son Chihiroji, and granddaughter Qianrongxiu. Qianrongxiu's first real appearance was when Tang San was 19 years old when the Soul Emperor was in cultivation. With Poison Douluo and Yang Woody Spirit Douluo, he faced Qianrongxiu, Porcupine Douluo, and Snake Spear in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Douluo time. At that time, Qianrongxiu pretended to be Prince Suekine in the Tiandu Empire for a full 10 years. However, under Tang San's participation, his achievements fell short. At that time, Tang San already had the power to counter the Soul Sage. But still not Qianrongxiu's opponent. It was Xiao Wu's temporary resurrection before she temporarily repelled Qianrongxiu. Innate Soul Power Level 20. The so-called congenital full soul power, in front of her, is also a scum. This is the real peerless evildoer. Yang sighed with emotion. Tang Hao's so-called number 1 arrogant in the mainland is basically the frog at the bottom of the well. He became a soul saint at the age of 30. And Qianrongxiu was 29 years old and was already close to Contra. Moreover, this is still under the condition of hiding the identity for 20 years, which will inevitably affect the practice. Qianrongxiu is about 10 years old than Tang San. At this time, Tang San was only 1 or 2 months old. In other words, Qianrongxiu at this time is actually only in her early 10 years old. In the original work, Qianrongxiu, who was only 10 years old, lost his father and went to the Tiandu Empire imperial family to pretend to be the prince for 20 years. This is also a very sad woman. Although she is a flying martial arts spirit, with her cultivation base, she must also use the spirit ring while flying. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. 4-ring soul sect. The 10-year-old Siwan soul sect. This is unbelievable, I don't dare to think so at night. When a 6-year-old martial spirit is awakened, directly at level 20, 200-year spirit rings can be added. In the next 4 years, she relied on her own practice, and also raised a full 20th level of spirit power. Is that human being? It's no wonder that Douluo was so defiant, that everyone was a trash mentality. In his opinion, a person with an angel martial soul is born a demigod and a god in the future. This is the real birth with the golden key. Ya Yang sighed with emotion. Yet, look at Grandpa Shenglong, what a big spider. In the sky, Qianrongxiu looked at the human-faced demon spider queen's corpse on the ground and exclaimed. But then she stomped her feet again and complained, "Oh, I blame you. Let you hurry up. You don't believe it, now they are all dead." Shenglong Douluo shook his head and smiled bitterly. "My eldest lady, this is the core area of the Stardo Great Forest, which is very dangerous. Besides, the spirit beast fights, death is normal. They are also very evil spirit beasts, and they die if they die." Qianrongxiu shook her head and said with a serious face, "No. Grandpa Shenglong, you are wrong. All soul beasts should be bathed in the light of angels. Under the light of our angels, all soul beasts are equal." Ya Yang felt a little painful when he heard it. This was Douluo, or Sunji instilled in her, right? By the way, speaking of Chihiroji, this forced Bibi Dong's secret chamber Douluo, how is it now? Tang Hao left, Tang San was born more than a month. What happened to Sunji, who was supposed to be badly injured by Tang Hao and swallowed by Bibi Dong? Angel glory. In Ya Yang's thoughts, Qianrongxiu suddenly shouted tenderly. The second spirit ring flickered, and her whole body exuded a holy light. Especially between the eyebrows, a vague little angel flew out, with a small aperture on the back of his head, holding a light stick thick and thin with chopsticks, and waved at the corpse of the human-faced demon spider queen. A bright light like a full moon, mixed with the golden light of the sun, enveloped the corpse of the human-faced demon spider queen. However, the corpse of the queen of the human-faced demon spider remained unmoved. What? Qianrongxiu and Shenglong Douluo were surprised at the same time. After converging her soul skills, Qianrongxiu frowned her slender eyebrows and asked in confusion, "Why don't you have a soul? In such a short period of time, you shouldn't have lost souls yet." Ya Yang was surprised. Sure enough, although only a 40-level soul sect, Qianrongxiu's seraphim martial soul is very powerful and has a strong sense of soul. However, Shenglong Douluo narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Taking a step forward, 9 spirit rings of 2 yellows, 2 purples, and 5 blacks appeared, and the aura of terror was released. They will not lose their souls by themselves, but the little mouse who hides is not necessarily. F***ck. Ya Yang was surprised and found lousy. At this time, he also remembered who this so-called holy dragon Douluo was. Shenglong Douluo, the previous generation of the sect master of the Shenglong sect. After abdicating the throne, he joined the Hall of Souls and became the 3 worshippers. He possesses the white-armored earth dragon martial soul. Is an extremely powerful super Douluo, possesses the spirit power of the 96 peak. Comparable to the 7 treasure glazed glass sect at this time, the sword Douluo Chinexin, who is the pillar of combat power. He is ranked Douluo Temple, ranked 3rd in worship, second only to the 99th level Qiandaoliu and 98 level Golden Crocodile Douluo. Behind them are the 96 level Qianjun and Jiangmo twins. In Douluo No. 1 Middle School, only level 96 was considered a super titled Douluo and qualified to become an offering. The Wuhan Temple has accumulated for many years, and there are only 7 offerings, all of which are under the orders of Qiandaoliu. Qianrongxiu's identity is a secret and is not known to outsiders. Yang could also guess that it must be a powerful worship to protect her. But I didn't expect that it would be the 3 dedicated to the holy dragon Douluo. Obviously, Qiandaoliu attaches great importance to his granddaughter Qianrongxiu far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Yang didn't even dare to look at it, holding his breath, let himself fall into a semi-sleepy state. A series of tyrannical spirit power and mental power swept through his body one after another, and continued to spread outward. Especially the big hole drilled by the crypt demon spider was carefully investigated by holy dragon Douluo. What made Yang breathe a sigh of relief was that he was hundreds of meters away from Shenglong Douluo. Moreover, he had already broken through to the spirit sea realm, and his mental power was strong enough. Even Shenglong Douluo, after extensive investigations, found no clues. Just when Yang breathed a sigh of relief, a cold snort suddenly came out. "Come out! Little mouse, I found you. P.S. There is a major event to say. I implore readers to follow up more, try not to save chapters, and keep books." I didn't wait for the recommendation today, because there are too few readers to follow up every day, less than 1/10, alas. Now it is recommended to only watch readers follow up, just like shopping malls value old customers and VIP renewal. I heard that the editor will look at the number of follow-up readers on Tuesday, recommend recommendations on Wednesday, and send backstage recommendations at noon on Friday. Whether there is a recommendation or not determines the direct quality of this book, so I urge everyone to try not to raise the book, it is easy to raise it, and spend 10 minutes every night to finish reading 3 chapters. Thanks a lot. Chapter 38 Daming Erming Shot. Fight Super Douluo. Hearing Shenglong Douluo's scolding, Yang was frightened. Damn it! Did you find Laozi? My 3 external spirit bones exploded. Could it hurt the 96 level Super Douluo? Or, can you quickly take down Qianrongxiu and use it as a hostage to escape death? Or, drill into the ground again, activate my fused 8-spear spider, quickly escape, can it avoid the attack? In an instant, thoughts flashed through Yang's mind. He discovered for the first time that his strength was so small in front of Super Douluo. 9-10,000 years soul power, quasi-blue-silver emperor bloodline, mandala snake tail with soul bone, the fusion of human face magic spider and crypt magic spider with external soul bone, also made Yang feel no bottom. At this time, he can definitely single out 10,000 years soul beasts, such as De Ming and Er Ming. However, the 96 level Super Douluo is comparable to the fierce beast of 10,000 years. The gap is too big. Just when Yang's thoughts turned sharply, the holy dragon Douluo in the sky suddenly made a move. He raised his hand and grabbed it, with 5 fingers and 1 clasp. A huge and heavy white armored ground dragon behind him opened his big mouth and sucked at a certain place. A storm came in an instant, flying sand and rocks, and trees shaking violently. Grandpa Shenglong, what's the matter? Qianrongxiu was surprised and curious. Catch you a little mouse for fun. Qianrongxiu stepped back 2 steps quickly, her face changed slightly, and she kept shaking her head. Oh! It's so disgusting, I don't want a mouse. Ow! At this time, there was a roar of a tiger in the forest. A 5-meter-long black tiger was forcibly pulled out of the forest and flew into the air. It has a pair of wings, flapping desperately, resisting the force of pulling. Oh, I was wrong, it's a kitty, not a mouse. Shenglong Douluo smiled and said. Yang was worried, but he didn't find him. The unlucky ghost is the dark demon evil god tiger. In the original book, the dark demon evil god tiger of 6-10,000 years can escape the chase of De Ming and Er Ming, and his strength should not be underestimated. Ya Yang didn't know that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, the two brothers, went to hunt down the dark demon and evil god tiger last year. As a result, the two brothers almost fell into the arena of life and death. Tang Xiao gave up his brother and pushed Tang Hao out of this weird realm. The 83-level Contra, he became the ration of the dark demon evil god tiger. Let it break through to 7-10,000 years, and its strength has greatly increased. Hey? This little cat is a bit weird. Shenglong Douluo didn't know the dark demon and evil god tiger, but he sensed its weirdness. He was about to seal his soul power, but the dark demon evil god tiger suddenly urged his master's evil, darkness, thunder and lightning, wind, time, space, and other powers. The terrifying multi-attribute energy, combined with it, turned out to be an energy black hole. A powerful reverse swallowing force resisted the pulling of Holy Dragon Douluo, and temporarily reached a balance. Unprepared, Shenglong Douluo missed. The dark demon evil god tiger broke free, flapped its wings and flew to the deepest part of the Douluo Great Forest. Everything happened so fast, only Ya Yang in the dark could see this scene clearly. At this time, Qianrongxiu also recovered and exclaimed, "What an evil, what a powerful soul beast!" Then he stomped his feet again and complained, "Grandpa Shenglong, why did you let it run away?" Shenglong Douluo was also surprised and embarrassed. He felt that his old face was dull, and even let a soul beast of 10,000 years escape from his hand. "Ahem, miss, it." Before he could finish, Qianrongxiu fanned the angel wings behind him and chased into the depths of the Douluo forest. "I want to catch it and purify its evil and darkness." Shenglong Douluo quickly followed. This eldest lady can't be careless. If something goes wrong, he has no doubt that even with his own strength and status, he will be severely punished by the Great Worship, and he will have to be punished if he does not die. The White Jiadi Dragon Martial Spirit is a pure ground power and defensive spirit beast. Even if it becomes a level 70 Soul Saint, it is difficult to fly. Holy Dragon Douluo, even a level 96 Douluo, could fly faster than ordinary Douluo. The dark demon evil god tiger escaped extremely fast, and for a while, he couldn't catch up. Interesting. It's another good show. Ya Yang, who had just escaped from the edge of the crisis, suddenly became excited in his heart. Before, he watched a good show between the crypt demon spider and the human face demon spider, which was quite rewarding. Now, if you watch another one, what will you gain? At the core of the Douluo Great Forest, there are two 10,000 years soul beasts, De Ming and Er Ming. In this big forest, there are actually the remaining 10,000 years soul beasts. For example, Bibi Dong has a spirit ring, which is the 10,000 years Death Spider King, the same as her first martial spirit. Moreover, this 10,000 years Death Spider Emperor was born with a unique pair of left and right arm soul bones. Let Bibi Dong's combat power greatly increase. Roar! Ouch! Two roars that shook the sky interrupted Ya Yang's thoughts. One sound was like a dragon chant, and one more mighty than the roar of a tiger. Daming, Erming. Blue Sky Bull Python and Titan Great Ape. Ya Yang couldn't wait to root out and release the Fusion 8 Spear Spider. 8 black leaves, like spider legs, crawled quickly on the ground, carrying his body, and rushing to the core of the Douluo Great Forest. Boom! There was a loud noise. Ya Yang also jumped up, flying more than 10 meters high, and then 8 spider legs pierced into the trunk and vines, and quickly climbed to the canopy, looking into the distance, fearing that he would miss every picture. Suddenly, he saw a dark giant ape soul beast in the distance, leaping from the ground, bringing up a series of dust, branches, and leaves, and rushing into the sky tens of meters. Erming a great ape. Even if it is on all fours, the height of its shoulders exceeds 7 meters. At this moment, prancing in the air, his body height is 15 meters. It is too burly, and its waist circumference is estimated to be more than 10 meters. The diameter of the two forearms alone is 1 meter, like a 100-year-old tree. When it was in the air, it moved its fists in turns, facing the holy dragon Douluo, and smashed it fiercely. Ming is a 10,000 years soul beast, but its bloodline is strong, and it has a combat power close to or even comparable to that of a fierce beast. Even the 96-level Saint Dragon Douluo can't underestimate it. Shenglong Douluo directly urged, and the fifth Black 10,000 Years Spirit Ring released a claw-like spirit ability. The huge white-armored Earth Dragon martial arts spirit behind is also standing up, waving two giant claws, and bumping into the arms of the giant ape. Boom! Like the collapse of a big mountain, the two powerful men, both of which are based on strength, collided with a loud roar, which was deafening. The body of the Titan Great Ape crashed and fell into the forest, knocking down a large number of trees, leaving a big hole. However, it was unscathed, tilted its head up, bared its teeth, and stared at Shenglong Douluo with its large lantern eyes. Shenglong Douluo has the upper hand. However, he was not at all complacent, on the contrary, he was more vigilant. Because, in the lake in the jungle, a huge cow head emerged from the water, and underneath was a giant python body with a thick water tank, which looked like a cyan emerald in the sun. "Human, are you here to die?" Qingtian Niu Python scolded. Not far away, the dark demon and evil demon tiger also stopped escaping. "Miss, you step back." Shenglong Douluo took a deep breath and said solemnly. Then, the seventh spirit ring flickered, covering the white-armored earth dragon martial spirit behind him, displaying the martial spirit body. A huge real white-armored ground dragon, standing high in the sky, mighty and unparalleled. Chapter 39 Holy Dragon Douluo's Calculations. Qianrongxiu's Crisis. Daming Erming, as the king of the forest, has dignity. The strong invaded, and it was human, that was a great challenge to them. Shenglong Douluo was the same, he was attacked by the Titan Great Ape and rebuked by the Azure Bull Python. Moreover, the plan to hunt down the dark evil god tiger was also blocked by them. He also wants to fight against these two 10,000 years soul beasts. In addition, he has another purpose to hunt down a 10,000 years soul beast. Although he doesn't need spirit rings, he still needs spirit bones. Moreover, the spirit ring may not be wasted either. Beat one of them to death, and you can take it back to the Wuhan Hall. With his strength, being a porter is very simple. At present, Pope Jian Suanji in the Temple of Souls is carrying two titled Douluo and many soul saints, looking for 10,000 years soul beasts everywhere. If he can hunt one, it must be a great achievement. After quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Shenglong Douluo urged the real body of the Beijia Dilong Wuhan to kill the Titan Great Ape. The Soul Sage and the Soul Douluo can only use the martial spirit body, and they can only merge with the martial spirit body. After becoming a title Douluo, you can let Wuhan become the real body of Wuhan alone. But the body continued to use the rest of the spirit abilities. It is equivalent to having a powerful clone, double the combat power, which is also the terrifying aspect of title Douluo. At this time, Shenglong Douluo planned to use the white-armored earth dragon martial spirit real body to fight head-to-head with the Titan Great Ape, who is also good at power. As for his own body, he went to deal with the stronger Azure Bull Python. Roar! The Titan Great Ape man stood up, slammed his chest, making a bang. A peculiar energy, quickly released from its body, shrouded the real body of the white-armored earth dragon martial arts spirit. Gravity field. The white-armored earth dragon was not good at air combat, and was suddenly pulled off at this time. He didn't panic either, and with force, the four thick thighs of the pillars slammed on the Titan Great Ape. Death trampled. The Titan Great Ape raised his arms and resisted the trampling of the white-armored earth dragon. His body trembled suddenly, his legs fell into the earth and rocks, and the earth cracked. With its powerful waist and abdomen, it threw the white armored earth dragon to the ground. The white armored earth dragon is not a vegetarian either, and the four claws slammed, scratching the body of the giant ape. The two sides fought hand to hand in an instant, causing the trees to fall and the ground to crack, with continuous roars. The body of Shenglong Douluo, and the sky blue bull python, looked much more gentle. The two sides used various spirit abilities to attack each other from a distance. The war became more intense and gradually fell into white hot. The dark demon evil god tiger, after all, did not join the battle circle. It bypassed De Ming Ming, stood on the other side of them, looked at Shenglong Douluo without being distracted, and looked at Qianrongxiu again. Especially, after seeing Qianrongxiu's seraphim martial soul, her eyes flickered with greed. As the dark demon evil god tiger, it is the top existence of the devouring category, with nothing but swallowing. Nothing but absorption. The stronger the soul beast, the human power, and even the martial soul, it can swallow it, and the more it helps itself. As long as it swallows this human girl, even though it is only level 40, she is sure that she must have another great transformation. The soul power may not be improved much, but the bloodline level will definitely be stronger. Its premonition is not wrong. In fact, Bibi Dong will be so powerful in the future. In addition to her own talent, there is another important reason, that is, that she has devoured her enemy husband Chihiroji. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the left arm of the Titan Great Ape suddenly emitted a burst of yellowish light, condensing a terrifying force, and blasted the white armored earth dragon. Yang's eyes were hot. He knew that the strongest thing about the Titan Great Ape was his left arm. Later, after offering sacrifices to Tang San, he also formed a left arm spirit bone, possessing the ability of Titan Skybreaker. At this time, it issued a similar powerful attack. Fortunately, the white armored earth dragon has a strong defense and is a real Wuhan body, so it won't be hurt or painful. While turning over, his tail flicked and drew towards the Titan Great Ape. The sky green bull python also jumped out of the water, and the huge python tail pulled towards the body of Shenglong Douluo. Shenglong Douluo bit his teeth, but he, who could have avoided it, didn't retreat but instead moved forward, staring at the terrifying pressure, and head to head with the sky blue bull python. He has reached the top of level 96 for a long time, and he has been unable to break through to level 97 for a long time. He has also consulted and discussed with Golden Crocodile Douluo and even Qiande Oliu. But the two strong men told him, as a person in the same camp, the pressure on him is limited. Only when facing a real life and death enemy and having a life and death struggle with the opponent, can the shackles be broken and the breakthrough succeeded. This is easy to understand. In order to train Tang San in the original work, Tang Hao also allowed him to enter the killing city, rather than giving instructions. The real life and death fight is fundamentally different from the simulated exercise. Therefore, he and the two forest kings head to head, there are reasons for wanting to break through. Boom! He was taken away by the Azure Bull Python, and his attack also tore the scales of the Azure Bull Python. The holy dragon Douluo at this time had already fallen behind. Grandpa Shenglong! Come on! Qianrongxiu in the distance exclaimed anxiously. Whoosh! At this moment, the dark demon evil god tiger, who had been looking for opportunities, flapped its wings violently, instantly drew a distance of thousands of meters, and pounced on Qianrongxiu. Miss! Shenglong Douluo exclaimed. He wants to evacuate and come back to protect Qianrongxiu. But Daming and Ming, wherever they would let him leave, immediately entangled him. Although they don't like the dark demon and evil god tiger, they are still soul beasts anyway, and humans are their greatest public enemy. Angel Holy Sword. At the juncture of life and death, although Qianrongxiu was panicked, she didn't panic. The sacred light on her body flickered, gold and white mixed, forming a long sword, which pierced the dark demon evil god tiger. Her sacred power has a great restraint effect on the dark demon and evil god tiger. The attack of the dark demon evil god tiger was at least the pinnacle of contra, comparable to an ordinary titled Douluo. However, in front of Qianrongxiu, she was a little daunted. It opened its big mouth and sprayed out a beam of thunder to fight Qianrongxiu's holy sword. Then, the dark demon Thulhu, bypassing Qianrongxiu's front, attacked from behind, and bit her neck. No matter how enchanting Qianrongxiu is, she can't reach level 40 spirit power, which can compete with ordinary 10,000 years spirit beasts. Compared with the dark demon Thulhu, the gap is too big. However, before the big mouth of the dark demon evil god tiger fell, he leaped suddenly and fled. A golden spear was mixed in a blue and silver, rubbed its body, and shot out. Blue-silver 6 King gun. It was Ye Yang who made the move. At present, he basically has no intersection with Wuhan Hall. On the contrary, Clear Sky School has become a threat to his future. Saving Qianrongxiu also didn't want such an innocent little girl to be swallowed by the dark demon evil god tiger. Qianrongxiu's face was pale, and she thought she was bound to die. But after opening his eyes, he found that a back figure wearing a blue cloak with a silver pattern and golden piping was standing in front of her. Chapter 40 Ye Yang fights the dark demon evil god tiger. Qianrongxiu's soul bone reward. Ye Yang's cloak is naturally not clothing, but is transformed by its own leaves. He learned this trick from A Yin. A Yin's clothes were also made by her own leaves. It is the spiritual power. After reaching the Linghai realm, it can precisely control the leaves, weave them into silk, and become living clothes. At this time, Ye Yang turned into a scarecrow again, and covered his body with a leaf cloak. Only Qianrongxiu left an upright back. You are? Qianrongxiu was surprised and puzzled. She has seen all 7 worshippers, not any of them. Just now when the death crisis came, she also fantasized about her powerful father and unfathomable grandfather coming out to save her. But no. But at this time, such a mysterious powerhouse came. Don't ask so much, leave it to me. The sound of Ye Yang's vibration with the leaves is as good as the magnetism of the baritone announcer. And, there is a kind of overbearing that cannot be denied. After he finished speaking, his body jumped instantly, a little on the top of the tree, his spear in his hand, stabbed the dark demon evil god tiger. In Ye Yang's list of must-kills, the dark demon Thulhu is one of them. Because this demon tiger is too evil, which makes Ye Yang feel a sense of crisis. Moreover, its bloodline level must be strong, and it can bring itself a scarce evolution point. Its mental power is certainly not weak. Absorbing soul power is the smallest gain. At this time, Ye Yang also wanted to weigh the power of the dark demon Thulhu. If you can kill the best, you can't kill, and you can prepare for the next time. In addition, he has a careful thought. That is to let Shenglong Douluo relax and fight De Ming Erming wholeheartedly. What if they both lose and lose, can they make a profit again? Chiang Chiang! Ye Yang kept leaping up, twisting his body flexibly in the air. With 2 spears in his hands, in addition to the mandala snake tail soul bone, there is also a fusion of 8 spider spear legs, which fights the dark demon evil god tiger at a long distance. The arena of life and death was too weird and terrifying. Ye Yang was also afraid of being pulled in, keeping the distance far enough to keep on guard. Roar! The dark demon evil god tiger is also extremely angry. Qianrongxiu's flesh and blood martial soul is what it is extremely eager for. And the powerhouse who suddenly emerged gave it a strange feeling. This doesn't seem to be a human being, but more like a soul beast. And, I also gave it a hunch that it would change drastically after swallowing it. Kill the strong in front of you, and you will have 2 big prey. Therefore, it did not hesitate to fight Ye Yang with all its strength. On the treetops, Ye Yang was not very good at it, and he wanted to hide his identity and soul bone, a bit unable to use it. He will fight the circle, pulling towards the ground. But the dark demon Thulhu, but he saw Ye Yang's mind. Cunningly, he wanted to set the battlefield in the air. Damn it! Don't let Lao Zi seize the opportunity to make a full shot, or he will hit you with one hand. Ye Yang was a little frustrated, and cursed secretly in his heart. The two sides fought against each other, and the battlefield was constantly changing, from the treetops to the ground, and from the ground to the air. Qian Rongxiu occasionally seized the opportunity to release the sacred light with all his strength. This is her second spirit ring spirit ability, which can enhance positive attributes such as light and suppress attributes such as dark. It is equivalent to a short-lived sacred realm. Although intermittently, each time, it will cause some interference to the dark demon evil god tiger, and play a role in blessing Ye Yang. The energy of the divine angel, in addition to the divine light, also has the energy of the real fire of the sun. It also has a positive effect on Ye Yang's body blue-silver grass. This little Nazai is really useful. Ye Yang was surprised. I don't know how long it took, the bloody holy dragon Douluo in the distance suddenly increased his aura. Breakthrough. The 96 level peak, breakthrough to 97. After becoming a super Douluo, it was too difficult to break through. The most important reason is that there is a big gap between each level. Before Soul Sage, even Soul Douluo, Title Douluo, there will be some genius evildoers who can leapfrog battle. It's really normal to surpass one's own 3 or 5 levels to fight. Even the Soul King fights the Soul Emperor, and the Soul Sage fights the Contra. For Tianjiao, this kind of battle across major levels is not impossible. But after becoming a super Douluo, this situation hardly exists. One of the reasons is that everyone is a genius and evildoer. Otherwise, it would be impossible to become a super Douluo, or even a title Douluo. The spirit power of level 96 is 20% higher than that of level 95. This is not a small number. Title Douluo's spirit power is extremely vigorous, and the difference of 20% is not the difference between 100 and 120, but 1 billion and 1.2 billion, which is a difference of 200 million. And the spirit power of level 97 is 20% higher than level 96 and 44% higher than level 95. At level 98 compared to level 97, the spirit power reached 30%. Level 99 is 40% higher than level 98. In the original book, the master, who can only analyze theoretically, said that the 99 level limit Douluo can only compete with 495 level titled Douluo. Pure nonsense. This is actually the original author, and the cognitive analysis of power is not enough, and the power system collapsed. Douluo 2's power system is still slightly more complete. After Super Douluo, every level of improvement is equivalent to 10,000 years of the Fierce Beast. Fierce Beasts above 10,000 years are comparable to level 99 Human Ultimate Douluo, and can kill a group of 10,000 years Soul Beasts or Spirit Masters below level 95. The absolute power gap brings about a qualitative change. Not to mention level 99, even level 97 can suppress 4 levels of 95. Of course, it's hard to kill. Ye Yang likes to watch the animal world very much. Their fighting skills are very simple, mainly relying on the power of claws and teeth to win. The analysis of power is the most representative. And body shape is the source of strength. On the African savanna, a lioness weighing 150 kilograms can sling 2 hyenas weighing 70 or 80 kilograms. 2 lionesses are equal to 5 hyenas. The 3 hyenas can suppress a lioness. A male lion weighs 200 kilograms, and its strength is only about 1/3 greater than that of a female lion. However, one male lion can crush 2 or 3 female lions. More often than not, there are male lions, single-handedly, rushing into a group of hyenas with more than a dozen members, killing all quarters, majestic. This is suppression. The power gap has more than doubled, and it is not something that can be made up by a few 3 to 5. It's like an adult going to beat a group of elementary school students. 2 times the power gap, at least 10 times the amount can be balanced. The current Douluo continent does not have a level 97 Super Douluo. After more than 20 years, Jian Douluo will break through to level 97. The original Tang Xiao and Tang Hao can be reached in the future, but Tang Xiao is already dead, and Tang Hao's future is unknown. At this time, as soon as Shenglong Douluo broke through level 97, the situation was instantly reversed. However, he also really saw the horror of these two forest kings. Not to mention that he just broke through to level 97 at this time. Even if he reaches level 98, he may not be able to kill them. Two fierce beasts comparable to 10,000 years, under the joint hands, it is really terrifying. Just now, I was only at the level of 96, and it was really a fluke that I didn't die. Shenglong Douluo didn't know, he was indeed very lucky. The future Ming Erming is a powerful soul beast that can persist for more than 10 days under the siege of 99 level Bibidong and the two major 95 level titled Douluo of Ghost Ju. He was about to leave. With his strength, it is also very difficult for Ming Erming to keep him. It is easy to repel and wound, but difficult to kill. The dark demon Thulhu and Yang also lost their fighting spirit in an instant. Especially the dark demon Thulhu turned around to accept Yang's soul bone spear, and fled, with blood falling into the sky. As for Yang, standing with a pistol, with his back facing Qian Rongxiu, he looked like a master. "I am leaving," he said indifferently, concealing merit and fame deeply. "Senior, wait a minute. Thank you, Senior, for your life-saving grace. Zioxiu has nothing to thank you. This soul bone, please put it away." F***ck. Yang's heart jumped. WTF? Soul bone? P.S. Thank you QQ for reading Astro Boy and Sang Yu for the 2 rewards. Thank you very much. Welcome to leave a comment. By the way, 15 chapters have been released on the shelves, 1 more person rewards, 1 more update, each person breaks through the disciple level, and 1 more one is added. The upper limit is not capped. Chapter 41 Qian Rongxiu returns, Ayin merges the head spirit bone. Yang felt a little agitated in his heart. He didn't turn his head back, showing his mental power, and quickly felt it. It really is a soul bone. Moreover, it is a soul bone that exceeds the limbs, a precious soul bone of the head. Yang's surprise made Qian Rongxiu think he didn't want it, and suddenly became a little anxious. She flew to Yang, holding the soul bone of her head, and quickly explained, "I can't use this soul bone. Senior, please accept it. Otherwise, Cher's future practice will have psychological obsessions, which will affect Cher's life." Such a strong request? Can't use head soul bone? Yang was speechless. Dealing with spirit bones, moreover the head spirit bones, he naturally had no reason to refuse. With a wave of the sleeve gown back, she swept across Qian Rongxiu's little hand, and grabbed the soul bone of her head. "Ahem, well, in order not to make you feel obsessive, then I will accept it for the time being. Not an example. Goodbye." He finished speaking quickly, and walked in the air, floating away. Behind the top of a big tree that Qian Rongxiu couldn't see, it quickly fell, and after prancing for a certain distance in the forest, it turned into blue-silver grass again and continued to stand up. And Shenglong Douluo also got rid of Ming Erming's pursuit, grabbed Qian Rongxiu, and quickly fled. Ming chased it out, but the very dignified big tomorrow green bull python returned to the small lake. The place of the fierce battle just now became quiet instantly. Yang, who wrapped the soul bone of his head with the roots of the tree, also had the mind at this moment, feeling this soul bone. It's a pity, it's not an external soul bone. Yang sighed first. After obtaining 3 external spirit bones in a row, his cognition of spirit bones was somewhat distorted. It feels that the spirit bones attached outside are all Huxia cabbage. However, he thought about it for a while and quickly understood. This soul bone has 3 10,000 years, which is very precious. If you don't use it, no one will carry it with you. Qianrongxiu must have merged. And she said it was useless. In other words, Qianrongxiu used this soul bone, and now it has been replaced by a stronger soul bone. Otherwise, the head spirit bone, even the 99 peak Douluo, cannot be taken off. A stronger soul bone. Ya Yang moved in his heart and quickly deduced. Qianrongxiu was about 10 years old than Tang San, and had hidden his identity in the Tiandu Empire for 20 years. At the age of 29, Tang San broke his identity. In other words, when Qianrongxiu was more than 9 years old, she lurked into the Heaven Do Palace. That time period happened to be the time after her father Kyungsunji was seriously injured by Tang Hao and swallowed by Bibi Dong. She relied on the fusion of a soul bone and possessed a powerful disguised soul ability, replacing the identity of the eldest prince Xue Qinghe. Even the title Douluo could not find it. Qianrongxiu at this time is less than 10 years old. The soul bone she fused is 6 angel suit soul bones, one of them. It's just that, for many years, no one has been able to integrate successfully. At this time, Chihiroji should only be fused, the limbs and spirit bones that are most easily fused. And the more important torso soul bone can only be fused when it becomes a god at the 100th level. The second important head spirit bone was actually merged with Qianrongxiu. Ya Yang was clear in his heart. Only 1 year away to reach the super head soul bone of 10,000 years can she give Qianrongxiu such a powerful camouflage skill. Oh, it's just that it's a pity that such a genius has to pretend. No. Ya Yang suddenly stopped sighing. I have changed, the pattern of Douluo continent is going. Chihiroji is not dead, maybe Qianrongxiu won't go to Heaven Do Empire either. Forget it, I'm too lazy to think. Ya Yang shook his head, restrained his mind, and left the place. He was going to go back to the small valley. After leaving for more than a month, he went back to see Yin. I have 10,000 years of soul power, but my spiritual power has just entered the spirit sea realm, and my hidden ability is still lacking. Hunting and killing soul beasts is too slow to gain spiritual power. It is better to practice together with Yin, which can not only improve bloodline, but also enhance spiritual power. After seeing the 97-level Super Douluo and Deming Erming today, he was still a little dissatisfied with his strength. The spiritual power of the human Super Soul Master may have broken through 5,000 points, reaching the spiritual abyss realm. Faced with a Super Soul Master, whether it is disguise or combat power, it is very dangerous. Similarly, the Holy Dragon Douluo, who was flying in the mixed zone, said to Qianrongxiu with emotion, "Miss, did you see it today? 2 of the top 10,000 years spirit beasts, both have the ability to contend, the Super Douluo above level 96. A black tiger with a mere 10,000 years is also comparable to title Douluo. There is also the mysterious powerhouse who rescued you, who also gives me a sense of crisis, unfathomable. The road ahead is still very long." Qianrongxiu muttered, "Then you just blamed me for giving him a spirit bone. Isn't it great to be able to make friends with such a powerful person with a mere soul bone?" After hearing the words, Shenglong Douluo felt stabbed in the chest and almost vomited blood. "My eldest lady. That's the soul bone of the 10,000 years. Furthermore, it is the head soul bone second only to the torso, so cherish it." Qianrongxiu blinked a pair of big eyes, staring at Shenglong Douluo, and continued to make up his sword. "Oh, I remember it. Grandpa said that when he recruited you, he just gave you a 10,000 years right arm spirit bone, and you joined the spirit hall and became our worship. Hehe, are you very sad?" Shenglong Douluo's face was embarrassed and angry, but there was no way to attack. "Well, don't say it, I just broke through, and you just got the 4th spirit ring. You need a quiet environment to retreat and consolidate. Let's go back soon." Qianrongxiu's small face suddenly collapsed. "Ah, I'm going back. I finally came out once." Shenglong Douluo was a little helpless. Miss, I know it's hard to hide your lack of freedom. This time, Grandpa Shenglong has been with you for more than a month. It has exceeded your grandpa's deadline. If you delay any longer, I will not only be scolded by your grandpa. Qianrongxiu sighed softly. Oh, all right. She turned her head and looked at the Star-Do Great Forest. Recalling Ye Yang's back figure floating away in her mind. I don't know when will I be able to be as free as the strong man. That's it, I can get a 3-10,000 years head soul bone without any effort. Yin, I can't incorporate this kind of ordinary spirit bone, only the external spirit bone is my dish, so you can use it. In the small valley, Ye Yang took his own experience these days, especially hunting the human face demon spider and crypt demon spider. And, today's battle, tell Yin. It took most of the day. Finally, he took out a translucent head soul bone and handed it to Yin. Yin hesitated for a while, did not refuse, and took it. After half a day, she succeeded in fusing the soul bone of her head. Ye Yang could clearly feel that Yin's mental power surged sharply. Yin calmed his mind, looked at Ye Yang with big eyes, and asked seriously, "You have 9-10,000 years of spirit power, what are your plans in the future?" Chapter 42 The Ice and Fire Two Eyes Project. 10,000 Years Purple Spirit. Hearing what Yin said, Ye Yang sighed lightly and said, "You know, it's very simple for my soul power to break through 10,000 years. However, if I use the blood of the quasi-blue silver emperor to break through the 10,000 years, then I may be the weakest 10,000 years soul beast. Moreover, after being transformed into a human, the roots and feet are still very poor." Yin nodded. "So, do you want to hurry up and improve your bloodline?" Immediately, she frowned again. "However, it is very difficult to do this in a short time. Back then, it took me a long time, a great price, and a good opportunity to transform myself into success." Naturally, Ye Yang could also guess how difficult and lucky Yin was from the trash blue silver grass to the blue silver emperor. However, it was much easier for him to have the system to assist him, as well as the awakening of the dark attribute, as well as to be familiar with the Douluo world. He hesitated for a while and decided to have a showdown against Yin. "Actually, it's easy for me to change my blood, or even increase my mental strength. I know a treasure land. For our plant soul beasts, it is a real holy land. It's just that we can't do anything, get out of here. That's in the hinterland of mankind, in the center of the Heaven Do Empire, a place called Sunset Forest." Yin was very pleased with Ye Yang's words and wondered how he learned about it. However, she was very understanding. Ye Yang didn't open her mouth to explain, and she didn't ask much. "So, the problem to be solved at the moment is to improve my mental power. You have a head soul bone. Not only does your mental power increase greatly, but your control power also increases. It is safe to converge your breath. However, I can't do it yet, especially after seeing the terrible level of a 97 level spirit master. Humans have level 98 or even level 99 super soul masters, I'm not sure to hide them. Although it is difficult to meet up close, I can't help but guard. There must be a perfect solution before we leave the Star-Do Great Forest." Ye Yang analyzed, and is also making overall plans for the future. The overall route is still a little bit obsessed, with wretched development dominated. The sleeping big beasts and the 399 level limit Douluo have always been the stones in his heart. Then I will help you find a spiritual soul beast that suits you in the forest. Yin gritted his teeth and said. Ye Yang suddenly laughed when he heard this. For Yin, he could actively search for prey and assist Ye Yang to kill devour. For her kind-hearted, she has to make a lot of determination. Hehe, no hurry, I'll take a few days off and stay with you. Ye Yang smiled. Yin felt warm in his heart. Xiaobishan was newly married. Although the two had not yet reached that point, the 3 days of intimacy made both parties feel that time passed quickly. The two have also consolidated their improved cultivation base. 3 days later, the sun was shining brightly. Although it was late autumn, the Douluo forest was still full of greenery and vitality. Ayin was bathed in the warm autumn sun, fully displaying the blue-silver domain. Her spirit power is still level 69. The spirit power of cultivation was integrated into the blue-silver king's soul bone on his right arm. However, after fusing the head spirit bone, Yang guessed that Ayin's mental power was stronger than his own, and it might have broken 1000. At this time, the blue-silver field has become stronger and has a wider coverage. The relationship with all the blue-silver grasses in the entire Douluo Great Forest is also closer. Soon, Ayin opened his eyes, stood up at once, and said in surprise, "Found it." Yang was overjoyed immediately. "Where is it?" Ayin said, "I'll take you there." Yang shook his head, "Forget it, just tell me." It was still cruel to swallow the soul beast by himself. Yang didn't want to let Ayin see. On the edge of the mixed zone, about 10 miles to the northeast, that is, in the old days, we met for the first time and then walked 3 miles west. It's a canine soul beast. You can feel it when you get closer. It has very powerful mental power. Ayin said quickly. Yang nodded, without talking nonsense, and instantly uprooted. 8 Super 8 spear spiders with spirit bones popped out, 6 of which were 5 meters long. The 2 big shovels in the front are like large bulldozers, half a meter wide and 2 meters long, and they are 10 centimeters thick. The terrifying aura, released from Yang, can definitely contend with 10,000 years spirit beasts and ordinary human titled Douluo. Even Ayin saw Yang's powerful fighting state for the first time. After being sluggish for a while, she shouted to Yang's back, "Be careful of everything." Yang walks like flying, and can't wait to rush to the depths of the forest. Half an hour later, Yang revisited the old place again, passing by the place where the demon tree had swallowed the centuries ago, and the place where he hunted the human-faced demon spider and crypt demon spider. This place can be said to be Yang's treasure, allowing him to make 2 rapid improvements. 3 days later, the corpse of the 10,000 years male crypt demon spider had disappeared, leaving only some residue. Yang glanced around at random and found that some familiar small holes were left on the scene, which were left by the human-faced demon spider. In other words, it was another human-faced demon spider who swallowed its corpse. Fortunately, I will treat it as my fat pig, and I will catch it again when I have time to improve the quality of my soul bone. Soon after passing this place, Yang found a peculiar little wolf in a dark and deep canyon. It is about the same size as a rural dog, but with big eyes, like 2 small eggs, shining brightly. She has purple hair all over her body, and she has a healthy body. After Yang thought about it carefully, it took a while to remember. Purple Lingao. In Douluo 2 Peerless Tang Sect, a kind of 10,000 years soul beast near the core circle in the Great Douluo Forest. He remembered, this is Tang San's son-in-law, Huo Yuhao's 3rd spirit ring. At that time, Huo Yuhao followed the 98-level peak Old Xian, looking for the spirit ring together. Encountered the 3-eyed golden beast with the destiny attribute, the emperor's beast with 3 eyes. More than 10,000 years is comparable to the 10,000 years spirit beast. Simply invincible. Later turned into Wang Chuer and became the 2nd female. At that time, Mr. Xian caught 3 eyes of golden yams, ranked 8th among the top 10 fierce beasts. And the 3-headed hell dog Akao of 10,000 years. I had to give in and found the 10,000 years purple Ling Huo for Huo Yuhao, the most suitable for him. This soul beast is an innocent lying spear. At the same time, it also proved that this soul beast has extremely powerful mental power. Huo Yuhao's root is the spirit element. From now on, I can refer to more about my spiritual practice. He is super stubborn. The thoughts in Yang's heart flashed quickly, condensing his mind, and lurking towards Zi Lingao. His Super 8 spider lances crawled gently on the ground, condensing spirit power, and slowly approached. If only the 8-spear spider of the human face demon spider, it would be difficult for Yang to do this. The human face demon spider belongs to the rigid soul beast with weak lurking skills. The crypt demon spider is a lurking insidious boss. The spirit bones after the fusion of the two sides also brought Yang strong concealment skills. Finally, only 20 meters away from Zai Lingao, Yang was discovered. Whoosh! Yang jumped up, and at the same time, the 12-meter-long blue-silver 6-king gun shot out instantly. In other words, he could only kill this purple spirit in one blow with only a distance of 8 meters. However, after Zai Lingao found Yang, he did not escape, but roared in a low voice, and his big eyes instantly turned blood red. Hey! 2 red lights shot out from its eyes, and instantly penetrated into Yang's head. Spiritual shock. No, in addition to making Yang's head stunned, there was also a strong sense of weakness, which made Yang dizzy instantly. It's like having no sleep, no food or water for 3 days and 3 nights, and exhausted to ultimate. His prancing body actually fell uncontrollably, and the Super 8-spear spider was also weak. Yang was shocked and surprised again. Even if he had been prepared, he even said, "This purple spirit is even stronger than he imagined." Mental power not only broke through to the Linghai realm, it may even have reached 1,000 points. P.S. Thank you Tianyi, Chen for your continuous rewards. There are 16 more chapters on the shelves. Hey? The deposit is almost empty, I have to save more. Chapter 43 10,000 Years. Mental Skills. The crowd is weak. A group attack type spirit ability, a single attack, is also so powerful. Good. Good. Yang Qiang endured the intense dizziness and weakness in his head. A purple spirit of 1 or 2 10,000 years actually gave him 7 or 8 10,000 years soul beasts, and there was no threat. However, this purple spirit also felt the power of Yang. After it exerted a mental shock on Yang with all its strength, it was also very uncomfortable. The red eyes disappeared, but the eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. A trace of bloodline came out from the nose, which was equally uncomfortable. It turned and whizzed into the canyon, disappearing. Its body is weak, and its attack and defense are not as good as the ordinary 1,000-year spirit beast. But the speed is extremely fast, and the ability to escape is excellent. But Yang wasn't a vegetarian either, although his head was dizzy and his body was a bit weak. However, his mental power was not weak, and he forced the Super 8 spider lances. His speed did not slow down too much, and he still quickly slowed towards Zai Lingao. As the two sides chased and fled, they continued to deepen into the gloomy canyon. Even at noon, the sun is faint, the light is dim, the thick fog is shrouded, and the unknown soul beasts roar constantly. Yang's mental power quickly recovered, and he was on guard. They have entered the core circle, and the soul beasts of 10,000 years are very common and even stronger. Yang didn't want to delay time either, he would profit from the fisherman, and the powerful soul beast was also very smart and understood this. Blue-silver 6-king gun. He activated his soul skills, a leaf shot out, and after reaching the 12-meter limit, it stopped abruptly. It's only half a meter away from Zai Ling's back. The purple-brown hairs on Zai Ling's back were exploded, and the real hair was horrified. However, after seeing Yang's attack missed, it took another breath, suddenly turned its direction, and drilled into a narrow stone crack. Call out! But at this moment, from the already stretched leaf spear, another half-virtual half-solid blue and silver spear appeared. The soul skill blue-silver 6-king gun, in addition to attacking with the leaves, could originally attack in the form of energy. However, the power will be slightly weaker. But with the spirit power of Yang's 9-10,000 years and the bloodline of the quasi-blue-silver emperor, the attack is still terrifying, enough to kill 5-10,000 years soul beasts in seconds. Pouch! In Zai Ling's horrified look, its just relaxed and instantaneously tight back was penetrated instantly. Even, because the attack was too overbearing, it exploded its lumbar spine into two directly. Before it had time to scream out, Yang caught up, and the spirit bone attached to the tail of the snake shot out and pierced its head. Then, another Super 8 spear spider pierced into its body. The swallowing ability of the three external spirit bones has surpassed Yang's roots and can reach 1.5% conversion efficiency. In other words, from the previous killing of a 100-year spirit beast, the spirit power gained from 10 years was raised to 15 years. However, Yang still consumes a lot of points to strengthen the devouring system. Give me consumption points, 5 times to strengthen the ability to swallow. What he wanted was not the soul power of Zi Lingao, but the precious spiritual power. However, his previous approximately 300,000 strong points were swallowed 5 times by 3 10,000 years crypt demon spider and 2 10,000 years human face demon spider queen, and 270,000 points were consumed. 300,000 points, only 30,000 points are left in an instant. Fortunately, the spiritual power broke through to 500 points and became the Linghai realm, and the system awarded another 50,000 points. And because of the causal value with Tang San, after hunting down the 2 big demon spiders, he got another 160,000 points. At this time, Yang still had close to 230,000 points. Ding! Detected that the host swallows the target. The soul power is 28,273 years, and consumes 141,365 host points. At the same time as the system prompt sounded, Yang's points dropped sharply again, shrinking to more than 80,000 points. However, the system prompt sound made Yang feel very worthwhile. A total of 5 times the system blessing, and 1.5 times of your own, can transform the target's soul power and spirit by a total of 6.5 times. For the first time, the mental power he gained was a double-digit increase. Ding! Congratulations to host, the mental power exceeded 1,000 points, and the reward points were 100,000 points. The system prompt sounded, and Yang was shocked. The spiritual power of the Linghai realm is 500 to 5,000. Although there is still a long way to go before a breakthrough, 1000 mental power is also a level, allowing Yang to improve a lot. Ding! Host's spirit power is on the verge of 10,000 years. It can be transformed into 100,000 quasi-blue silver emperor. Is it a breakthrough? Hearing the sound of the system, Yang stunned for a while. 10,000 years. Damn it! I'm about to break through 10,000 years. In Yang's heart, he still held an attitude of awe towards the 10,000 years soul beast. That's 10,000 years. If we take the Earth years before the journey through, the humans before 10,000 years are still sapiens, can use fire, and can make simple tools. He can't even wear clothes, and there is no shame. Even if counted by the true age of the soul beast, the 10,000 years soul beast has the strongest natural blood and rich cultivation resources. To break through to 10,000 years, how can it take 8,000 years? Daxia is only 5,000 years old. And at this time, I am going to break through for 10,000 years soul beast. In the early spring of the previous year, I came across. It's the late autumn season. Have I reached this point in just 1.5 years? Also, the crypt demon spider that swallowed 3 10,000 years and the 2 10,000 years human face demon spider successively increased my cultivation base for 3 10,000 years. After the purple spirit age exceeds 10,000 years, the purple hair will become deeper and deeper. Rumor has it that when it reaches 10,000 years, it will turn purple and black, just like mature mulberries. The purple spirit that was just swallowed by me has a purple-brown hair color, and it has been repaired for more than 28,000 years. Otherwise, no matter how talented he is, it is impossible to have the ability to make Yang dizzy. This is another 18,000 years of soul power improvement, breaking through 10,000 years. Which is also a matter of course. Sure enough, the theorem of the strong always being strong is always applicable. Ding! Please make your choice as quickly as possible, otherwise this system will go with the flow and let the host break through. The sound of the system came, interrupting Ye Yang's shock and thinking. No breakthrough. Ye Yang said quickly. What's the joke? The Blue-Silver Emperor can only be the Blue-Silver Emperor, breaking through into the 10 most trash 10,000 years soul beast. If you break through, and then improve your blood, it will be much more difficult. Give me all my excess spirit power into the Super 8 spider lances, which are fused into the external spirit bones. He continued to say to the system. Ding! The remaining 8,243 years of spirit power are poured into the Super 8 spider lances. After the installation is completed, each contains 1,081 years of spirit power. Hearing the voice of the system, Ye Yang also relaxed. He had settled this plan long ago. The experience gained from Yin pouring his soul power into the Blue-Silver King's soul bone on his right arm. At this point, it is indeed feasible. Soul bone is like a special power bank. The inability of humans to do this may be related to their blue-silver grass bloodline. After the soul power was instilled, the spiritual power was also absorbed. Good guy. Give me a full 683 points of mental power before and after. Compared to my original mental power, only a few hours later. Its spiritual power has indeed broken 1,000. Ye Yang was shocked. This kind of mental power, it is estimated that some ordinary title Douluo are not so powerful. This is really amazing for a soul beast that is less than 10,000 years. Hey? Any unexpected gains? Ye Yang suddenly surprised. Chapter 44 Future Hunting Plan. Xiaohu's mother and daughter are in distress. Ye Yang discovered that in addition to obtaining Zai Ling's spirit power and spiritual power, he had unexpected gains. He looked at the system personal page refreshed again. Host, Ye Yang. Root feet, quasi blue silver blood. Modified as 99,999. Bloodline, level 93. Spirit, 1,345, 3rd floor of Linghai Realm. Talent, double copy target skills, consumption points, Dark Swallow, 0.15 times conversion efficiency, double consumption points. Points, 80,434 points, copy target skills, assist in swallowing. Causality, 33. Soul Bone, Quasi Blue Silver Emperor Snake Tail with Soul Bone, 10,000 years, continuously enhancing, Fusion Super 8 Spider Lance, 10,000 years, continuously enhancing. Soul Skills, Blue Silver 6 King Gun, Group Weakness, Mental Skills. Treasures, none. After breaking through to the Linghai Realm, the mental power has changed from the previous, middle, and late stages to 10 levels, each with 500 mental power. The 10th level of the Linghai Realm has 5,000 mental power, which can break through to the Ling Yuan Realm. Spiritual power is like an abyss, powerful and profound, unfathomable. The two soul bones were also unable to keep up with the rhythm because Ye Yang improved too fast. A new skill has been added, which is also the only mental skill. This doubled Ye Yang's strength. 1,345 points of mental power, combined with mental skills, can definitely severely damage the soul spirit of almost all spirit masters under title Douluo. Even title Douluo would definitely not feel good. At that time, to cooperate with his own attack, ordinary title Douluo is definitely not Ye Yang's opponent. In other words, from now on, I have almost invincible combat power under Super Douluo. When my spiritual power breaks through to the middle of the Spirit Sea realm, reaching about 2,500 points, it is estimated that the spiritual power alone will be able to suppress an ordinary title Douluo. With your hands on your back and staring your eyes, you can sling a titled Douluo below level 95. The more Ye Yang thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. But then, there was some helplessness. From now on, the main goal will be all kinds of spirit beasts. It's just that such a spirit beast is too scarce. There are very few human beings majoring in spirit, let alone soul beasts, alas. He left the canyon, rushing back, and concentrating on it. If I remember correctly, the entire Stardew Great Forest, except for the rare purple spirits and the almost extinct emerald demon bird. Only the silver moon wolf has a strong mental power. Silver moon wolves are extremely rare and grow slowly. 10,000 years can be the king. Huo Yuhao's fourth spirit ring comes from the 10,000 years silver moon wolf king. In order to absorb the 10,000 years silver moon wolf king, even Huo Yuhao took 3 full days. Finally obtained, the mental confusion control system skill can make the mental strength weaker than your opponent's, instantly lose combat effectiveness, extremely powerful. Ye Yang made a plan in his heart to focus on the Silver Moon Wolf clan in the future. Although they are few in number, they are considered a complete race, and there will be fewer. That's right. There is also the Golden Moon Wolf, whose body is extremely powerful. It is a very powerful soul beast. This powerful soul beast is probably good for my bloodline and feat to improve. Of course, we can't let go of the pursuit of Zi Lingao. Ye Yang formulated a simple direction for the future direction of cultivation. In addition, the entire Douluo planet, the spirit beast with powerful mental power, besides the land, there is also the crown mermaid in the sea. More than 5,000 years later, the sun and moon continent from the west floats, and the evil eyes in the forest of evil spirits are extremely powerful. In the Arctic ice field of the sun and moon continent, there is a family of Tianmeng ice silkworms. They have good mental power. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can also hunt them. Of course, the king of ultimate spiritual power is the deep sleeping silver dragon Guyuina in the deepest part of the Stardew Great Forest. In Ye Yang's thoughts, he turned into a scarecrow again. Wearing a blue robe with silver stripes, he deliberately condensed it into a style similar to Ayin's dress, a couple outfit. After leaving some distance, he stood on the treetop, the autumn wind blew his robe and hunted. He tilted his head and looked at the core of the forest. It's just that, don't talk about Yinlong Guyuina, even the fierce beast outside her, I can't move for the time being. Even the 2 guards, Daming Erming, I have to pay a price to hunt them down, so wait. While thinking about it, Ye Yang's heart suddenly moved. By the way, around this core circle, there are at least 5 10,000 years crypt demon spider and 1 human face demon spider. There is also the one that caused Xiaowu to sacrifice, the 3 10,000 years human face demon spiders. Swallowing them will allow my fusion soul bone to be directly promoted and transformed. Soul power can also exist in the soul bone, and the spiritual power of the crypt demon spider is not weak. Even, it can make my blood root and feet, and improve it by 1 or 2 levels. There are more than 90,000 years old Kyunjun ant brothers and the dark demon evil god tiger. They can also be on the hunting agenda. In the next month or so, Ye Yang only went out twice. Hunted and killed a silver moon wolf that was more than 3,000 years old, and a crypt demon spider that was nearly 10,000 years, but was not satisfied with the harvest. He was also a little helpless. In the early winter, a lot of ordinary blue-silver grass, even if it is not yellow, is a little languid. Ayin's blue-silver domain effect was greatly weakened, and the connection with them was also greatly reduced. The most important thing is that these ordinary blue-silver grasses are basically lack of intelligence. Even Ayin, it is very difficult to communicate with them. Especially to convey spirit beasts with strong mental power and high age, this kind of difficult requirement makes them difficult to understand. In fact, this is really embarrassing them. The biggest role of the blue-silver field is crisis sensing. As long as a strong person approaches, they will send a warning message to Ayin. Ayin can safely grow into a 10,000 years spirit beast, thanks to this ability. Oh, forget it, wait until next spring. Seeing that it was difficult for Ayin to use the blue-silver domain, Yang stopped her and said. Ayin nodded, and was about to withdraw the blue-silver domain. Suddenly her expression changed. It's not good. It's not good. It was the first time Yang had seen Ayin so shocked and anxious. At first, facing the two brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, she didn't really care. As a 10,000 years spirit beast, even if she was transformed into a human, only title Douluo could threaten her. Obviously, there are extremely terrifying strong men appearing and doing what they are doing. Which direction? Yang didn't ask much, but asked the direction directly. Ayin stretched out a slender finger, pointed to one place, and quickly said, north. Yang jumped up suddenly, ejected the Super 8 Spider Lance, and rushed to the north. He didn't ask much, but something that could make Ayin so anxious must be a big deal. Whether it's dangerous or not, he has to go and see. What's more, if it is too dangerous, Ayin will stop himself. There is a large group of humans besieging the two sisters and daughters of Maitu. Ayin followed closely and explained quickly. Yang suddenly realized. Sister Maitu, mother and daughter, isn't this the Xiaowu of the soft-bone Maitu, and her mother? Calculating the time, Xiaowu's mother was hunted. It was indeed almost this time period. Could it be that Bibi Dong took the shot? Chapter 45 Pope Chihiro. All strong hunting. The current Bibi Dong should have been separated from the master for 10 years. The hatred of these 10 years has turned the former pure girl into the sad woman of the snake Sasori's heart. Her cultivation is also advancing by leaps and bounds. Although she was not like Tang San, she only added the second spirit ring of Wuhan after she became a level 90 title Douluo. But her second spirit, the starting spirit ring years, is still at the 10,000 years level. Obviously, when the second spirit ring was added, her cultivation base was not weak. The two spirit rings went hand in hand, causing her to increase her cultivation base continuously, which even Yang admired. Xiaowu's mother is her second spirit soul eater Spider King, the sixth spirit ring. Now it seemed that the spirit ring of Bibi Dong's number 1 martial spirit might have been filled up soon, and it had even become a title Douluo. For the second spirit ring, 5 were added. If Bibi Dong, according to the original description, the 9th spirit ring of the first spirit ring, the Death Spider King who won 10,000 years, is the same as her first martial spirit, and it matches very well. Furthermore, he also gave her the spirit bones of the left and right arms. Then her combat power can definitely soar rapidly, comparable to a super Douluo above level 95. Damn it, it's a bit difficult. Yang also had a headache. Bibi Dong also has 2 loyal dogs, Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo. At this time, they should also be title Douluo. A single combat power may not be strong. However, they can perform martial soul fusion skills. The 2 poles are still in the realm. The powerful restraint ability can even restrain aiming and erming. Because of this, Xiaowu in the original work was sacrificed to Tang San. It's a powerful man, leading 2 title Douluo, 3 spirit Douluo, and 20 soul saints. Ayin's voice came again, interrupting Yang's thoughts. The closer you got, the more clearly Ayin felt the transmission of blue-silver grass's information. A strong man leader? Yang was surprised. Could it be Kyungsunji? In the original work, Qian Sunji took 2 title Douluo and besieged Tang Hao and Ayin. First, Tang Hao, who was just level 90, but without adding a spirit ring, quickly severely injured him. But after Ayin's sacrifice, Tang Hao not only recovered, but also broke through to level 92. Under the action of the 10,000 years super strong spirit ring, Kyungsunji was hit hard, and was later swallowed by Bibi Dong. The 2 titled Douluo also died and were seriously injured. The rest of the Wuhan Palace powerhouse also suffered countless deaths and injuries. Of course, Tang Hao also left a dark wound, and has not recovered for many years. A Yin became my woman, and Tang Hao will be changed in the future. But this Jian Sunji, the old way of finding death, still hasn't changed. Ya Yang sneered in his heart. It can be seen that A Yin has a good relationship with Xiaohu's mother and daughter. Moreover, these two 10,000 years spirit beasts have soft temperaments, unlike De Ming and Arming, who are not very threatening, and Ya Yang thinks they can be attracted. What's more, they are still in close contact with Tang San. Save them, you can get more causal value with Tang San. No matter how you look at it, I have to save them and repel Qian Sunji and others. The northern part of the Star Do Great Forest. The periphery of the mixed circle, close to the outer area. There are mostly a few spirit beasts of about 1,000 years old, with medium strength. However, at this time, let alone the 1,000 years soul beast, the 10,000 years soul beast had long since escaped. A large group of human powers, with soul power as powerful as a storm, swept the surrounding jungle. Among them, the weakest soul masters are all soul saints. Most of them are flying spirits, or spirit masters of the agile attack type. They are scattered everywhere, forming a circle. In the three horns, each had 3 contras, equally powerful. One of them even had level 89 spirit power, only one step away from title Douluo. He was full of ghosts and was shrouded in a black cloak. The face is also a black mist, which can only be seen occasionally, a pair of blood-red eyes, flashing away. Ghost Douluo. At this time, he has not yet become a title Douluo. And beside him, there was a very strange man with a fair complexion, a beautifully feminine appearance, and wearing a robe embroidered with golden chrysanthemums. Ju Douluo. Not long after he broke through to title Douluo, together with Ghost Douluo, he blocked one direction. In addition, there is also a titled Douluo with a strong body, and his arms are thicker than ordinary people's thighs. Xiang Douluo, the martial spirit, is a bloodthirsty bear, a storming spirit master, with a spirit power of up to 94. His eyes were red, and his fighting spirit was high, staring into the encircling circle. Such a group of powerful men followed in awe behind a middle-aged man with a thin body and a slightly wretched face with a hooked nose. Pope Chihiroji in Wuhan Hall. Great consecrated parent and child, powerhouse of level 95 spirit power. Chihiroji at this time is at the pinnacle of true power. Whether it is the Elder Hall, the worship group, or the Wuhan Hall under his leadership, they all obeyed his instructions. Under one person, over 10,000 people. Under that person, it also refers to his father Qiandaoliu. However, his father is also obedient to him, and will respond to every request. It can be said that he is the most beautiful person in the world. However, there is one thing about him, such as being in his throat, which has made him angry and aggrieved for more than 10 years, and it is hard to let go. His wife, or her child's mother, has always regarded him as an enemy. 11 years ago, in the secret room, he used despicable methods to obtain his disciple, who was also the holy woman of the Soul Palace, Bibi Dong. Let her get pregnant at one time and gave birth to a daughter with excellent talents. However, Bibi Dong's hatred towards him is undisguised. 10 years later, he never touched her hand again, let alone other intimate actions. Moreover, their relationship cannot be disclosed to the public. Even the identity of his daughter had to be hidden, making Bibi Dong a eldest sister. As long as you get 10,000 years spirit beasts, and 2, give her a second martial spirit and add 2 10,000 years spirit rings. It will definitely increase her strength and touch her heart. 2 10,000 years soul bones, I can also fuse 1 or 2 to increase my combat power and even break through to level 96. I want not only to get her people, but also to get her heart. Looking at a young woman with a pale face in the encircling circle, Qiandao revealed, cruelly sneered, "We spent so much energy rushing you to this outer area. I want to see, how can those 2 forest kings save you?" The young woman was dressed plainly, with her long hair tied behind her head, pinned to a peachwood hairpin. But even so, it is difficult to conceal her extremely beautiful face. Especially a pair of big eyes, glowing pink, possesses the ability to be extremely attractive. She is obviously very dignified, but she has a fascinating ability from her bones. At this moment, the corners of her mouth were bleeding, her hair was scattered, and her breath was wilting. Scarred hand, holding a small baby. Listening to Chihiro's awe-inspiring words, looking at the fierce people around, she looked desperate. She bowed her head and kissed the baby's small face, tears dripped from her big eyes, and her voice choked, "Xiao Wu. It's my mother who didn't protect you, I'm sorry. Mum can't continue to accompany you. I hope you can be safe, happy, and find someone who can protect you from the wind and rain." After speaking, she tried her best to mobilize the spirit power in her body, even as the powerful blood and soul of the 10,000 years spirit beast. Blast! Chapter 46 Powerful Yang shocked the audience. No one thought that Xiao Wu's mother was soft on the outside and strong on the inside. Under the seemingly soft appearance, it turned out to be a staunch character who would rather die than surrender. She is going to blow herself up. It is rumored that when the 10,000 years spirit beast commits suicide, it will form a special powerful field that outsiders cannot attack. And with this opportunity, she will send away her newly transformed daughter Xiao Wu with the field. Moreover, the spirit beast that exploded would definitely not leave a spirit ring. Maybe even the soul bone will not be left behind. Even if the soul bone is left behind, it will have a strong exclusivity and cannot be absorbed and used by outsiders. She can even blow herself up. Damn it! Kill her with all your strength. Chihiro was frightened and angry. He led a large group of masters in the Wuhan Hall, and spent half a year's time before he found the mother and daughter whose breath had leaked because of their transformation into human beings. In order to protect her daughter, this soft-bone charm rabbit mother fought with them many times. God is fair, Xiao Wu's mother, as a soft-bone charm rabbit, is not good at fighting. But there are two powerful talent skills, invincible golden body and teleport. She fought and retreated, taking her daughter to hide in Tibet. Being forced to leave constantly, the core of the Star-Do Great Forest was far away from Deming and Erming. Her soul power has also been continuously consumed. Chihiro-ji also deliberately did it, and took half a year to consume her energy. This is like fishing a big fish. If you want to pull a fish ashore, you have to slide the fish and exhaust the big fish before it can be pulled up. Otherwise, the rod will be broken. However, he didn't expect that Xiao Wu's mother would still have enough energy to blow herself up. It may make him fall short, and he won't be able to catch a single hair. Damn bunny! Angel trial! Chihiro-chi yelled and burst out with all his strength. The black and red ninth spirit ring, which was extremely close to the 10,000 years, flashed and expanded suddenly, covering the angelic spirit behind him. The seraph martial soul has become more massive, mighty, and holy. Chihiro-ji and the martial soul behind them simultaneously controlled a golden sword. It was 10 meters wide, as thick as a city wall, and over 100 meters long. It fell from the sky and immediately stabbed Xiao Wu's mother. This blow is worthy of the name, just like the angel of the gods, the judgment of mortals is irresistible. However, Xiao Wu's mother leaped abruptly, facing the sword of judgment, about to explode. Xiang Douluo rushing in front, the huge martial soul body he released was also locked by her aura, and would also be implicated by self-destruction. Not long after Chrysanthemum Douluo broke through Tidal Douluo, his strength was lower, or even more cunning, he took a slower and fell behind. The ghost of the 89-level peak, the other two Contras, lag behind. As for the Soul Sage, even when he first reacted, he didn't have time to make a move. Kill! Suddenly, a loud roar sounded in everyone's mind. The first to bear the brunt is Chihiro-chi. And, Xiao Wu's mother. The two snorted, both dizzy. Moreover, a sense of weakness occurred instantly. Xiaowu's mother, who was about to explode, had no energy in her body in an instant. It was like an inflated balloon, suddenly leaking. However, the sword of judgment that King Sunji fully urged, as well as the angel martial soul behind him, were much dim, and his breath was greatly reduced. However, as a level 95 title Douluo, his most powerful 9th spirit ability attack still locked Xiaowu's mother. The strength of both sides declined, and the attack on Xiaowu's mother would not weaken. With this blow, she will undoubtedly die. Xiaowu's mother was also surprised at this time. Her self-detonation was interrupted, originally thinking that it was the hidden powerhouse of the spirit hall who had acted, which made her feel grief and indignation. However, Chihiroji's breath was also greatly reduced, grinning, his forehead bounced with blue veins, and his mental strength was also traumatized. This made her very confused. In the next moment, she opened her mouth slightly and looked into the distance in shock. I saw a big blue-black spider. No, it's not a spider, it seems to be a blue-silver grass. In other words, this is a blue-silver grass with 8 spider legs. In the blink of an eye, this weird blue-silver grass rushed over, and 8 spider legs stomped deep holes in the ground, explosively powerful. Chi-chi! Strips of slender blades of grass were instantly wrapped around, and Xiang Douluo, who was also attacked by mental powers and spirit abilities, became even more cumbersome. Rise! In the loud roar, the huge Xiang Douluo Wuhan body was suddenly lifted up by dozens of leaves, and slammed at the huge angel's sword of judgment. However, Xiang Douluo's powerful brute force, as well as sharp claws and fangs, also kept tearing. The leaves soon fell apart and turned into crumbs. However, Xiang Douluo was also pulled by Yang's full strength and flung below the sword of angel judgment. Blocked above Xiaowu's mother, it became a strong shield. He was bound to death, even dozens of leaves were constantly being broken apart. But it's easy to maintain for a second or two. This time is enough. However, Chihiroji not only did not remove the spirit ability, but instead strengthened the spirit, and strengthened again, the attack of the sword of the angel's judgment. He is going to wear too. After running through Xiang Douluo with the sword of judgment, kill Xiaowu's mother again. With Xiang Douluo's strength, it is estimated that he will not die, but he will definitely be severely injured, even the foundation. The Gate of Holy Light. A very silly voice came, making people feel goosebumps. Yuegwen also shot. His 8th spirit ring flickered, and the stamens of a big golden chrysanthemum behind him burst out with a ray of light. This ray of light enveloped Xiang Douluo and moved it away by 9 meters at once, which could be avoided by the angel's sword of judgment. Xiang Douluo and Qian Suanji were both overjoyed. Damn it! Seeing that Xiang's shield failed, Yang cursed secretly in his heart. He retracted the broken leaves, entangled the mother and daughter of Xiaohu downwards, and yanked them downward. And he himself leaped suddenly, facing the sword of angel's judgment. In an instant, Yang came to Xiaowu's mother and blocked the giant's sword. What? Everyone's eyes widened, and someone exclaimed. Xiaowu's mother also glared beautifully, and her heart trembled. Who is this person, so desperate to save himself? Yin, who had just arrived, also exclaimed, and worried. However, it was too late. Yang's body spun violently, and 71 leaves condensed into a petiole leaf hammer again. With his spirit power, he reached the limit of 10,000 years, only 1 year away to reach 10,000 years. There is also the bloodline of the quasi-blue-silver emperor, which has also been upgraded to level 94. His leaves are only half blue and half are silver. In addition, there are golden lines spreading across the entire leaf. Let these leaves be fundamentally different from before. It is no longer weak, but tough as iron. The wrapped leaf hammer is no different from the real big hammer. As soon as they touched the angel's sword of judgment, they made a series of clanging sounds. It seems that hundreds of blacksmiths are beating steel at the same time. Then, like a bomb, a leaf hammer with a handle collapsed under the great sword. Each leaf hammer exploded like a grenade. Leaf fragments, as tough as shrapnel, shot around, making a sizzling sound of breaking through the air, digging into the distant trees and the earth, making a dull sound. A large number of branches and leaves were cut off, and they fell one after another. But then, he was shocked by the violent energy aura into the distance. 71 hammers were broken in the blink of an eye. And the sword of Angel's judgment became half empty and half real again, and its strength was greatly weakened. Chihiroji was backlashed, and also snorted, his face a little pale. However, there was a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He could see that Yang was also a powerful plant soul beast, almost reaching 10,000 years. If it is seriously injured and captured, it may be able to break through to 10,000 years after only raising it for 3 to 5 years. At that time, you can also add a 10,000 years spirit ring to your daughter. However, as Yang's body was rotating, after 71 leaves burst, he stretched out his 2 front legs again. The 2 front legs are not long, only 6 meters long, but they are half a meter wide and thicker than the door panel. The edges are full of jagged edges, and there are sharp points on the top. These 2 blue-brown front legs, like 2 giant shovels, slammed on the giant sword fiercely. Click! This time, it is the sword of Angel's judgment that is broken. The first blow smashed it full of cracks. In the second blow, it burst into pieces, and the fragments were flying everywhere. But before flying far, it quickly dissipated and turned into soul power. Just like last year, Tang Hao's clear sky hammer spirit body was forcibly shattered by Yang. Puff! Being interrupted by such an overbearing spirit ability, coupled with the previous weak spirit ability of the soul group, Chihiroji could no longer hold it, spouting a mouthful of blood. It's up to you. Yang said coldly. In the shocking eyes of everyone, Xiang Douluo and Zhu Douluo were killed. Chapter 47 Chaotic Cloak Legs. Heart fluctuating again. Xiang Douluo and Zhu Douluo, seeing Yang under the sword of Angel Judgment, would be seriously injured even if they were not dead. They are about to rush over. Unexpectedly, Yang quickly defeated the sword of Angel's judgment in such a domineering and swift manner, causing the Pope to suffer severe damage. Then, I saw that peculiar blue-silver grass, as if it hadn't been consumed at all, actually took the initiative to meet them both. Blue-silver 6-king gun. Yang protruded a leaf and pierced at the farthest Zhu Douluo Yuegwen. He has a total of 81 leaves, 71 of which were broken just now, and 10 are left. 8 of them are fused with Super 8 spider lances. There is another one, which has been fused a long time ago, with soul bone attached to the tail of the mandala. He left a piece just now to use the blue-silver 6-king gun spirit ability. On the 12-meter-long leaf, a blue-silver light flashed, and a blue-silver 6-king gun appeared and shot towards Yuegwen. The original moon pass was all ready to resist Yezi. But he didn't expect that there were spirit abilities on the leaves, which caught him off guard. The chrysanthemum is broken, the ground is wounded, and the flowers are heartbroken. Once he gritted his teeth, he dared not take the slightest care, urging the 9th spirit ring to attack with all his strength. I saw the huge golden chrysanthemum behind him, and the golden petals fell off, like golden flying knives, sharp and hard. Around his body, after a full rotation, it looked like a golden river. Finally, with the traction of his fingers, he shot at Yang's blue-silver 6-king gun in an instant. 2 top-level plant skills, the tip of the needle hit the wheat on, and rumblingly collided with each other. Pieces of golden petals burst into pieces under the piercing of the blue and silver 6-king gun, splashing with golden light. The energy aura of the blue-silver 6-king gun is also declining. This method is exactly the same as Yang used the hammer to bombard the Angel's Judgment sword. Yang fired both guns together. A leaf casts its soul ability, blue-silver 6-king gun, to fight Chrysanthemum Douluo. Hurt each other and consume each other's energy. And the other piece, the spear fused with the snake tail spirit bone, was urged by the spirit bone skill to kill Xiang Douluo. Xiang Douluo turned into a bloodthirsty bear with a height of 10 meters and arms as thick as a footbath. The man stood up, waving his 1-foot-long sharp claw, facing the blue-silver 6-king gun. Attacking with an external soul bone is not like a soul ability, which is gone forever, and is completed in one battle. It's more agile and lasting. Yang controlled this soul bone spear and collided with Xiang Douluo's claws and fangs one after another, causing the bodies of both parties to tremble. Yang had already fallen to the ground, and the 6 spider legs plunged deeply into the ground to stabilize his figure. The vigorous spirit power allowed the remaining 71 leaves to quickly recover. Xiao Wu's mother was limp beside him, looking at her in shock and amazement. Suddenly, I haven't recovered. In fact, after Yang launched the spirit and soul ability group was weak, the body appeared to the present. He tied Xiang Douluo and threw it as a meat shield. After being rescued by Zhu Douluo, he rushed up and used 71 leaf hammers and 2 front leg spirit bones to smash the sword of angel judgment. Up to now, 2 spears were revealed, and at the same time they fought against the 2 titled Douluo, Zhu Douluo, and Xiang Douluo. This series of battles only lasted 2 or 3 seconds. So fast the other 3 contras just approached. The soul sages have just moved their bodies and rushed over just over a dozen meters. Angel Rain Wing Kill. And Chihiroji, after being smashed with the strongest 9th spirit ability, also quickly calmed down the tossing spirit power, gritted his teeth and used the 8th spirit ability again. Although it was the 8th spirit ability, it was his strongest group attack skill. He could see that although Yang's strength was very strong, he was slightly stronger than himself, and might be comparable to a level 96 titled Douluo. Qin beat himself, but it is impossible to suppress him and the 2 titled Douluo in a short time. As long as he kills it quickly, that 10,000 years rabbit will still win. The huge angel behind him spread out 6 wings, as if there was a flash of fire, and it shook suddenly. Wings shot out in an instant, with bloodline on the top, turning into sharp knives, dense like a rainstorm, covering Xiang Xiaohu's mother. Shoo! Thousands of cracking sounds sounded at the same time, forming a terrible sonic boom, as if 10 supersonic fighters flew past the ear. My child, leave it to. Xiao Wu's mother was desperate again. She knew that in such a situation, no matter how strong the special blue-silver grass around her, she would not be able to save herself. But before she finished speaking, she listened to the blue-silver grass next to her, arrogantly popping out 2 spider legs, and hugged her and her daughter together under her abdomen. Don't talk nonsense. Come on you two. Yang hugged Xiao Wu's mother and pushed her to the ground, pushing her body up. Then, the 6 spider legs were bent and half-kneeled on the ground, allowing more spider legs to be used to fill the gaps on the sides of the abdomen. The 2 large shovel legs in front protect the heads of herself and Xiao Wu mother and daughter. In addition, the 71 newly grown leaves cover the outermost part of the body, wrapping itself into a big zongzi. Rumble. At this moment, a large number of angel wings pierced Yang's body. Not a crisp sound, but a loud thunderous noise. Chi 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 chi. The special sound of flesh and blood being sharply pierced by a sharp blade, even in the presence of loud noises, cannot be concealed. A large number of leaf fragments are flying around. The leaves of the blue-silver grass that had just grown were gone again. Xiao Wu's mother lay on her back in a daze, looking at the special blue-silver grass on her body. In her heart, something of 10,000 years was silently moved. At this critical juncture of the life and death crisis, she could not help but think of the past in her mind. Back then, when she was still a 10,000 years spirit beast, she was rescued by a powerful fellow of the same race of 10,000 years. Later, that proud strong fellow of the same race became her husband, and then Xiao Wu. However, her husband was so proud that he went to the fierce land of the Star Do Great Forest not long after being with her. Finally did not come back. For so many years, with Xiao Wu, she has been practicing till 10,000 years. Both of which have transformed into human beings. And that heart also fell silent, leaving only the maternal love for Xiao Wu, and he had no time to care. Unexpectedly, today's heart will fluctuate again. Ya Yang! Yin's exclamation came, with sadness and crying. Ya Yang? His name is Ya Yang? Ya Yang, who paid for our mother and daughter, regardless of life and death. Xiao Wu's mother couldn't help thinking in her heart. Chaotic cloak legs. Hearing Yin's shout, Ya Yang's anger turned into a fighting spirit. He leaped sharply, no longer passively defending. The snake-tail soul bone spear landed, and the body was in place, spinning wildly. 8 Super 8 spider spears form a terrifying mill, crushing all the angel feathers rushing in. Hammer method to change leg method. The 8 spider lances vibrated one after another, and the pits on it were continuous, like an iron rod being continuously corroded. But in the end, it was better to integrate the crypt demon spider, the human face demon spider, and to have the spirit power blessing to grow, and the fusion of the external spirit bones was even better. When Angel Lingyu dissipated, everyone took a breath. Chapter 48 I Want to Fight 10. Save Xiaowu mother and daughter. Everyone was shocked to find that a large pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters had formed around Ya Yang. The pit is 100 meters deep, and a lot of soil and rock are not cut away, but have melted. Even, under the super high-speed piercing of Angel Lingyu, a certain high temperature and high pressure was generated, which caused the sand and stone to form glass-like crystals. However, in the center of Dakeng, there is a pillar standing alone. That was the soil that was kept, Ya Yang was on it, resisting all the Angel Lingyu. However, the huge impact force still allowed Ya Yang to press this pillar more than 10 meters below the surrounding ground. Take Xiaowu away. Ya Yang hugged Xiaowu's mother with his 2 front legs, and threw them toward the outside. Blue-silver 6 King Gun. At the same time, the spirit ability shot out again. Moreover, just above the heads of the mother and daughter. Whoever wants to stop them must face this powerful spirit ability. Sure enough, even Douluo didn't dare to step forward. He just saw that this blue-silver 6 King Gun is amazing. Even if he used the 9th spirit ability, it was still evenly divided. But Xiong Douluo was far away, too late to get closer. Chihiroji is even more costly, and if he wants to stop it, he has more than enough energy to stop it. The other 3 Contras did not dare to stop. A Soul Sage, too late to escape, was penetrated by the blue-silver 6 King Gun. The defensive power of the Taigun Niu Wuhan body was directly blown into 2 pieces. A Yin! Take them away! Ya Yang shouted. He stood in the distance, on the 8 spider lances, it was full of jagged marks and pits, and there were even many cracks. The 72 leaves, as well as the leaf that used the spirit ability, all disappeared. Just now under the abdomen, the snake tail that supported the body's rotation had a spirit bone attached to it, the only thing that retained its combat power. The level 95 titled Douluo, the Seraphim Super Martial Soul, and the spirit bones of the left and right arms of the angel suit, Chihiroji's 8th spirit ability, were not so good to resist. The ordinary 10,000 years spirit beast, in addition to the defense system, is also bound to die. Soul bone. How could it be possible? At this time, Chihiroji also reacted, staring at Ya Yang's 8 legs in shock. Head to head with his angel Lingyu, and the legs that can be retained in the end are absolutely extraordinary. At this time, he was convinced that all the 8 legs were spirit bones. And that long spear intact, it should also be a spirit bone. A soul beast, and it was a plant-based blue-silver grass soul beast, unexpectedly fused with other soul bones. This is too hard to be confident. However, it doesn't make sense to pay attention to this now. Killing 2 10,000 years rabbits is the most important thing. Seeing a yin who rushed over, his breath did not enter the realm of soul sage. Moreover, she also exudes the breath of 10,000 years soul beast. The depression and anger that Kyungsunji had just caused by Ye Yang suddenly turned into surprises. 3. Those are 3 10,000 years soul beasts. In addition, if you add this blue-silver grass that is about to break through, it will be 4. If you get them, your own, his wife Bibi Dong, and the entire Wuhan temple will have soaring combat power. God bless Wuhan Hall. Stop them! Chihiroji exclaimed in ecstasy. Yes. The 3 Contras, especially the soul sages, were overjoyed. Hunting down 3 10,000 years soul beasts is not only a great achievement, but it is also safer to stay away from that weird blue-silver grass soul beast. Xiang Douluo naturally stayed. Originally, Zhu Douluo wanted to leave with his fellow ghosts, but after seeing Pope Chihiroji's gaze, he had to stay. Hey? Why are you 3? Ye Yang looked around and saw 3 soul Douluos and 19 soul sages, all chasing after Xiaowu mother and daughter, and A Yin, and he was immediately dissatisfied. The 3 title Douluo did not answer, racing against time to quickly restore their strength. They saw that Ye Yang's 8 leg injuries were also recovering quickly, which put them under great pressure. You are not qualified, let's have a few more. Ye Yang didn't give them much time and shouted. I want to hit 10. After speaking, he stomped his foot suddenly. Boom! The pillars under my feet burst into pieces, and smoke billowed. The 3 titled Douluo surrounded them in 3 directions, waiting in a tight formation, thinking that Ye Yang was about to jump out suddenly. However, Ye Yang did not come out. He fell along with the sand and rocks. Then fully mobilized, the 2 front legs of the excavator function, towards the side of the big pit, quickly escaped. Not good. Chihiroji found out that it was wrong first, and hurriedly chased him up. Boom! 100 meters away, the ground suddenly exploded, and Ye Yang rushed out of the ground. A 12-meter-long soul spear pierced Ghost Douluo with a clanging sound, revealing its sharp edge. Ghost Douluo is very special, his former spirit was a ghost fire. Later, he was actually dead, but his soul became his own martial soul and came back from the dead. He is a very special body spirit. General attacks are useless to him. But the soul bone attached outside is extremely closely related to the body, it is the condensation of spirit and energy. In addition, Ye Yang's mental power is very strong, and he has spiritual soul abilities. The ghost didn't dare to fight against this soul gun, and stopped quickly. Ye Yang threw out a few pieces, and only a few meters of leaves grew. However, the soul sages were too scared to pursue them, waiting to be verified. His 8 spider lance spirit bones unfolded, and it pierced the other 2 contras, and they also stopped pursuing them. The chasing team was cut off at once. The 3 soul contras and the 5 soul sages were left by Ye Yang. Just now Ye Yang's mighty force made them have to stand in battle. Adding Chrysanthemum Douluo, Xiang Douluo, and Qian Suanji, there are a total of 11 people. 20 soul saints, the blue-silver 6-king gun that had been opened before, killed 1, and was stopped by 5, leaving only 14. They took a sigh of relief and continued to accelerate, chasing the 3 women. Even if Xiaowu's mother is not in the state and Ayin is only level 69, after all, the roots and feet of the 10,000 years spirit beast are still there. With the combat power of these 14 soul saints, it is almost impossible to want each other and them. Sister Blue. Why are you here? Seeing that she was temporarily out of danger, Xiaowu's mother quickly looked at Ayin and asked. Sister Bai, don't say so much, let's leave first. A Yingxia frowned. Resisting the urge to look back, and dragged Xiaowu's mother to fly quickly. At the same time, she was also condensing her spirit power, releasing the blue-silver domain, a blue and silver spear, condensing in her slender hands. For the sake of her friends and for Yang, she can no longer take care of a lot, she must go on a slaughter. That Yang. Xiaowu's mother was pulled by Yin with one hand, and she hugged Xiaowu tightly with the other. She looked back quickly, and Yang, who was surrounded by the crowd, was very worried. Yinbei bit her lower lip and said vigorously, "It's okay. He is great. We don't want to burden him, he can leave at any time." Xiaowu's mother hesitated, then, "Okay." Quickly hit him hard, and continue to hunt down the 3 10,000-year soul beasts. After the event is completed, everyone's position will be upgraded to 1 level, rewarded with 100,000 gold coins and 3 soul bones as appropriate. Chihiroji shouted. Hearing his words, especially the 3 soul bones, everyone's eyes lit up. The fighting spirit was burning, and there was no more fear or hesitation. Even the 5 soul sages tried their best to mobilize the martial soul real body, roaring towards Yang, "Kill!" P.S. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. It's good to eat, the author has to continue to code words. In addition, the collection has finally broken through 1,000. Thanks to the support of these 1,000 tycoons. If you can post more book reviews and vote for recommendations, you will not dare to ask for rewards. Chapter 49 Severely Inflicting Ghosts and Charms. Future Soul Skill Plan. 11 Powerhouses, kill Xiang Yang at the same time. The 3 titled Douluo, Ju Douluo, Xiang Douluo, and Chihiroji, are level 91, 94, and 95 respectively. The 3 Contras are level 85, 87, and 89. Especially Ghost Douluo, the 89 level pinnacle, coupled with his special martial spirit, already possesses combat power comparable to ordinary title Douluo. Moreover, he can barely use Ju Douluo to use his martial soul fusion strategy. In addition, the 5 soul saints should not be underestimated. The cultivation bases are all above level 75, with agile attacks and flying spirit beasts as the main ones. They have agile movements, and they attack and evade quickly, making it difficult to resist. Such strength should never be underestimated. Back then, Tang Hao, after accepting Yin's sacrifice, his cultivation was upgraded to level 92. Faced with such a situation, both lose and lose. Yang's heart was also a little solemn. He quickly dodges, avoiding the attack of a flying soul saint, and quickly draws closer to them. However, he did not counterattack. The 5 soul saints are his shield and meat shield. With the attack of the soul saint, even if he resisted 10 and 8 moves, there was no big problem. It can be used to close the distance with them, so that the attacks of the 3 spirit Douluo and title Douluo become fearful. In the face of group attacks, the 8 spider lances defend well, but their attack power is too weak. Snake tail spirit bone attack is not enough. Only the blue silver 6 king gun, the only real soul ability, is too few, and it is stretched. I can still copy 8 spirit abilities, but the spirit abilities of these people are too rubbish. Although he could possess 9 spirit abilities, Yang was unwilling to waste any of them. The spirit ability he copied was also closely related to the opponent's strength. In this way, the spirit abilities of the 5 soul saints were directly eliminated by him. He didn't like the 2 Contras either. A level 89 ghost spirit is good, immune to many attacks, and it's elusive. However, it's still slightly weaker. Moreover, I don't want to make myself inhumane. Yang's soul bone spear swept across the ghost's body, just like sweeping through a cloud of smoke, continuing to stab at the moon gate behind. Chrysanthemum Douluo's Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum is good, the top plant martial spirit, offensive and defensive, and it is also very fancy. But I believe that with the evolution of my blood, my blue-silver grass will inevitably far exceed this big chrysanthemum. What's more, I don't want to be a cannon. He waved his big shovel leg and smashed into Xiang Douluo's huge claws. A huge steel roar came, and sparks shot everywhere, scorching the bear's hair. Bloodthirsty bear, a good beast spirit, but it's far from the top. Not as good as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, and even worse as the golden sacred dragon. Yes. In the future, I will find a way to let the master, Luerlu, and Flanders merge into the golden sacred dragon, and then I will copy it. If you want to copy, you must copy every type, the top martial arts soul. And Chihiroji's angel martial spirit, although very powerful, I always feel that he is very rubbish. Forget it, even if you want to copy the angel martial soul, you also copy his father Chiende Oliu. Ye Yang pondered as he wandered around. But Chihiroji quickly interrupted his thoughts. Angel light! He shouted. The angel martial soul behind him was radiant. Under his light, a holy light domain was formed. Except for the ghostly evasion, the other strong people on their own side have become stronger in combat. The opponent will be suppressed. However, Yozio Xi. Big drops. Ye Yang also looked refreshed. A month ago, when he rescued Jian Rongxiu, he felt the holy light. This holy light has the most obvious blessing effect on plant spirit beasts, or plant, light, and flame martial souls. Chihiroji's brows frowned even tighter. This guy actually ignored his holy light. As an angel martial soul, its most powerful ability is not military and spiritual attacks, but holy light. This is an essential ability that can attack the opponent's core source and dissolve the opponent. Attacks on dark and evil types are especially obvious. However, this blue-silver grass is not even afraid at all, but it is still very useful. Ghost, go hunt down Elder Xiang, your main attack. Chihiroji quickly issued an order. Although his strongest holy light is useless, the other skills are not a small threat to Ye Yang. It is impossible for him not to do it. Once you do it, it will inevitably affect ghosts and charms. The ghosts stay here and have little effect. But the dozen or so soul saints who hunted down the 3 soul beasts were obviously far from strong enough. Using ghostly means, let alone arresting them, will naturally consume their power greatly. And, hang them firmly so that they won't escape. Yes. The Pope. Gaimei quickly agreed and was also relieved. However, as soon as he left, Ye Yang turned his back to Xiang Douluo, with 8 legs behind him, forming a shield. Boom! Xiang Douluo slapped out a heavy claw, slamming Ye Yang into the distance with a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the ghost. Hey! Want to go? Have you asked me? Ye Yang snorted coldly, and quickly recovered, and the cracked 8 spider lance appeared again. His eyes widened, and 2 rays of light hit the ghost. Soul shock. He didn't use the spirit and soul ability to weaken the group, it was too wasteful, but the most primitive and domineering way. Simple and rude, the effect is also the best. Ghost Douluo's mental power is very strong, and he has entered the Spirit Sea realm, reaching about 600 points, which is stronger than some ordinary title Douluo. However, it was less than half of Ye Yang's. This shock made him scream again and again. The ghost martial soul behind him was also very sad and suffered heavy losses. Ye Yang also had a headache, but he was also very satisfied with the heavy blow to the ghost. This ghost, if he were to leave, the consequences would be really disastrous. However, hard resistance Xiang Douluo made a full blow and launched a mental shock. This consumption of Ye Yang is also great. As a top powerhouse, the 3 title Douluo and the other 2 Contras would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. They cooperated tacitly, and the 3 title Douluo took the lead in killing Ye Yang. Angel Yuling kills. The chrysanthemum is broken, the ground is wounded, and the flowers are heartbroken. Bloodthirsty Claw. Chapter 50 Kill title Douluo. Devour the Spirit Ring. 2 covering type spirit abilities and 1 close attack type spirit abilities. In addition, the 2 Contras also inserted the omissions and bombarded Ye Yang from the gap. The 5 soul sages also fully urged their soul power, preparing to make up for the sword. Ye Yang is inevitable. However, he had no intention of avoiding it at all. He sneered in his heart, and all this was actually what he deliberately guided. What he wants is this effect. Whoosh! He leaped suddenly, and all the blades spread out again, entwining the nearest Douluo. However, Douluo, who used his 9th spirit ability, had amazing attack power. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Yang's leaves were torn again. However, this is enough. Under Yang's full pull, Douluo also rushed towards him. At the same time, Yang was also rushing towards him. In an instant, the two sides came into contact with each other. Douluo's eyes were red, and the 10-meter-tall Wuhan body was torn to Yang fiercely. Yang's 8 spider lances, with 6 legs, are also 5 meters long. In addition to the grass stem above him and a soul bone spear, his height is not low. Yang's 2 big shovel legs also faced Douluo fiercely. However, the imaginary roar of impact did not come. Yang's large shovel legs passed under Douluo's sturdy arms and raised his arms. His soul bone spear pierced Douluo's head. It just so happened that Douluo also opened his big mouth and bit towards Yang's main body of grass stem. But bit on the soul bone spear. Yang turned the spear along the way, turning it into a long thread, and wrapped his head around him to prevent him from biting himself. At the same time, his 6 spider legs slammed into force, holding Douluo in a half circle. The small stream of chrysanthemum petals flying towards his back and the angel wings flying knife rain suddenly pierced Douluo's back, making a dull sound. Even if Douluo's skin was thick and rough, his back was splintered and flesh and blood flew. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood disappeared and the bones appeared. Roar! Douluo was frightened and angry, and a sense of crisis of death came. He struggled with all his strength. The 2 sturdy front claws and sharp fangs made Yang's front shovel legs and soul bone spear creak, as if they were about to collapse. The 94-level assault system titled Douluo, before the death crisis, the power that broke out was really terrifying. The attacks of the 2 titled Douluo and the 5 soul saints fell on Yang's back, grouped together to form the 8 spider lance soul bone shield. Click! Under the struggle of Douluo and the attacks of many powerful men, Yang's 8 spider lance spirit bones cracked again and were about to break apart. The attached soul bone shattered, and there was no doubt that he would die. Moreover, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Qianxuanji also adjusted their attacks in time. Let his 9th and 8th spirit abilities attack, bypass the seriously injured Douluo, and kill Yang. Ugh! Being able to die under your own soul skills is considered respect for you. Yang sighed lightly. What he used was spiritual sound transmission, which instantly spread into Douluo's mind. Titled Douluo, moreover, is 3, and there are Soul Douluo, Soul Saint fighting support. It really is not so easy to deal with. Even a level 97 Super Douluo, I am afraid it will be injured, and it is not easy to resist. No way, he must copy another spirit ability. System, copy me the bloodthirsty claws of this bear. Ding! The target and spirit ability are detected, 10,000 points are consumed, and the bloodthirsty claw ability is successfully copied. Based on the host's current state of cultivation, this system has selected the best optimization method for the host. It is recommended that the host attach the soul skills to the 2 front legs to shovel the soul bones. Good. Yang was overjoyed, he had planned this way. In fact, his first blue-silver 6 king gun spirit ability was mainly attached to the snake tail spirit bone. When the 2 guns are in one state, the attack power is the strongest. It's just that his spirit abilities are inherently few, and he usually uses them separately. At this point, the system prompts the sound and Yang agrees. 2 powerful, domineering, and violent forces poured into him instantly, 2 strong front shovel legs. On both sides of the 2 forelegs, there were originally some thick jagged teeth, which mainly played the role of digging dirt. At this time, after the Douluo's 9th spirit ability was attached, 5 sharper saw teeth appeared, like the claws of a giant bear. In addition, there is a stronger force attached to the front shovel leg. Open! Ya Yang shouted in a low voice. The 2 sturdy front shovel legs slammed into force. Click! What? Amid Xiang Douluo's screams of horror, his 2 arms thicker than a bucket were torn off by Ya Yang, and the blood shot. And his martial soul avatar was instantly broken, transformed into a human form, lost his arms, and blood was flowing. The 94-level assault system Spirit Master, in what he was best at, was destroyed by Ya Yang head-on. Taking advantage of Xiang Douluo's loss of his arms, the pain caused him to lose his spirit power and spirit. Ya Yang's soul spear also shattered his teeth in an instant, pierced through his mouth, and drilled out of the back of his head. Xiang Douluo's shocked and painful expression stopped abruptly. He didn't expect that after decades of cultivation, he had almost reached the top of the Soul Master world. It would fall into the hands of a blue-silver grass today. The 10,000 years spirit beasts did not dare to wrestle with him. Why does a blue-silver grass at the bottom have so much power? His consciousness quickly dissipated. A generation of titled Douluo of the 94-level assault system fell. Rumble! Ya Yang burst into anger, killing Xiang Douluo instantly. The frightened Zhu Douluo and Qian Daoliu immediately adjusted their attack direction, blasting his body grass stems and roots protected by the 8 spider lances with all their strength. Ya Yang's soul spear flicked and took Xiang Douluo's corpse in front of him. Under the terrifying attack, Xiang Douluo's sturdy body disappeared in the blink of an eye, and a large area of the ground was stained red. Xiang Douluo disappeared, only in the same place, 9 spirit rings of yellow, purple, and 5 blacks appeared. The powerhouses who can become title Douluo are all geniuses, and they are basically the best spirit ring matching. The Soul Bone Spear unexpectedly sent a special devouring force on its own. Devour the spirit ring? Even Ya Yang himself was surprised. However, he couldn't help but think about it. He wanted to resist Zhu Douluo's attack, especially Qian Sunji's attack. The other 3 Soul Douluos and the 5 Soul Sages' full attacks also made Ya Yang's 8 spider lances clang. If it weren't for his 8 spider lances, it would be a fusion of 3 10,000 years plus 2 10,000 years attached to an external spirit bone, which had absorbed the spirit power growth of the 10,000 years. In addition, there is the quasi-blue Silver Emperor, which is blessed with super regenerative ability. Under such continuous attacks, it was broken long ago. Ya Yang grouped his body in a circle, and his 2 front legs quickly rose to the ground, ready to change the battlefield. Being in a circle, being surrounded and beaten, this is the most stupid way. However, even if he left, those 9 spirit rings, who were still bound by the spirit bone spear, shrunk to the size of a bracelet, and put them on the spirit bone spear. Moreover, outside each spirit ring, there was a ghost of a spirit beast, looming. Centennial Black Devil Bear, Centennial Giant Claw Tiger, Millennium Tree Brown Bear. 10,000 Years Devil Bear, 10,000 Years Bloodthirsty Bear. Obviously, these spirit beasts are all the spirit beasts that Xiang Douluo used to hunt and absorb the spirit ring. Mainly bears, but there are also other powerful soul beasts. Most of their energy was inherited by Xiang Douluo in the form of spirit rings. At this moment, a peculiar energy entered the soul bone spear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special energy of the spirit ring, which can transform the original spirit beast's spirit power by 1/10, and cannot be swallowed twice. Can even absorb spirit power from the spirit ring. Even if you can't double your points, it's pretty good. A titled Douluo is basically the best spirit ring ratio of 2 yellows, 2 purples, and 5 blacks. The sum of the 2 yellow spirit rings is almost 1,000 years. The 2 purples add up to 5,000 years. 5 blacks add up to horror. According to the Master's theory, the maximum limit of the 5th spirit ring is 12,000 years. The upper limit of the 6th spirit ring is 10,000 years, the 7th is 5-10,000 years, and the maximum of the 8th spirit ring is close to 10,000 years. The 9th spirit ring can absorb more than 10,000 years. Although most spirit masters do not have the precise guidance of masters, the general upper limit of spirit rings, as everyone knows, is to absorb the largest and best spirit ring as much as possible. The total of 5 black spirit rings is at least 10,000 years, and it can even be close to 10,000 years. Ding! Host spirit power plus 24 plus 55 plus 132 plus 203 plus 8746. This young Douluo possesses the total spirit power of the spirit ring of the 24 10,000 years. The soul power of 24,000 years that was poured into Yang's soul bone spear did not enter the 8 spider legs. Yang didn't care much either. After quickly drilling into the soil, he was subjected to the violent shock of many strong people bombarding the earth. Get off the ground! Chihiroji reminded everyone to stay away from the ground. Fortunately, everyone is above the soul sage, and the contra-entitled Douluo are easy to fly. There are 5 soul saints, and 3 have flying soul beasts. The other 2 are agile attack systems. They both jumped to the tree, and with a little effort, they jumped to the top of the tree. But the moment they just landed on the treetop, the big tree sank suddenly.